Hello, hello. Welcome. It's Cubai. It is indeed Cubai. He is here. Welcome one, welcome all. Let me know if anything sounds weird. I just redid all of my stream settings. So if my voice sounds weird, game sounds too loud, anything like that, just let me know. I'll wait a couple minutes for these notifications to go out. I redid a couple things. I also redid the lighting in my... No crashing today? No, there won't be any crashing today. I fixed the problem. I redid the lighting in my streaming room. So let me know if I look better lit. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have like a professional understanding of lighting and framing for camera work or anything like that, but I moved the lights around in a way that I thought would work a bit better, so let me know. Probably looks exactly the same, because I didn't really move them around much, but I moved my setup around. Because I figured if I had to take apart my computer and move it out from its spot, I might as well move everything around for no specific reason. Kind of just massively shrink the size of my office space. Hey, what's up, guy? I think I just said that though. Just wait another couple minutes for the notifications. I don't know if I've never really streamed visual novels on the weekend, so we'll see how this turns out. Saturday's usually been for like the multiplayer games and such. But not today. Steins Gate had weekend streams? Did it? You might be right. I guess the first time in a while, because I don't think Chaos Head did. I think I always did Chaos Head on Thursday, Friday. Let's check. Steins Gate OG did not have a weekend stream. Did My Darlings Embrace? My Darlings Embrace had one weekend stream. So Steins Gate OG did not. Steins Gate My Darling Embrace I did once over the weekend. What about Steins Gate 0? Also no. Nope. Had one. For My Darling's Embrace. I'm not really sure why we did it on for My Darling's Embrace. Did it just did I just have nothing to stream that weekend? Who knows? What's up, Francisco? Sorry, I was looking at the calendar when you joined. Dun 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 dun. We'll get started here in just a second. Because yesterday's stream we didn't really make much progress in the game, and because I was gonna have to redo that segment of the game again anyway, because the game crashed without saving. I just moved yesterday's stream into the just chatting category, like redid the thumbnail and everything. Figured it just made more sense in another category. I guess small Chaos Head spoilers, but and I don't think anyone listening in my just chatting playthrough really cares about a Chaos Head spoiler. Donuts. Yeah, I just ended up picking donuts, even though we only talked about donuts for a couple seconds. And, in the stream, just because donuts are, like, visually appealing. I use donuts as a background for the thumbnail. I think we only, we didn't even really talk about donuts all that long comparatively to, like, other stuff we talked about. But, oh well. Donuts look cool. Donuts just look, I think, like, universally tasty. Don't think anyone's ever looked at a donut and been like, oh man, gross. Donut gaming. Is it time to get started? All, 3 of us are here, I guess. Maybe we won't get too far. Might just complete Chapter 8 today or something. Every CC viewer schedule's been thrown off. That's why you just gotta be on the QBI stream schedule, not just Chaos Child. Way more based. Alright. Because I mentioned in Discord right after the stream crash yesterday that we would be doing Chaos Child again today. Since we didn't get very far yesterday. Did you pin the message? Well, no. I didn't pin it, but I don't think it got lost. Because people were asking in the Discord what was going on. Maybe just a YouTube glitch since only 2 people are watching? I don't think it's a glitch. I think only 2 people are watching. There's 5, yeah. Still, those are kind of oof numbers. But I guess these are my usual Saturday stream numbers, which is also very oof. It's tragic, trying to get more people to come to these Saturday streams. Oh. That's probably about accurate, right? 0, Guy wandering, Francisco. Yeah. Well, alright. We shall muscle through for a little bit. Meh. Kazuki got into her usual gaming position and stretched. She was about to start playing ESO. I chuckled as I opened the lid of my lunchbox. Everything was starting to return to normal. Inside the lunchbox was a sandwich that Kurisu made for me. Morning had come again. It was a Saturday, but it was one day of the month where we had to go to school on a weekend. We got in some sleep at the dorm, then took showers and came to school. Yui and Arimura still hadn't woken up, and we were staying at the clinic. But neither of them seemed hurt, and Kurisu and Uki were staying home to take care of them. For my part, I'd skipped out on morning classes to stop by the brain doctor that Dad referred me to. The results had been the same as Dad had said. No abnormalities in the blood vessels in my brain. Then, I think on the last stream, made a very casual, regular eye bleed moment. When I told Kurisu over the phone, she sounded relieved. Now, I wasn't feeling hungry, but I didn't want to let the sandwich just go to waste. I mean, couldn't you just save the sandwich for when you got home? It's unlikely that a sandwich would go bad before the day was over. Recapping last stream. Well, you know. I don't think Guy was here. Or no, Guy was here. You know, just so it's not lost to time. I took a little nibble of it and stared at the board. Is this over? Is the return of the new Gen Madness all done? The net had been in uproar. It still was. But not because something had happened. In fact, the uproar was because nothing had happened. I checked at a bunch of different places. TV, radio, and even the newspaper. But nothing happened on the 23rd that would make you think of the new Gen Madness. What is happening? Who knows? Oh, nothing, actually, Devin. It says it right here. Center of the screen. There were all kinds of rumors going on the net. This included a weird conspiracy theory that the killer had been captured, but because he was the son of a major politician, they couldn't go public with it. Is that like something they would keep secret in Japan? Because I feel like in America, that shit would get outed, like, immediately. The gossip, the drama that would come from a politician's child being the center of the news. Oh my god. People would be all over it. In the US. That'd be crazy. Oh my god, so-and-so's kid is doing this. You know? Most people thought that the return of the new Gen Madness was dead now that nothing happened on the 23rd. But the killer hasn't been arrested. Will the killings continue?
Oh,
Door sound effect. .mp3. Oh, here are blah 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 blah. Otaku, are you done at the hospital already? Yeah, they say I'm fine. Glad to hear that. Ito and Serika were both carrying lunchboxes. Kurosu had made their lunches this morning, just like she'd made mine. Pretty lucky you get to go straight to the clubroom and eat lunch the minute you arrive at school. They told me I could just go to afternoon classes. At that point, why not just skip the day? Like, if you already missed half the school day, then just don't go, right? Just call it a wrap. I wanted to take some time to look at the map and think. Got a modded 3DS that has the entire eShop and all the DLC. Nice. How big is that? Does it have to have like a hard drive hooked up to it to store all that in the memory? That's kind of wild. Or does it just have access to like a black market network eShop where all the stuff's hosted on some cloud server? Shinjo told us this morning not to do anything else, right? Yeah, but when has anyone listened to Shinjo over the course of this, like, entire game? Homie's always getting ignored. When we told Shinjo that there had been another attack by the person we believed to be Senri, he demanded to know why we hadn't told him sooner. Then he insisted that we never do anything so dangerous again. They really not do anything dangerous, they were just at the cafe, and then they got attacked. It wasn't really a big risk, and they mitigated it by all being together. You know. Well, it doesn't hurt to think about the case, does it? I put the lid on my lunch, having barely eaten any of it, and looked back at the map. We were at Cafe Lax last night. That's where it happened. The woman who I saw was the one who attacked us before. Again, these I feel like these are almost so simplistic. Like, why even include these as, like, gameplay segments? And she was a... telepath. By the way, it was a different power than pyrokinesis that was used on me in the cafe. She... showed me a delusion of me being alone. Which means that Senri has two powers. We don't know for sure yet. We can't be sure that another psychic is intelligent. And then the veins in your eyelids burst from the stress when you were attacked. And then we all moved to the dorm. Yeah, Dad gave me an exam, and then we waited for the 23rd day. With the Vice President and Arimura arguing about something. What was that again? Arguing? I think I remember. Nono said she didn't believe in psychic powers. Nono said she didn't believe Senri was the killer. Nono got mad that Hina was using her powers. Nono said we should let the police find the killer. Okay, see, this one's a little bit of a trick. I'm pretty sure the answer is Nono said she didn't believe Senri was the killer, but Nono has also said this, that the police should go be the ones doing the case. How can that be? People are dying. No one has died in 3 chapters. I can only get emotionally invested when people are being slaughtered in front of me. Welcome to the mental games? Well, I don't think it's that hard. I'm just saying, at least they throw you a little bit of a curveball. Because Nono has said this at one point. That's right. Kurisu said that Senri definitely wasn't the killer. Kurisu said she wasn't the type of girl who could do that. She knew because they were friends. And no one ever changes. But then Arimura said that she was lying. What did that mean? What Arimura said was a lie was... It was a lie that she saw Senri die in the earthquake. It was a lie that Senri couldn't hurt an insect. It was a lie that Senri's name was on the memorial. It was a lie that Senri hated seeing violence and blood. Dying in the earthquake. I remember. Kurisu said she saw Senri die right in front of her, but that was a lie. In other words, Kurisu didn't see her die. I'm sure Kurisu didn't like the way that we were treating her best friend as a serial killer. She probably just came up with a quick lie. Well, I imagine how she feels. You're right. Maybe I should be more careful about bringing up Senri when Kurisu's around. See, all Kurisu's character does is make everyone have to, like, fucking dance around on eggshells, like, every time her character's there. Well, we gotta be careful, let's not upset her. Oh, let's not talk about this, we don't want to upset Kurisu. Oh, let's not investigate the case, we don't want to upset Kurisu. Da, 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 da. Like, she just is a reason for all the characters to just act different. Like, everyone's behavior changes when her character's around. To a more annoying version of themselves. I stuck a paper up on the board. Uncertainty that Senri died in the earthquake equals she could be the killer.
そして問題はその後か。
The problem is what happened after that.
ああ。
Yeah.
青葉医院の1階でユイが
On the first floor of the clinic, Yui.
ドアがノックされるのを聞いたんだよね。
I just got the stream notification on your phone. Jesus. 25 minutes after I start the stream, huh? People finally get notifications. Brutal, man. That's why I always try to wait like at least 10 minutes, but yeah. I don't get it. Hey, Nix. You get the notifications before stream? Wild. I don't know why it's so different then. You heard a knock at the door, right? It was the same thing I'd heard at Cafe Lax. That woman's knock. I'm the one who knocks. This is the first time we can really see her, like, burn up close. I mean, we could kind of see it before, but it had been, like, discolored because she was all orange from the flames. Yui had seen a terrifying sight. An angry anime girl. Even I was scared back at the cafe. It must have been even harder for Yui since she didn't know. Yeah, poor girl. Fortunately, Yui didn't open the door. And apparently, the door was just fireproof or something. I'm not really sure why Senri wouldn't have just torched the clinic. But whatever. The famed arsonist had decided to spare the building from being set on fire and committing arson on this specific night when all the people she hated were contained in one single building. Wild. She'd quickly shut it and locked it, and saved us at the last minute. She ain't about that life until she is, but she's torched multiple things already, right? She's got a reputation as an arsonist. Hey, what's up, Junko? How's it going? But if she opened the door all the way... no, wait. I looked up from the map toward the scene. Something seemed wrong. What's wrong, Taku?
なんか思い出したのか?
Do you remember something? Sarika and Ito looked at me confused. Something's bugging me. It's like we just missed something really important. But nobody had died as collateral damage. That's very true, but... I mean, the other examples were just her maybe practicing her powers or something. We don't really know why no one else died as collateral damage so far. And again, she has more motivation to torch this building, specifically with collateral damage, because Taku's in the building. And she has been notably trying to kill him so far. Or both Taku and Arimura were in the building. So, if there was ever a time to strike and torch a building with collateral damage, that would be it. And so we don't really know if the other arson incidents were like her just testing out her powers or like why those were really happening. We don't know the whys behind those yet. So really right now it just seems odd that she didn't just torch the clinic. But who knows? Because so far, right, she hasn't really been portrayed as a character with like logic or reason, right? She just is so far like her only dialogue has really been "I found you" and then maniacal laughing and throwing fire everywhere. So it seems more like a, well, why wouldn't you just torch the building? Not really. It's not really likely that a character like that has like a moral compass of like, oh well, I can't kill other people. Usually the people with maniacal laughter aren't the big, like, no collateral damage people. You know what I mean?
Eh?
What? Hmm? Even Kazuki was surprised enough that she turned away from ESO2 to look at me.
大変なこと
Something important? Well, if it was that important, you probably would have remembered it.
ああ
So much happened last night with Arimura freaking out and me panicking. I didn't notice it, but I just think to myself, if Yui had opened the door. Of course, in all cases we've seen so far, that means she'd end up a victim. But that also means... That means... I looked at the map again. I've said it before, but all these cases have one thing in common.
って言うと
Which is...
それは被害者だ
the victims.
最初の事件こっち
The
見る
victim in the don't look case,
被
for
害者とはその
instance.
特徴次は音漏れた
Then the victim in the audio
被
bleed
害者と
case.
僕が目撃した
And the
回転
victim in
ベ
the
ッド
revolving dead case.
そして学園祭で起
Lastly,
き
the
たごっ
victim
つぁ
of
ん
the
で
morbidly obese
被
case.
害者とそ
The
の
murder
特徴
that happened at school.
そう事件
All
の
the
ター
victims
ゲット
were
になっている
psychics.
被害者は
No one else had
全
been
員
attacked.
能力者だだからこそ
That's
僕ら
why
は有村や
Arimura,
山添はずっと警戒していたわけだし
Yamazoe, and I were always so
Jesus.
cautious. Not to mention, I was the target at
Target.
Cafe Lax.
でもアウバリオ
But
に現れた
Senri,
南沢
when
千
she
里が
appeared
襲
at the
撃しよう
dorm,
とした
tried to attack. Pictures? Fuck, I was about to... I forgot what the disorder's called. Prosopagnosia. Oh my god, I have prosopagnosia. I can't answer this. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Why not? Didn't just say the character names. Oh my god, Zero Escape reference? Yeah. Or also real life disorder reference. But yes. I can't answer this. Yui was almost attacked by the woman at the clinic.
ユイだ
That's right, Yui. Oh my god. Senri tried to attack? Psychic? I stood up in shock.
まさか
That can't be right. Why not? Does that mean Yui's a psychic too? I mean, just have, like, Arimura walk up to her and be like, "Want to see something cool?" And then pull her D-sword out of nowhere and it'll freak her out.
マジ
You serious? It was far too late for it to make a difference now, but I suddenly felt a cold pillar of ice pressed up against my back. I was certain Senri had come to the clinic in search of me, Arimura, or Uki. And that Yui had only been caught up in all of this because she was unlucky enough to answer the door. But what if I was wrong? What if there was a reason she was after Yui? Oh, that was hard for me to believe.
これから確かめてくれ
We're gonna go see if she's really
本当に
psychic.
能力者なのかどうか
Well, Taku can't pull out his D-sword, so it's not like he'd be able to tell. He would need, Arimura's assistance for that. Or I guess Uki. She randomly pulled out her D-sword in the chaos of the fight. We still didn't really get a good view of Uki's full D-sword. it like only showed up in like a single frame. And then we saw her character sprite holding it, but because Uki is so small, it says he'll make a video stream to discuss how he felt about the visual novels and them never doing it. Did I say I'd have a separate stream for that? I don't recall saying I would have a separate stream for it. Just that I would talk about it at the end. You know? On the Zero Noah stream, you said that. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Mm.
悪い。
Sorry, did I wake you?
あれタクロに
Big bro?
学校は
Shouldn't you be at school?
早退した。
I came home early because I was worried about you.
またまた
You're being silly. Yui slowly sat up from the bed and smiled a tired smile. She must have felt dizzy for a moment because she leaned forward and grabbed her forehead. Wait, why is she getting an IV? She didn't, like... Nothing physically happened to her, right? She just got really scared? What's she getting an IV for? This makes her seem like she's undergoing a medical operation. Didn't she just get scared? I don't recall, like, anything actually happening to her. It looks cool. Does it? This makes it seem like she's really sick and or dying, I feel like. She must have felt dizzy because she leaned forward and grabbed her forehead. Her face was pale and the IV looked like it was painful. Yeah, so why is she getting IV treatment?
いいからそのまま寝てろって。
It's fine, you can stay lying down. Did I miss something? She just got spooked. Me after going through the haunted house in Halloween. Like, what? I don't get it. I didn't miss anything, right? Now I'm trying to remember if I, like, fucking noited out or something. What? Hey, what's up, Alpha? You can use it for efficient rehydration. I suppose. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because I feel like even if I was dehydrated, I'd have to be, like, deathly rehydrated for, like, me to go, hey, can you stick a needle in me? I would literally have to be, like, levels of dehydrated before I let you stick a needle in me. Else I would, other than that, I would be like, just give me a bottle of water. 80% of hospitalized patients receive IV therapy. Has she been hospitalized, though? She just got scared. I can't remember if there's a reason, but it certainly looks official. Yeah, I guess. It definitely looks official. Just a dad putting on a show of checking up on her to make her feel better emotionally. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I don't know. Sure.
でも
But
クレスに言いつけるぞ。
I'll tell Kursu on you if you don't. Those are always the best words to use on Yui. She frowned for a second, but then lay down and pulled up the covers. Where is her pillow? She's just laying flat on the bed?
有村は
Wild. Where's Arimura? The other bed in the exam room was empty. Taku is a snitch at SMH, yeah. Miwin Kurisu, scary. Also Miwin Kurisu, unlikable.
お昼頃
Around lunchtime, a detective named Shinjo came and they left. She said she'd be
出
back.
かけていった
Shinjo was probably asking her about what happened last night. I don't understand why Shinjo always takes Arimura somewhere for questioning. I feel like he knows her enough at this point to just ask her. Or like, obviously they might not want to ask her stuff in front of Yui. Like maybe just go out into the lobby and ask her questions or something, but... What was up with the PC? One of my hard drives had a, so I have 4 hard drives on my computer. Well, I had 4 hard drives. And on the 3rd drive, where I just had some, like, random files stored on it, like some video games and stuff, one of the files got corrupted. It was my Dolphin emulator, like, save file that got corrupted. And it, like, made the drive freak out. I'm not really sure why, but, like, basically, the program that installed, or the installed program got corrupted, which, like, corrupted the drive and made my computer crash. And then for whatever reason, when my computer was booting up, when it was, like, reading all the hard drives, because that 3rd hard drive would show as corrupted, the computer just, like, couldn't fully boot. So basically all I had to do was unplug the hard drive that was corrupted. And then, Hey, Andreas. Hi from Russia. What's up, man? But yeah, so basically, since I had the 4 hard drives plugged in... Hey, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it, man. Hello from US. Look at this. International problems being solved here on the QBI stream. But yeah, so when my computer was trying to boot up all 4 hard drives to start the computer, when it would hit that 3rd hard drive, the computer just wouldn't boot. And I don't really know why that was. So, but the solution to fix the problem, all I had to do was unplug that 3rd hard drive. And then after I unplugged the 3rd hard drive, the computer loaded up fine, and then I just plugged the 3rd hard drive in separately after the computer had been booted, and then I ran a file repair system on it, or like program. Like I just ran Windows's like internal file repair thing. And then I fixed it, but then I decided better safe than sorry, I've got more than enough like hard drive space, and I just left it unplugged. I didn't bother like putting it back in the computer plugged in. So now I just have 3 hard drives, but one of my hard drives is 10 terabytes, so like I'm not really like hurting for file space. You know? So I just didn't bother to plug it back in. So now I only have 13 terabytes of hard drive space instead of 15 now. Because I had 2 terabyte drives and 1 10 terabyte drive. And then my operating system solid state drive, which is a gigabyte. The 9 terabytes of Taku Nichicho furry art is safe. No, it was 2 terabytes and it was all lost on the terabyte drive. Kibai becomes like Takumi when his computer got damaged in the earthquake. No, because I actually fixed my problem and then rose above and just ditched the hard drive. I didn't even bother checking to see if the files were safe. I just wanted to figure out the problem of, like, what got corrupted on the drive. I wanted to know what, like, caused the issue. I just had to solve the puzzle. And then once I did, I was like, ah, okay, cool, moving on. But yeah, I unplugged the hard drive, and that was literally all I had to do. Which is kind of anticlimactic, right? Like, just unplug the hard drive. The problem is I've messed up some of the settings on my computer, and because because it kept booting to BIOS, I kept thinking it was something wrong with BIOS, or like something wrong with like the operating install on my computer. So I kept fucking around with BIOS, and I ended up like factory resetting my BIOS, which messed up some settings on my computer. Because I had some like fan and temperature settings set up on my computer to optimize gaming, and now it doesn't do that. Because like one of the things I had set on was that like some of the fans on my computer would only turn on at like certain levels of temperature for my computer. So like when my computer's idling, right? Because I have like a very extensive like gaming PC, and so I don't really need the fans. And it's got like, obviously because of that, it's got like 9 fans in it. But like I don't need all fucking 9 fans running all the time. If I'm not playing a game, like I only need like, you know, the basic like CPU, GPU fans running, and that's kind of it. But now the computer runs all the fans all the time. So I forgot about that like when I set to factory settings, and then earlier this morning I was like browsing like Reddit or whatever, like before I went to bed after I fixed the computer, and then I just like it like took me a second to realize it, but I was like, my computer was like, I was like, what the fuck? Like I'm not doing anything. Then I remembered factory default settings for the computer has all the fans running all the time. Which, like, would make sense, because that's, like, a normal operating system thing, right? For most computers only have, like, 2 fans. So the computer just tells the fans, be on, turn on and spin. But since I've got so many, because my computer's, like, built to, like, go really hot for, like, gaming and stuff, I don't want all the fans running all the time, because it doesn't make sense for it to. So right now, I'm just playing Chaos Child, and you can't hear it off screen, because obviously I've got, like, a filter setting on my mic, but my computer's just like, like, super loud, because it's just spinning all of them. Like, it makes sense when I've streamed, like, newer PC games, and we're, like, you know, I'm running, like, ray tracing and stuff for whatever game we're playing. And then the computer's, like, the fans are really working in overdrive. Like, that makes sense, because the GPU is, like, burning. But right now, like, I mean, I actually don't even know if Chaos Child, like, runs off my GPU. It might just go off the CPU, because it's just a visual novel. Like, I wonder if it even hits my... You know, let's check. We do a little Control-Alt-Delete. Yeah, no, I totally don't think this game even... Yeah. It's not even... It doesn't even, like... Either... The game is so efficient that the GPU is just not being used, or the game is so simple that the GPU is not being used. Because only 3% of my graphics card's, like, memory is being used. That's funny. Gotta flex my graphics card when I'm running my visual novels. You know how it'd be. I don't think displaying PNGs is that intensive. It's also running the COZ mod. How hot is my GPU and temperature-wise right now? What's 47 degrees Celsius? Holy shit, what? My GPU idles at 115 degrees Fahrenheit? Wild. That would explain why I was sweating so bad when I was fixing my computer last night, or when I was digging around to when I was digging around in the computer to unplug the hard drive, I was sweating so bad. And I even though I had the air conditioning on in my apartment and everything, I was just sweating. And I was like, what the fuck? Why? That makes sense. It's because I was sticking my head in a box that was 120 degrees. My CPU goes to 80 degrees Celsius under load? Yeah, that's wild. I can't believe all the fans are running right now and it's still at 46 degrees Celsius. I wonder what it runs at then normally when I have it in gamer mode, where the fans only turn up at certain degrees. Because factory default is all the fans running. But gamer mode only turns the fans up once it gets hot. So, what does it think's hot? At 200 degrees, does it go, okay, maybe we should turn on another fan? Anyone who can run Chaos Child on their PC is a true gamer. Based. You're going on a cruise next week? Nice. What an interesting, cruise path. Alabama to Jamaica. That's really funny. You'd never see that one coming, I feel like, when worlds collide. Yeah, that is two very different cultures meeting. You know, I just really like Southern country music culture, and then Jamaican culture. Alabama to Jamaica to New York to Italy to the moon. I was in my head trying to do trying to think of what a Southern Jamaican accent would sound like. I can't even really. Those accents would be so different. It would be hard to find a middle ground between the two. That Jamaican accent with a hint of that country drawl. I'm just trying to. I don't even know if you would mix the two accents. Maybe you would have a Jamaican accent, because I feel like that's more stereotypically more pronounced, but you would say Southern phrases. You know? I think maybe that's how it would, that's how it'd have to play out. I now want there to be a character in some anime or movie he's got a Jamaican accent, but he's like, howdy, partner. I'll get you there toot sweet. Y'all come around here often? Y'all come around here often, man? Nope, that wouldn't be it. Y'all come around here. Nah, fuck, I can't do it. You do like... This is probably already offensive because I'm stereotyping, but I'm just trying to mix two stereotypes together. Be like... Y'all come around here often, but no. Because even just saying those southern terms, like, you want to have the southern accent. But I'm trying to think. Like, you'd say the southern terms with a Jamaican accent, yeah? Like, you would replace, like, the, redneck Rastafarian. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. That would be a very interesting character. Like... You'd have to replace, like, the stereotypical, like, hey, man, with, like, howdy, partner. I'm not good enough at an accent to not do, like, the stereotypical phrases in a stereotypical accent. Or not in a stereotypical accent. That would definitely be an interesting way to mix things, that's for sure. This is voice acting training? Yeah, this is, like, new territory, though. I'm still in, like, beginner lessons of, like, being able to, I can't even do the stereotypes, let alone mixing and matching stereotypes. Always a good idea to avoid accidental racism? Yeah. Also a good idea. But yeah, I'm still at beginner levels of voice acting where you learn how to do the stereotypical accents. Have you taken any online classes? Yeah, I've started. Nothing like really in depth, but I've started taking some of my voice acting classes. I signed up for a voice acting class a couple months ago, and I haven't really started it all that much besides the first couple lessons. So that'll be one of my goals. We'll figure out a redneck Rastafarian voice. We'll get it down. But I think that's how it would sound. I think it would be like that Jamaican accent, but you would say like southern US like phrases. I think that's how it would come across. I finally saw a word I understand without problems. Racism. Ayo. What does that mean? Ayo. Anyway, let us continue. I'll just gracefully bow out of this subject. Shinjo is asking Arimura about what happened last night. Is she feeling okay? Yeah, Arimura looked okay. I see. She told me to tell you thanks. Huh? My eyes went wide as I looked at my foster sister. Arimura said thanks? You probably misheard her. That's not true. Arimura is a good person. I think she's grateful to you. If you didn't hear it wrong, she must have just gone temporarily crazy. I pulled up a stool to Yui's bed and sat down. Then I watched her as she was lying under the covers. She's very clearly not lying under the covers. There's no covers. This is literally just a mattress. Oh, wait, is this supposed to be the pillow? That, like, cube? Wild. That would hurt your neck so bad, I feel like. Can you imagine? Will I get a dub for the upcoming 4th delusional science entry protagonist? Nah, probably not at the 4th, but maybe like the 6th. I might be renowned enough to be able to do it then. By the 6th, because that'll probably be like another decade before the 6th one comes out. I would love to do that. Even if I was just like a side character, that'd be cool. GGs are expensive. Box pillow. I had used a pillow when I was like, when I was really sick once. It was painful. Yeah, I bet, dude. Can you just imagine your neck being at that like sharp 90-degree angle to lie on the pillow? All right, guys, I'm gonna lay down in bed now. Oh my god. I feel like even if you weren't lying on your side, because I lie on my side, but even if you were like that would hurt. It feels like you would have to intentionally make it that cube shape too. Because like a normal pillow is just like a bag stuffed with cotton, right? Or like feathers or whatever pillows are stuffed with. Like memory foam. They're basically just bags filled with soft stuff. So to get it into that box shape, you'd have to like... I don't know, maybe you could just cut memory foam into like a cube. Like, what are pillows commonly filled with? Are filled with feathers? What do you mean? You need a lot of those to feel something? Feathers are definitely like a very common, like, pillow filling. So it looks like the most common pillow things: polyester, feathers, down materials, or a combination of the two. I can't use feather pillows, or like feather and down pillows, because I'm like allergic to them. What the fuck is a down material? What? Did you not know that, Francisco? Maybe it's just an American thing. But usually, like, the expensive, fancy pillows are filled with feathers. So when I was younger, I used those, like, polyester cotton pillows. So I guess down materials are like cotton and stuff. Feathers in pillows sounds like fiction from cartoons. Nope. Nowadays I use memory foam pillows, but yeah, like I said, it's just because I'm usually allergic to like the feather and natural materials ones. Yeah, feather pillows are like super common in the US. In fact, that was the pillow I sat in for my I put on top of my chair. I bought like a feather pillow for chair here because I remember a couple streams ago I mentioned like how uncomfortable like my gaming chair had been getting lately. So I bought a feather pillow to sit on the chair or on the gaming chair so I'd be more comfortable. Let's see. I can probably take a feather out of it right now and show you. Yeah, hang on one second. Let me take one out. Show you I'm not kidding. Ugh. It's a little smashed because I was sitting on it, but see? I don't know if can I get the camera to focus on it? Well, you can still kind of tell. Real booting, the little feathers? Yeah, it's like thousands of little feathers. Are like stuffed into the pillow. Only to use that as cushioning, you need a lot of it? Well, yeah. But that's why they're the fancy ones. But yeah, feather pillows are in cartoons and stuff, but like I mean, it came from somewhere, right? Someone didn't just randomly think one day, Lamau, what if there were feathers and pillows in our cartoon? Yui's a good listener? I feel like Yui's pretty bossy. I feel like she wouldn't want to listen to you talk. She would want to say what she wants to say. She's more knowledgeable about pillows? Yeah, she's gonna go tell her dad, why the fuck do we have a box pillow? What is this shit? Garbage. It might have been the first time I'd ever looked at her like this, come to think of it. Did she really have some kind of power? It just seems hard to believe. Maybe I was mistaken. I hoped I was. People were saying that the killings were over, and that the return of the New Gen Madness was at its end. But the killer still hadn't been caught. The idea of a killer being after not just me, but Arimura, Yuki, and now Yui was too scary to contemplate. I gotta question the song Land Down Under. What does that mean? The underworld? What's this Land Down Under? What song is that? By Men at Work? I would imagine it refers to... Oh. Well, according to Google, it means Australia, is what they're referring to. I was just gonna say that they were probably referring to genitals, but apparently it means Australia. Close enough.
何?
Huh?
どうしたの?
What's wrong? As I try to figure out the best way to explain things, I had a very uncomfortable voice. She must have noticed that I was just staring at her silently. Is Australia dangerous? The wildlife in Australia is certainly dangerous. And also for a while, Australia held a very strict stereotype of being very dangerous, because Australia used to be just a massive prison. I don't remember exactly, because it's been a while since I heard this, but I believe Europe used to ship their prisoners to Australia. So for a while it was just known as a dangerous place. Yeah. So anyone that committed crimes in Britain and Ireland were moved to Australia. It was a prison colony for the British. So I think that's just how they held their stereotype of being, being very dangerous. Because the wildlife there, and because Britain and Ireland sent all their prisoners there. And yeah, like outlandish, wild, poisonous animals, aggressive animals, and prisoners. That's why Australia stereotyped is very dangerous. Though obviously it's been like 100 years since Britain sent their prisoners to Australia. But like, I imagine I'm not British myself, but I imagine that's still like a prevalent stereotype in Britain. You Australian? Oh, you must be a criminal then, huh? I mean, it must be a prevalent stereotype still, because I live in America and still know of that stereotype. So, who knows? This is definitely the face of someone noticing that they're staring. You were staring at them. My sister was looking at me in confusion. I think the most dangerous are the animals, not the people. Yeah. But in a zombie apocalypse, people are always the biggest danger. Well. Oh, everyone's still here. Otaku. Welcome back. It's not time for him to be back, is it? Oh, what, you can skip, class, but I can't? I was also chased by a serial killer last night, Kurisu. Kangaroos are the criminals. Bro, have you guys ever seen, like, videos of kangaroos flexing and shit? Wild. Absolutely wild. I'm sure most people have at this point. But if you haven't, just stop and take a quick Google of, like, what kangaroos look like. Maybe just Google, like, kangaroo flexing. Yeah, dude. It's so funny, because kangaroos in, like, media, like, cartoons and stuff, are always portrayed as these little, like, almost, like, big rabbit-like creatures. Of, like, because I used to always think kangaroos were, like, little cutesy things, because they're, like, always portrayed as, like, deer or rabbits, like, very little, like, like, innocent creatures. But in reality, they're, like, fucking just jacked. They're more like horses, if anything. Like horses or a donkey. Like a muscular creature. So they definitely look more like a work animal than like a deer or a rabbit. But like media always portrays them as like big rabbits or deer. Like just kind of like small, innocent creatures. You can die if a kangaroo kicks you? Yeah, I believe it, dude. They're huge. They're definitely more like horses or horses or donkeys. Like a more powerful four-legged creature than you would think. Like how a horse can kill you? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you couldn't die from a deer kicking you unless it hit you, like, just right in the head. But, like, you could probably die in general from a horse, yeah, kicking you in the chest. And then, like, just like a kangaroo could kill you if it kicked you. If you Google kangaroos, the top questions are like, why are kangaroos so jacked? But yeah, so a kangaroo would definitely be more like a horse or a donkey. Like something that's like genetically much stronger. Because like deers aren't really that strong, and obviously rabbits aren't. But in media they're always like real cutesy little big rabbits. Nope. Those things will viciously maul you if you're left unattended, or if you threaten the kangaroo. Which is just hilarious, because I feel like I only learned that like a year ago. I used to always think kangaroo were just like some cute little animal. Nope. vicious and buff. Well, I guess not vicious wouldn't be the right way to describe it. They're like pretty docile, but they can get vicious if you like offend them or like get near their kid. But like deer, unless they had like really big antlers, they're probably not going to do anything to you. They'd probably sooner run from you. Hell, even deer with antlers would probably run from you. Oh, hit the wrong button. Kurisu was standing at the door, holding a tray with a bowl of rice porridge. Uki was sitting next to her in a pair of spare pajamas. With a pair of spare pajamas. Kurisu put the tray next to the bed and looked at me, concerned.
学校早退したの？
You left school
どこ
early?
か具合でも？
Are you not feeling well?
ごめん、そうじ
No,
ゃなく
that's
て
not it.
ちょっと気になることがあ
Something
って
was
さ。
bothering me.
気になること？
Something's bothering you? Yeah, you know, the serial killer that was chasing after me the following night? I'm still a little shook about that. Is that weird? Hey, a serial killer tried to kill me last night? Just distressed a little bit. I know it's a weird reaction, but... Even if Yui was a psychic, I still wasn't sure if I should tell Kurisu about it. Here we go, dancing around those eggshells around Kurisu again. She'd just worry more. But she cared about her sister, I knew that. It's probably better if she knew.
どうすれば
What's the
確か
best
め
way
られ
to
るか
say it? Then I remembered that method that Mio had used on me. I glanced at Uki. She probably wouldn't like it, but it was the only way I could think of.
なあ、ユイ。
Hey, Yui.
ん？
Hmm?
ゆうべのことをあんまり思い出し
I
た
know
くな
you
いと
probably
思
don't
う
want
け
to
どさ
remember a lot about last night, but...
有村とそこ
Did
にい
you
る
see
山添
Arimura and
手に
Uki
何か
holding
持ってい
something
る
in
の
their
なかった
hands?
か？
Huh? Kurisu and Uki were shocked too.
何かって？
What do you mean?
二人は
Did you see them
剣のような
holding
ものを持っ
things
てい
that
たん
looked
じゃな
like
いか？
swords?
剣。
Swords?
ねえ、タクル。
Taku, what are
あ
you
なた、
saying?
何を言ってるの？
Kurisu grabbed me by the arm. She couldn't see a D-sword herself, but she knew exactly what I was asking.
ユイ、そんなの見てないわよね。
You didn't see anything like that, right? No, I
見て
didn't.
ない。知らない。
Nope. Ooh, she did. Yui must have been surprised by Kursu's sudden outburst. Yeah, but she's gonna make Yui panic into lying about seeing the D-sword. It was obvious she was telling a lie. I could see from the look on her face she thought she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to see.
山添、ごめん。
Uki, I'm
お前
sorry.
が嫌なことを頼
Can
む
I ask you to do something I know you won't want to?
もしもユイがそうな
If
ら
Yui is one, I'll have to
犯人が
protect her
逮捕され
too
るまで
until the bad
お
guy's
前や
caught.
有村と同じように
Just like I'm
僕
protecting
が
you and
守らないとい
Aimura.
けないから。
Okay.
はい。
Uki was surprised, but she seemed willing to help her old friend. She put the pajamas on the bed and stretched her hand out into empty air.
ユイさん、見ていてね。
Yui, watch carefully, okay?
あ、
What's going on?
ウキちゃん、ダメ。
Uki, no! It's not like her seeing the sword now is gonna change whether or not, like, she's a gigglomaniac. She's not Schrodinger's gigglomaniac. Like, she is a gigglomaniac whether you want it or not, Kurisu. Like, even if she pulls the sword out or not. Kurisu let go of my arm and grabbed onto Yui. At every moment, Kurisu desperately trying to drag out the story. No! She's going from one person to the next, trying to slow their story arc down. As if she was trying to stop Yui from seeing the sword.
クリス、
Hirsu, I'm sorry.
でも手遅れになっ
We
てから
have to
が
know
遅いんだ
before it's too late.
だからほら見えるだろ
You
ユイ
can see what's in Uki's
山
hands.
添の手に何があるか
Right, Yui? Why can't I? I want to see Uki's sword. Okay, cool. Here we go. Dope. Uki slowly drew it out of thin air. Because see, all we saw yesterday was what was basically was in the character sprite, which was only from like here up. This is pretty sick. It looks like something from World of Warcraft. Like, it looks like, I don't know, do kids still know what World of Warcraft is? It looks like Arthas' sword from World of Warcraft. Except obviously the horns are a bit longer. But looks like it would be named Soul Edge. Let's see. Let's put up Arthas' sword side by side. Arthas' sword is called Frostmourne and looks kind of similar to this. Let's see, is this a PNG of it? The hilt is weird? Well, yeah, the hilt's supposed to be over dramatic, but it basically looks like a... In my opinion, it looks like an anime version of Frostmourne. That's the first thing I think of. Let me see if I can find a picture of Frostmourne. It's the World of Warcraft character's sword. I can't really find like a good JPEG or like a PNG of it, so whatever. We'll just show a picture of it. Here's the sword I'm talking about. What's so tiny? What the fuck? Like, it looks kind of like an anime version of this sword. See what I mean? That's Frostmourne, which is in World of Warcraft like this ancient blade. It's like what the Death Knights use in World of Warcraft. Very cool. See, it kind of looks like an anime styled version of it. Because you can see, like, it still has, like, the skull design on it, and then, or, like, the skull design on it, or here-ish. And then it's still got, like, those, the horns on the hilt as well. And then it's also got, like, the blue motif and stuff, but... Yeah. Just looks like an anime version of that sword. Which is cool, I've always liked that sword. Very neat. Uki's sword shone with a light no normal person could see. It was a weapon that connected reality to the direct sea and its ocean of negative energy. A D-sword. It looks so funny in Uki's hand, though. Because she's so small. So in practice, it also seems like it'd be so hard to hold like this. Like, she's holding it like a guitar, almost. It was obvious that Yui's eyes were following Uki's sword. You can see it, Yui? Remember the D swords don't have weight? Yeah, but you would think because they don't have weight, you would hold it like a normal sword, right? Because it wouldn't weigh anything. But she holds it like very much like a person who could not really support the weight of it. You know? Like when you hold something that's like too heavy for you, you kind of have to like hold it above your head. Or like something that's like too heavy, you kind of gotta hold like this. Like up like that, like get your whole like back and shoulders into picking it up. That's kind of how she holds it, right? Like it's too heavy for her, so she's got to get like everything into it instead of just using her arm muscles to hold it like this. She's got to be like to pick it up. That's why it feels like it looks in her hands. It looks like it weighs a lot. Because if a sword didn't weigh a lot to you, you would only have to use your arm muscles and could have like straight posture while like holding it like this. But she's very clearly like struggling to lift it, like arr. Can you see it? Yui looked like she was about to cry, and then she nodded slowly.
Yamazoe, もういい.
Yuki, that's enough. Thanks. The D sword disappeared from Uki's hands. There was nothing left but an awkward silence. Man, Yui must be kind of a prodigy. Uki had to get fucking experimented on to get her D sword. Yui just has one. Well, I guess Yui doesn't have her sword. She just has potential. This can't be happening. I was right. Yui is a psychic. And Senri almost killed her last night. October 24th, Saturday. It's almost my birthday.
この匂い、どこかで。
I know the smell. Well, that table certainly looks, bloody. That was the first thing Shinjo thought as he ducked under the crime scene tape and went inside the third-floor condo. Here we go. I spy a juicy murder that happened on the 23rd. Or maybe it happened a day late. Whatever. A murder has occurred. He knew this smell, but from where?
Ah, そうだ。
Oh, that's right.
ニューヨークで。
New York! I like how he says New York in English. Well, I guess you'd have to, right? It's an American city. When he was training in America, a local colleague had taken him to a cheap steakhouse. Hang on, I want to hear him say that again.
あ、そうだ。ニューヨークで。
I always like when they saw Japanese people say like American words and it just they add like what would be a normal prefix or suffix in Japanese to like American words. I always think it sounds really funny.
あ、そうだ。ニューヨークで。
New York day. Because I'm assuming that's like a Japanese suffix that he's adding to it to make it sound like, or to make it be recognized as like a formal place or location. So it just sounds funny. I don't know enough about Japanese to know like what that extra sound is, or if he's just saying it weird.
あ、そうだ。ニューヨークで。
New York day. Alabama desu. Exactly. The waiter had brought him a disgusting grilled lamb steak. Dude, that sounds good. What do you mean disgusting? The smell was a mix of rotting animal blood and burnt fat. He hadn't taken a single bite. Bruh. Sounds delicious. That was precisely the smell that filled this room right now. The source of the stench was in the middle of the room, on top of the dinner table. The forensic people must have finished their job, because it already had a sheet placed over it. Now it was just waiting to be carried out by the coroner. Shinjo put his hands together for a moment in silent prayer, then flipped up the sheet. I like that the implication is that he's like praying for the dead guy, but you can actually see once you see he flipped over the sheet, you can understand the context of, and especially with seeing the CG earlier in the game where he's like when they're doing the autopsy and he's got like the handkerchief over his mouth, you can tell he's praying to actually not throw up as soon as he pulls the sheet up. I like this little bit of characterization here. Like from the earlier CGs where Shinjo's like, oh, dead body. This prayer is not like for the passing of this dude. He's like, please don't throw up. There it is again. The second he saw it, he yanked his handkerchief out of his pocket and forced it to his mouth to stop himself from throwing up. And I like that the coroner, or like the investigation dude here, is like, bruh, aren't you a detective? Haven't you seen this shit? He's giving him like that major side eye. Like, this is looking too sick? This isn't even like top 5 of my crime scenes, dude. But I like that little bit of characterization for Shinjo. A very queasy detective. The second he saw it, he yanked the handkerchief out of his... I already read that. He knew it was disrespectful to the dead, but he couldn't help it. How's it disrespectful? Hey, bro, your shit got fucked up. I'm sorry, that's so gross. Good evening, sir. He looked up and saw a younger detective talking to the forensic people. The detective lacked his usual energy. This is probably the worst case he'd ever seen. Shinjo didn't want to look bad in front of the younger kid, so he forced the handkerchief away from his mouth. Why do people do that? Why is that the instinct that people have before they throw up? To be like, oh! Because I feel like this would be worst case scenario, right? Like if you puked and you went like this, you would just puke on your hand. Wouldn't that be gross? And then it's just in your hands? Now it's a disaster. Ugh. Yeah, good evening. Have we identified the victim yet? I think the thing that makes you throw up is the smell. I don't know. I would imagine in a scenario like this, what makes you throw up is the visual, right? If some dude's like goose got cooked, like seeing the corpse would make you queasy. In Japanese, that D sound can mean in English. So, in New York is Nyoku D. Can you speak Japanese, Wandering? I have like no idea what you said. That's why you have to cover your mouth and nose. But yeah, you're probably right. That's probably true to some extent as well, Francisco. I would have thought it was the visual, but you're probably right. The smell is also probably pretty bad. Like once he lifted up that cloth. Go back to the line he said. Nah. It's funnier in my head if it's just funny Japanese noises. But, yeah. I was originally just thinking it's the visual, but yeah, you're right. Once he probably lifted up that cloth, he probably got hit with a wave of, like, dead body smell. That was probably pretty gross. Well, the body's in bad shape, and she's not wearing clothes. All we know for sure right now is she's a woman. Somewhere between her teens and 30s. He could see hints of the charred flesh that indicated the body had once belonged to a woman. But the face was so burnt that there was no way to distinguish any features. Rip. What was even stranger was that it looked like a metal stick coming out of her mouth. The rod came all the way out from below her abdomen, like a skewer used to cook a kebab. Gross. About 10 days ago, we got a report of a piece of rebar being stolen from a nearby construction site. Found it. We should let the construction site know we found their rebar and ask them if they want it back. Hey, do you guys want this? The detective flipped open his notepad. Rebar? You mean those steel bars used to reinforce concrete walls? I always think it's so funny the like random things this game decides to like explain in dialogue. Like it'll go over some pretty complex shit and then just be like moving on, and then it'll stop to explain stuff like rebar to you. Yes, sir. That's what's coming out of the victim's mouth. I think I saw this in an old movie once. It was an old 80s horror flick that he'd seen with some friends in college. The movie was about a bunch of travelers who got lost in the jungle and eaten by cannibals. In one scene, someone had been cooked like this. What's that movie? '80s horror. Cannibals in the jungle. I don't know why I made a typo on like every single one of those words. Cannibal Holocaust? Is that what the movie's called? What an obscure movie. Wasn't that movie banned for some time? I'm sure. Huh. There was one more thing. The horrific scene in front of him called to mind a number of other incidents he'd seen in recent times. Indeed, it was without question that he was reminded of the return of the new-gen madness. This another one? No, it's not the 23rd anymore. I mean, time of death was probably still on the 23rd, though, yeah. On October 23rd, the killer had spent the whole day going after Taku and his friends, which meant that the target had to be one of them.
Shinjo-san?
Shinjo? Sorry, continue. Shinjo put the sheet back on the body and made another short prayer. I think this time he's actually praying for the deceased. Gotta get quick stretching. I haven't been able to identify the victim. I think it's safe to assume she's the resident of this apartment. She has no identifying information in her own home? Haida Riko, right? That's right. Wait, I thought they just said they couldn't identify it. He flipped through his notebook and relayed to Shinjo what he'd learned from the condo's manager. 18 years old, single, lived alone. Supposedly, she worked for a tech support company out of a temp agency. But when I tried to call the agency, they didn't exist.
あるい
Either
は
they went out of
水
business
商売のた
or
め
it's a
の
front
ダミー
company
会社
for
って
prostitution
可能性
ring.
もあるな。
その線については今
We're
洗わ
looking
せて
into
ます
it.
で、会社が
What
彼
makes you
女
think
だ
she's a
と思わ
victim?
れる根拠は？
Or what makes you think she's the victim? Shinjo took out his own notebook and started to copy down the things he thought were important.
はい。契約以来
Well, for
ど
one,
うも
there's
本
no
人し
sign
か
of
この
anyone
部
but
屋へ
her
入った
coming
形
to this
跡が
room
ない
ever
ようなん
since
で
she
す。
moved in.
ん？
I'm sorry?
鑑識からの報告では
Forensic tells me
室
that all
内
the
から出た
fingerprints
指
and
紋や足
footprints
跡
in the
は
room
本
probably
人
belong
と
to
おぼしき
her.
ものだけで
There's no sign anyone
不自
wiped
然
them
に拭き
away.
取った跡なども見られません。もちろんそれ以
Of
外の
course,
指紋も
there's
ない
some
わけ
other
じゃないんですが
fingerprints, but they're all
どれ
old.
も
They
古い
probably
もの
belong
で
to the former occupants
おそら
or
く
maintenance worker.
以前の住人や
Forensics
業者
thinks
だと
they
思
can
わ
be
れます。
ruled out.
鑑識もまた玄関の靴跡も
The only shoe
会社
marks
の
in
も
the
のしか見
entrance
当たり
belong
ませ
to
ん。
her as well.
遺体発見時
When we
玄
found
関
the
には
body,
2つ
both
の
doors
鍵
were
の他
locked
に
from the inside,
内側から
and the
チェーン
windows
ロックが
too,
かかっていました。
which means it has to be her.
窓もしっかり施錠されていたので本人に間違いないかと。
Shinjo felt like he was gonna faint.
じゃあ、
So how'd the killer get in here and do this?
犯
It's
行
a
に
locked
及んだ
room
んだ
mystery. Oh my god. It takes some serious equipment to roast an entire person. You couldn't get that in here without leaving any traces. Would it take some serious equipment? To, like, set someone on fire? I mean, shit, if they were wearing the right clothing material, you could set someone on fire with a match. The younger detective must have been thinking the same thing.
これで普通の死に
If
方を
she
して
died in a
た
more
これでは
normal way,
自
we
殺
could
って
just
こと
write
で
it off as an
新庄さん
unalive
の手をお借りすることも
without
なかっ
having to
たんです
bother
け
you,
ど
but
死に方に普通も何も
there
ない
is
だ
no
ろ。
normal way to die. I mean, dying of old age is a normal way to die. Set someone on fire, but it doesn't spread to the whole room. Well, it wouldn't spread to the whole room if the table was just made out of, like, metal. And it obviously spread a little bit. It set the lamp on fire. But if, like, she's burning on the table, and the table's not flammable, the fire's not going to go anywhere.
すいません。
I'm sorry, sir.
1階のエントランスに防犯カメ
There's
ラ
a
があ
security
ったよ
camera on the first floor, right?
ええ、部下が
Yes.
管理人
One of
室
my
で
men
録
is
画のチェ
looking
ッ
at
クを
the
始めて
footage
い
in
ま
the
すが、
manager's room
今
right
のところ
now,
は何も。
but he hasn't found anything yet. And he's not going to, because no one ever finds in any murder, no one ever finds anything on the cameras. It'd be too easy. They just have to say that to cover up the plot hole. Hang on one second. I'll be right back. Think the Noids killed her? You might be right. They may have. The Noids get us all in the end. I like have squirrels living in my wall or something, and I keep like not telling my apartment's like maintenance because I don't want them like ripping apart my apartment to like get the animals out of my wall. But they're starting to get so loud. I think they had like babies or something, and like now all the babies are in there. I'm in your walls, yeah, literally. Well, the thing is, like, there's a tree where the branches, like, touch the side wall of my apartment. And I think in the winter, they must have, like, moved into, like, a crack in, like, one of the outside walls or something. Because they're not, like, obviously in my apartment, but, like, I think they got into, like, the insulation level from the outside. And I think they, like, hibernated over the winter into the apartment, and I think now they have like woken up and had kids or something because they're like constantly making noise. And I haven't, like I said, I haven't put in a maintenance request because I don't want them to come in because I know they'll have to like rip up the wall to like get the animal out or something, and I just really don't want them to. But at some point, I'm going to have to, because they seem so loud, I'm pretty sure they're going to break something. Or, like, rip through the wall. I don't know. Anyway. One of my men is looking at the footage in the manager's room right now, but he hasn't found anything yet. I see. Shinjo looked at the victim and then at the forensic people. They were frowning as they talked. From the look of it, you won't be able to determine the time of death. Correct. Now without an autopsy. If the smoke alarms went off, we would have known right away, but the two of them looked up at the useless devices on the ceiling. They're broken, I'm told? Correct. Who broke them? If hers are the only fingerprints in here, it has to have been her, right? Why would she do that? Shinjo couldn't make sense of it. I'm not gonna lie. I broke my fire alarms in my apartment. I guess not broke them, but I took the battery out. Well, I guess to be more accurate, the battery died in my fire alarm. And then it started to go like, you know how fire alarms when the battery die, it goes like beep, 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 beep. I didn't have another battery to put in the fire alarm, so I took the battery out, and then I just never replaced it. I'm like 90% sure, again, if I went to the management office in the apartment and was like, hey, I need a new battery for my fire alarm, it died. I think they have to like legally provide that to me. But I haven't bothered. I just don't care. Risking his safety so he can have peace of mind. Yeah, I just want someone to be able to torture me, you know? I didn't get to reiterate it because of what happened last stream, but I want to give a trigger warning due to some particularly grotesque events that may happen. The game is overall pretty dark, but I just want to be sure. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair warning. We might get some more POV man-child events. No idea. I've never seen one either. The forensics people all say they can't figure it out. Even gasoline couldn't do this. Well, how bad this girl get cooked? We didn't even get to see it. Is it that bad? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm not really fazed by gore. As I mentioned before, I like grew up watching horror movies and scary movies as when I was like a little kid, right? So I'm pretty used to this. But yeah, someone who's a bit more squeamish, I suppose. Just watch the stream muted in another tab so I can still get the view, because I'm pretty desperate for that view count. As you can see, it is very low. Please help me. I'm pretty desperate. Pretty desperate for those views. We might end up having to power through some of CC. It is definitely struggling to compared to Chaos Head in the view counts. There was no smell of gasoline at the crime scene anyway. The only stench here was that of burning meat. I saw this on TV once, but never mind. Say it. I think it's because we're outside the regular schedule. I mean, even in general, like, the last couple barely hit 100, even in the regular schedule. Like, look at the last couple episode view counts. Like 110, 150. But yeah, my Saturday streams just kind of struggle in general. Come watch me on weekends, please. I stream every weekend. You won't get mad if I say it? Well, it depends on what you say. It was a special on a psychic phenomenon around the world. One section was on spontaneous human combustion. Stop it. Shinjo poked the younger detective's head lightly. The detective apologized, but Shinjo hadn't stopped him because it was too unbelievable. He'd stopped him for the opposite reason. He was probably right. Which meant he didn't want any rumors flying around, especially within the police department. Pyrokinesis, I think they called it. Damn, shooting this detective down even though he probably, like, solved the case. Shinjo, how can you do that, bro? Homie out here figuring it out, deducing the answer, and he goes, nah, stop. Mio, Arimura, and Taku had all used that word repeatedly. It was the power to set things on fire with your mind, and they said the woman that was after Taku last night, Senri, had it. Was this Haida Riko woman attacked by a pyrokinetic then? He came back to the same conclusion he'd reached earlier, but then shook his head. That doesn't explain it either. How'd you get the rebar used to skewer this woman inside the room? And how did she actually skewer the woman? Shinjo looked at the large window that dominated the room's east side. The curtain was open, and he could see the chaotic city of Shibuya outside. If the building was taller, the view would be impressive. But from this height, you could see the dirty backsides of the surrounding condos and multipurpose buildings. It was hard to call it a nice view. I probably made the rent a lot cheaper, though, he thought to himself as he examined the window. If the killer had used some kind of power to get the rebar in from the building across the street, the window would have been shattered. Does the window not open? Is it some kind of anti-opening window? But there wasn't a scratch on the window. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere by myself here. He hated to say it, but he needed a specialist like Mio. So for now, he decided to focus on gathering info.
Shinjo-san!
How is Mio also a specialist of investigating crime scenes? I feel like she's very Mary Sue. She's a specialist kind of in everything. What? A light tap on his back brought him back to reality. I got word from the guy looking at the security camera. He found a clear shot of the victim's face.
そうか。
He did? Let's go. When Lee finally got out of the room, he felt like he could breathe again. Disrespectful to the dead or not, he took a deep breath when he got outside. I mean, I feel like you'd still want to always get that deep breath after you were in a room that just smelled bad. October 12th? Why is it the 12th? He went down to the first floor and looked at the video on the monitor.
管理人の話だと、ハイダリコさんは
He
必ず
said
カメラ
Haida
から
Rico
顔を
always
背け
hid
るよ
her
うにしてい
face
た
in the
そうなんです
camera.
が、
取られたくない理由でも
Is there some reason she didn't want to be videotaped?
渋谷地震の時に顔
Her
にや
face
けど
got
を負った
burned
とか
during the
で
Shibuya
人に
earthquake,
見
he
られる
said.
のを極端に
She
嫌ってた
hated
らしい
people
です
seeing
ね。
her.
ああ、それで
So that's why.
ただこの時は一
But
瞬で
this
すが
time,
偶
he
然映っ
happened
て
to
し
get
ま
a
ったようで
glimpse
す。
of her. The timestamp on the screen indicated it was late at night on the 12th of October.
10月12日
Isn't that?
それって確か
He remembered writing that day down, so he flipped open his handy-dandy notebook.
ああ、そうだ。
That's
宮下
right.
君たちが
That's
初め
the
て
first day
人数の
Taco
1000
and
人に襲われた
Arimura
って
were
いう夜
attacked
だ
by
な。
Senri.
先輩、ハ
Here.
イダリコさん来ました。
Here's Haida Rico, sir. He quickly turned his eyes back to the screen. In the video, the door to the entrance opened and a woman came staggering inside. I was gonna say, oh, she's got a big walking stick. But I think it's the rebar, isn't it? Me when I find a cool stick. Yeah. Yeah, it's the rebar. Perhaps her leg didn't work right, or maybe she was injured, because he could tell she was dragging it. Her hair covered her face, making it impossible to read an expression. When in the walking animation, though, it doesn't look like she's dragging the leg, because you would think one leg would be like back a bit if she was dragging it.
おい、
Wait,
あれって
is that?
ええ、
Yeah. Shinjo and the other detective gasped. Haida Rico was holding a long object in her hands, something like a staff, and using it to support herself. It looked exactly like the iron rebar that was currently skewering her body.
まさか自分で持ち込んだ鉄筋で
She was skewered on the rebar that she brought in herself? It was just a recording, but Shinjo found himself holding his breath, as if he was watching live footage. She walked right by the security camera. It did seem like she wanted to avoid showing her face. However, she must have tripped on something when she was right under the camera, because she staggered. When she did, her hair flew backward, and she could finally get a glimpse of her face. What? What glimpse of her face did he get here? She's not flying backward either. Hair! Hey, what's up, AK? We found some woman who got, like, barbecued in her apartment. She was set on a skewer and then, like, roasted. What pretty eyes. Didn't you say we wouldn't get footage on the camera? Yeah, did you call this footage? This fucking mess? You can't see anyone from this. Looks like she's got a big ass mop on her head. This isn't footage. Shinjo's eyes went wide. It is a woman! It looks just like her. All of her features matched the description. They were identical to the composite sketch based on the description by someone who barely survived an attack by this woman. What features? You can't see anything. Literally, I don't think you can see her face at all. It's just hair. I mean, I know in the game they must be seeing something different, but still. The girl in the video was. Don't worry. I'll stay with you every minute until it's safe, Yui. Okay. Hey, cheer up, okay? The good news is, Yui, you might have a cool power. Okay. Yui nodded. She was still pale. Not only had she gone through a lot last night, but she just found out she was psychic. She wasn't looking good. I would be so pumped if I was psychic. Especially if it was a cool power that would let me fight a murderer. If it was something dumb like being able to tell if someone's lying, I'd be like, oh, this sucks. But if it was like telekinesis, worth it. Come at me, murderer. Throw a fucking car at you with my brain. I explained to her what I thought she needed to know. And then I told her that no matter what, she must never be alone. I mean, she always has her brother with her. It was true that the return of the New Gen Madness had come to a temporary halt when Senri hadn't been able to kill anyone yesterday. But no matter what the rest of the world said, it felt far too early to declare this whole thing over. But their current understanding is being psychic equals someone wants to murder you. Yeah, but cool powers. Worth it. You know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm a little excited. Huh? It's been so long since I've gotten to take baths with you or sleep next to you. That's what you find exciting? Not that she's gonna get a cool power? Another common Kurisu L. Oh. You grew up so fast and started looking out for Yuto as his big sister all the time, you know? But sometimes I just want you to be my little sister that I can spoil. Aw, jeez. Yui smiled just a little. What about Yuto? He can stay with Dad for a while. I told him he could sleep with us in here, but I guess he's too embarrassed. I told him I don't mind, but... Well, you were his first crush, big sis. Oh, but don't tell him I told you that. I'm honored. Hey, Taku, you hear that? You better try harder or he'll steal my heart away. Taku says, not interested. Sometimes Kurisu would say things like that to enjoy my reaction. Are you glad we have a new Gigalomaniac? No. Lately, I'd gotten a lot better at not reacting the way she wanted me to. I simply snorted, and she puffed up her cheeks and pouted. So about your power, you really have no clue what it is? You said you wanted another. Yeah, I wanted a cool one, though. The small smile vanished from Yui's face. I don't know. We already have one lolly sword user, I don't need two. Does anything special seem to happen around you? Special? Maybe with you? Like what? Like I know when he's lying and stuff. Oh, don't tell me you can double up on Arimura's power, that's also boring. It's not a psychic power. Every big sister can do that. I can always tell when Taku's lying. Don't bring me into this. This time my don't react skill failed me. Kurisu chuckled, finally satisfied. Damn. I felt annoyed for a moment, then I realized Kurisu was trying to send me a message.
なるべくユイを怖がらせないで
Try not to scare Yui if you can, okay? Is what she seemed to be saying. Fucking dancing around eggshells because Kurisu's in the scene. She was right. No! We need to know what her cool power is. A normal girl like Yui would never be able to handle knowing there might be a serial killer after. So make her feel better about getting a cool power. Kurisu was deliberately pretending to be cheerful. I realized my tone had probably been too harsh and relaxed.
他にはないかな。
Anything else?
どんなことでもいいん
It
だ
doesn't matter what.
他に
Anything else? Yui looked down and thought for a moment.
そういえば本当に時々だけど
It doesn't happen
ユウの
often,
声が聞
but
こえ
sometimes I
る
feel like I can hear Yu's
ような
voice.
気がする
Can you stop thinking about your brother for like 10 seconds and think about what other cool thing you might have?
声
His voice?
うん例えば
Like when he
ユウが
forgot
忘れ
something and
物を
he's
し
in
て困
trouble,
ってたり
or if he got
怪
hurt and
我を
he's
して泣い
crying.
てたり
When bad things
そうい
happen,
う
I
良
hear
く
it
な
like
い
that.
声が聞こえてきて
Why are we also not checking Yuto for this power? Did we just immediately write him off as, like, not having the psychic powers because he's not an anime girl and he's not the protagonist, so therefore he probably just... It's probably not even worth checking if he has the power? Is that why? They're like, he's not an anime girl. He's not gonna get a superpower in a sci adventure novel. I don't even fucking check him.
それで急いでユウの学校へ行くと本当に怪我をしてたりするの
The pyro is after Yui. I also feel like it's a huge stretch to say that he was that the pyro is specifically after Yui, because Taku, Arimura, and Yuki were all in this building as well. I mean, obviously she's ended up being psychic, but it seems like kind of a specific stretch. Because they were all up on the second floor, so it's not like she was going to be able to knock on the second floor door. You know what I mean? It would have been just as easy that, like, she was trying to get to the people upstairs, but she had to knock on the first floor thing, and Yui was just there. So kind of a stretch. Taku has the power of the protagonist. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that's why they didn't even bother attacking Yuto, or checking Yuto for powers, just because he's not a protagonist and he's not an anime girl. So why bother checking? I'll hurry to use school. It'll turn out he really did get hurt. Didn't it say they checked him? No, I'm pretty sure it didn't say that they checked him. I'm pretty sure he's just immediately being written off as, like, not being an anime girl. Yeah. Yuto L. Try being an anime girl next time. Anyway, I'll hurry to use school and it'll turn out he really did get hurt.
なるほど。
I see.
それかも
Maybe
しれない
that's it. What a lame power. I wasn't a specialist, so I couldn't say for sure, but maybe you could call it telepathy between siblings. Z. Mio might know for sure, but for whatever reason, she had it out for us, and there was no way I was telling her about Yui.
ユウトにはそういうことはない
Does
の
that
か
ever
しら
happen to Yuto?
大丈夫。あいつ
Don't
に能
worry.
力はない。
He doesn't have any powers. He's not an anime girl. Don't get crazy. There can only be one anime boy with powers, and that's me, the protagonist. I'd already checked yesterday. When did he check yesterday? Whatever. They're just dismissing Yuto. Fuck it. Anime boy, get out of here. I'd shown him Uki's D sword. He hadn't shown any response.
なんだか私はユウの心配してるのに
Fucking
ユウの方はそうで
get
もないみたいで
obliterated, Yuto.
ちょっと尺だけど
Next time be an anime girl if you wanted cool powers. When there isn't a scene for every event. I mean, if we can have an entire chapter dedicated to a bunch of pointless festival scenes, we could at least show plot-relevant scenes where we're checking if people have powers. You're gonna give me an entire chapter of nonsense. You better give me chapters of, like, actual checking out characters. I wonder if the other sibling has a drawing of a teddy bear. Oh, God. It feels like I'm worried about you, but he's not worried about me. It kind of makes me mad.
でもいいよね
I guess that's a good thing. That means he's safe, right?
あ、あいつはターゲット
Yeah,
にされ
he
ないはず
shouldn't be a
だ。
target. When Yui heard that, she seemed to feel better. Japanese high school visual novels and anime love school festivals? Yeah, I know. And it's always the same thing. And also, it's pointless to clarify high school visual novels, implying that there are ever visual novels about non-high schoolers in Japan. Kurisu softly put her hand on Yui's head and rubbed it.
本当にいい子ね
You really are a good girl. Is she a dog? What's happening here?
や
Hey,
やだ
stop.
やめてよ ダメです
No. Kurisu grabbed Yui before she could escape and held her tight. She looked like she was about to kiss her at any second.
ユイ好きよ
I love you, Yui. I love you.
布ねがなんか
Big sis being creepy. Help me, big bro. I couldn't help but
気が済
smile.
むまでやらせてやれよ、ユイ。
Just let her do it until she tires herself out, Yui.
やだ
No, save me. She's weird. Just when I thought it was safe to leave them. The three of us froze at the sudden sound of a knock. These kids are gonna have PTSD from people knocking on doors for, like, the rest of time.
まさか。
We're inside the
中だ
house!
ぞ。
The knocks continued. Kurisu stood up and positioned herself between Yui and the door. I motioned for her to step back and put my hand on the doorknob. I remember the terror I felt at Cafe Lax and gulped. To be honest, I was afraid. I was petrified! But I was the only one who could protect them right now. Does Zero Escape count? Yeah, I guess Zero Escape and Somnium Files counts as, like, non-high schoolers. But I guess Nirvana Initiative doesn't count. Because Mizuki's a high schooler in Nirvana Initiative. But Date's a 30-year-old man in the first Somnium Files, so... And he's the main character. So I guess Somnium Files counts and Zero Escape does, but that's like it. Danganronpa doesn't count? No, Danganronpa is about high schoolers. Literally, they're the ultimate high schoolers. So Danganronpa is like peak what I'm talking about. They are not. They're literally high schoolers, Francisco. What are you talking about? They're literally the ultimate high school students. That's their thing. And Hope Peak Academy is a high school. In Japan, high school is seen as the end of childhood and a time where your life changes. In the US, college is like that. Yeah. That's why I always want college stuff. But remember the missing memories? Yeah, but that would still make them high school age. They only lose like 2 years of memory, so they start off as like all first years in high school, so they would still be like third years in high school by the time they remember stuff. I'm pretty sure the missing memory is only like 2 years worth of stuff. And I mean, either way, the whole premise of the game is in a high school. So like, still, even if you really want to stretch it, you don't really escape that. Characters are 20 when Danganronpa 3 takes place. That's like the end of the series, though. So, I mean, if in 2 out of the 3 games you're in high school age, in the 3rd game you're not, I don't think that automatically makes the series not about high schoolers. Because even then, the new protagonists of Danganronpa 3 are high schoolers. Like, the new characters introduced in that. So that's, like, really a stretch. Let's see. I'm actually still not even... I'm pretty sure they're still 18 in Danganronpa 3, but... So, Makoto is 20 in Danganronpa 3. A stretch. But I mean, still, are you going to argue that the premise of... I mean, we're really getting to... I mean, Francisco really wants to get into the minutia and kind of actually it here. But I mean, is the premise of the game not a bunch of high schoolers? And the description of the characters are still ultimate high schoolers? Even if the big plot twist is like, ooh, they're slightly above high school age. I mean, we're really nitpicking it at this point. The only ones that are high schoolers are the ones in V3. But the premise of the game is the high schooler. Like, it's still, it's a high school setting. And the premise is they're all high schoolers. There's a plot twist is like, actually they're 18 years old. Like, in the Japanese dub, they're super high school level. Oh, well, there you go. Ultimates is just the US localization. Lamau XD. I mean, yeah, still. So I think that's definitely, yeah, kind of a stretch. to really not call Danganronpa a high schooler game. I think we're stretching it. So what were our examples? Just Zero Escape and iSomnium Files? Ace Attorney. Yeah, I guess Ace Attorney. Though the Psychic Girls are like high schooler age, yeah. Phoenix Wright's Partner. You played Knights of the Old Republic, is it good? Not really. I would wait till the remake comes out. I was not a huge fan of Knights of the Old Republic. I didn't like the combat. It'll depend on it, if you like it or not, because it's very turn-based. Even though the game does not play like it's turn-based. I did a stream of it, yeah. So you can watch my stream of Knights of the Old Republic if you really want. It's one of the first Star Wars games I ever played, and since I've never seen any of the Star Wars movies, it's one of my minimal exposures to the Star Wars universe. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of it. Just because it's got this, like, weird combination of... like, live but not. Also, it's not very clear when you miss sometimes. Because, like, you know how in turn-based games you can sometimes miss? I don't feel like Knights of the Old Republic makes it feel, like, good when you miss. Not like it ever feels good, but, like, visually it gets frustrating, right? Because, like, your character will very clearly, like, hit the enemy, and then, like, the random stat roll, because it operates on, like, a Dungeons and Dragons type thing, where, like, your character will do the action, right? They'll do their lightsaber swing, and the lightsaber will cut into the character, and then, like, the dungeon master, or, like, the AI in the game will roll the dice on whether or not your, like, character hits, and then sometimes it'll be, like, you know, Cubi missed, even though you very clearly see, like, the animation of the hit go through, and then it's like, you missed, and then you're kind of like, what the fuck? But there's, like, no dodge animation for the enemy, so it's just, like, really... It's clunky. I mean, it's an older game, so it's kind of, again, that's kind of a nitpick, but I didn't like it because it didn't feel satisfying. And I'm just not a fan of that kind of combat where it's like, I would rather, like in a Knights of the Old Republic style thing, I would rather be the person, like, doing the force attacks and being the one swinging the lightsaber rather than clicking the swing lightsaber button, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to open a menu, select swing lightsaber, and then the character swings it. I want to be the dude moving my character, swinging the lightsaber. So I wasn't a huge Knights of the Republic guy. But, I mean, like Alpha said, it's really cheap, so if you want it, you can get it. But they're working on a remake, so if you really want to play, I would just wait for the remake. And then in the meantime, you can watch my live stream of Knights of the Old Republic. I'm pretty sure I beat the game. If you really wanted a Star Wars game to play, I would get Republic Commando instead. Those are the two Star Wars games I've played. And Republic Commando is really good. That's not true. I played a third Star Wars game when I was a kid on the computer, but I don't even remember what it was called. And I've always wondered what the game is, but I could never really figure it out. I remember it was like some game where you had to, like, move these droids into, like, cages or something. And and it was like in a desert. I played it, I was really young. I mean, I must have been like 4 or 5. But yeah, I don't remember what it was called. So really, I only have like a conscious memory of playing like 2 Star Wars games. Let me see. Let's just do a quick Google. Star Wars game droid PC. Oh, I found it. Holy shit. Star Wars Pit Droids. Oh my god, yeah. This is like one of the first games I ever played as a kid. What the fuck? Star Wars Pit Droids. Yeah, it came out in 1999, so I was 4 years old when I played this. I can't believe I remember this from I was literally 4. Actually, technically I was like 3.5 when the game came out. How do I remember this? I want to play this like really bad now. My parents must have gotten this for me because it's called it was by LucasArts Learning Studio. And the game is like interesting. So the game's a logic and reasoning puzzle game, and it develops skills such as hypothesis testing and geometry. My parents always did have me play, like, learning games when I was a kid. Like, I remember playing a lot of those reading games as well. So I guess it's not super surprising that I played this. Because, like, I always wanted to play video games, and yeah, my parents got me into, like, those educational games. So that must be why I remember playing this. This was the kind of game that must have gotten me into, like, liking to solving puzzles and stuff. Cool. Dude, I'm totally gonna try and play this after stream. I have a whole library of like new modern games on Steam, like 500 plus games that I could be playing, and I'm gonna play a PC Star Wars puzzle solver from fucking 1999. Let's go, baby. Played Force Unleashed. I own Star Wars Force Unleashed. I never played it though, but I do own it. I don't know if it's good or not. I've heard good things about it. Nice. I'm gonna play this after stream. Anyway. What's his face? Taku's the only one. The abrupt transition back to game, sorry. Taku is the only one that could protect them. I'm just not dramatically invested because right now, because I'm like 90% sure the person knocking on the door is their dad, but they're playing this up for a bit. Hello? Oh, it's alright, Mura. Close enough. Same thing.
Huh?
Huh? Suddenly, I heard an easygoing voice come from the other side of the door. Taku-senpai? Can I come in? Or are you up to something naughty with Kurisu-senpai? It's just you? Oh, hey there. Hey there, me. Don't knock like that. You know I have knocking-based PTSD. You can't do that.
え
What?
そういうわけにはいき
I
ま
have
せ
to
ん
knock.
ってば
What if I walk
変
in
な
on
場
you
面
two
が
in
見
the
ちゃった
middle
ら
of
どうするん
something?
です
僕とクルスで変な場面なん
Ursu
て
and
な
I
い
are
から
not going to be in the middle of anything.
なんか用か
Anyway, what do you want?
あ、はい。
Alright,
ちょっと宮代先輩に
I need
話
to
がある
talk
ん
to
で
you. Got a second?
いいですかね。
僕に
To me?
ダイニングに来
Can
て
you
も
come
ら
to
っ
the
ても
dining room?
なあ
Yeah,
構
that's
わない
fine.
けど
私たちも行った
should
方
we
が
go
いいか
too?
しら。
If you guys needed to go, Kursu, she would have just started talking about it in the bedroom. God, she's so nosy. Obviously, you guys don't need to come. Kursu poked her face out from behind me and asked. Arimura stuck her hands out and shook them, and looked to me like a deliberate overreaction.
いえいえ。
Oh
クルス
no,
先
you two
輩と
just keep
立
being
花
on
姉は
lovey
その
dovey.
ままラブラブしてて OK っ
I
す
only need to
よ。
talk to Taki
話っ
senpai.
て宮代先輩にだけなんで。そう
Is that so? Arimura said her usual adios, gracias to a confused Kurisu, and then dragged me out of the room.
なんだよ一体
What's up?
クルス先輩にはまだ
I don't
ちょ
know
っ
if
と
this
の
is something
話なんで。
Kurisu senpai should hear yet. Walking on eggshells, cause Kurisu's a character. Da-da-da-da-da. Huh?
とにかく来てください。
Just come with
見
me.
てほしいも
I
の
want to
が。
show you something.
ああ
Okay. I followed Arimura as she hurried away from Kurisu's room.
ああ、タク。
It's Serica! Oh my god! Kurisu will never be ready to see Serica. Oh no. Oh, Taku. How's Yui doing?
もう大丈
I
夫だ
think she's okay now. She's
落ち着
calmed
いた
down.
そっか。
I see.
よかったね。
That's good to hear. Uki was in the kitchen washing dishes. She looked at us, and she let out a small sigh of relief. Even if Uki hadn't seen her for a long time, Yui was still her friend, and she was still worried about her.
ひなちゃん、お茶飲む？
Uki?
ウキち
Or
ゃんが
no.
入れてくれた
Arimura
の。
want some tea?
とっても美
Uki
味し
made
い
it.
よ。
It's really good.
ああ、いえ。 私
No,
は
I'm
そろ
about
そ
to
ろ
go
家に
home.
帰ろうと思ってるんで。
Yeah? I turned to look at Arimura, surprised. I thought she was staying here, because there might be another attack.
ひなちゃん、帰っちゃうの？
Arimura, you're leaving?
もっと
Stay here
合
some
宿
more.
していこうよ。
We got no school
明日
tomorrow, you know.
学校お休みだし。いやいや、
No,
宮代
no.
先輩
I
のお
can't
父
cause
様
any
に
more
こ
trouble
れ以上
for
ご迷
Taku's
惑をおかけ
father.
するわけには。
And to be honest, I wasn't expecting to stay this
ぶ
long.
っちゃけこんなに
So
泊
I'm
まり
out
込
of
むと
clean
思って
underwear.
なかったんで、下着の替え。
そんな
You don't need to worry about that
別に遠慮しなくても。
stuff. I don't mind if you wear it multiple times.
おっと、ド
You
変態め。
pervert.
限
You
界
think
を
it's
突破
okay
した
for me to
下
show
着を
you
遠慮なく
used
見せつ
underwear?
けていいと？
Or what are you demanding I show
む
it
し
to
ろ
you?
じっくり見せろ
I
よ。
may owe you for letting me stay the
一緒
night,
に
but I'm not
あの
going
女
that
があろ
far.
うと、そいつは聞けねえ要求だな。
Arimura pressed down on the hem of her skirt.
誰がそんなこと要
Who's
求す
demanding
るか
anything? That's not
そう
what
い
I'm
う話
talking
じゃない
about.
だろ
Street Fighter teaches a valuable lesson. Yeah, the valuable lesson being how hot Jury is. Am I right, boys? Am I right? Ah! Sorry, another stretch.
じゃあ何ですか？
What are you talking about?
だから事件
I
が
just
終わ
thought
った
you
っ
were
ていう
staying
確
here
証
until
が
we
得ら
were
れ
sure
るので
this was all
有村
over,
もここ
right?
にいないか
It's safer that way.
その方が安全だろ
ああ、なるほ
Oh,
ど。
I see. Where is Ito? Is this only anime girl night? Why is Serica here? Arimura scratched her cheek. And then she took a more serious look.
セリ、ウキ、悪いんだけど、
Sari, Uki,
ちょっとだけ
I'm
外して
sorry,
く
but
れ
can
な
you
いか
guys
な。
leave the room for a second? She spoke pointedly to them. The two of them exchanged glances for a moment, but Arimura wasn't allowing any room for discussion. They left. Why is Sarika just randomly here? But not Ito. I'm doing a Once we were alone, Arimura sighed a little and took her phone out of her pocket.
宮代先輩に話って
This
いう
is
の
what I
は
wanted to talk to you about.
実は
Huh?
つい今しがた
I just
新
got a
庄さん
message
か
from
らメール
Shinjo.
が来まして
He wants the two of us to confirm
私と
something
先
for
輩
him right
に
away.
大至急確認してほしいことが
新庄さんから
From Shinjo?
すごく嫌なものを
You
送
sent
り
me
つ
something
けられ
awful.
ました
That man has no
デリ
tact.
カシーがないんでしょうね大嫌いですあの人
Arimura handed me the attached image and looked away from the phone as she handed it to me.
それ防犯カメラの
He
映
says
像
this
の
is a
コピー
copy
だ
of a
そうです
security
よ
camera video. Security camera? What I saw in the video was the face of a woman I would never forget. You don't see her face! I feel like the game so often, like, misdescribes, like, the background CGs that you see. You could just say here, the figure of a woman I would never forget. You know? That would completely correct this.
南沢千里
Sendri! My reaction was the opposite of Arimura's. I couldn't tear my eyes away.
間違いないですよね
You're sure that's her, right?
じゃあ
Then
新
you
庄さん
tell
には
him,
先輩
please.
からそう
I
言っ
don't
とい
want
て
to
くだ
talk
さ
to
い
him anymore.
私あの人とはもう話したくないから
I recognize that haircut. Yeah, I mean, right, like, just the figure, the form, the profile, the silhouette. Literally any other description word other than I recognize her face. No, you don't.
ああ分かった
Yeah, okay.
これど
Where was this? Arimura seemed annoyed.
その女のマンションとかメー
The
ルには
message
書いて
said
あ
it
り
was
ま
her
したけど
apartment building or something.
マンションを見
They
つ
found her
け
address?
たじゃあ
They take her into
南沢千
custody
里は
then?
逮捕されたのか
I finally managed to tear myself away from the screen and look at Arimura. She shrugged.
似たよう
Well,
な
more
も
or
のです
less. So it's
だ
okay
か
for
ら
me to go
私は
home
家
now.
に帰っても平気になりま
Thanks
し
for
た
everything, senpai.
お世話になりました
Hmm?
ウキも立花姉も
Tell
もう安
Uki
心
and
して
Big
いいみ
Sis
たい
they
です
don't have to
よ
worry now.
どういうことだ
What do you mean?
死にましたそ
She's
の
dead.
女
The woman's dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. That's what she should have said. That would have been much funnier. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Huh?
Huh? Arimura spoke without any real emotion.
死んだ
Senri is dead?
南沢千里が
ええクルス先
Yeah,
輩にはう
you
ま
should
く
come up with a
伝
way
えて
to
くだ
break
さ
the
い
news gently to
私
Kurisu.
そ
I'm
ういうの
terrible at
苦
that
手なんで
stuff.
それじゃそういうことで
Anyway, that's
あ
what's
とは
up.
よろしくです
Thanks again. She grabbed the phone from my hand and quickly deleted the photo like it was something filthy. Then she bowed and left me alone.
セリウキ話
Sorry,
終わったよ
Uki, I'm done
私
talking.
帰るから宮
I'm
代
going
先輩の
home,
相
so
手して
keep
あげ
Taku
て
senpai
寂
company.
しがってるよ
He's so lonely. I could hear her voice from the hallway. I could also hear Sarika, Uki, Kurisu, and Yui all talking. They were probably all saying something like, oh, you're leaving at this hour? But I didn't hear their conversation well.
南沢千里が
Senri is dead.
死んだ
The serial killer who was after us is gone. Yep, that's it. Game over. Really gonna be bored for these next 4 Slices Life chapters. Now that the killer is dead, it's all over, boys. Yes, this truly was a chaos slice of life. Arimura is my favorite character. Is that odd? No, I don't think so. She's the one that has the most personality. Ugh. Haida Riko's condo was cut off from sunlight by the surrounding buildings, making the whole place feel somehow gloomy. Mia was standing there, her eyes as cold as ever. She'd gone through all the wooden shelves and colored boxes on the walls. She'd read every last document and receipt and found nothing. Maybe because she's not a detective. She's a brain scientist, not a detective. You're sure there's nothing in what the police took, right? Yeah, I looked at all of it, I'm sure. Several days had passed since the death of the woman they believed to be Senri. The body had long since been taken out for an autopsy. A few pieces of evidence, like the table the body had been found on, had been taken by the police, but Shinjo said the clue she was looking for wasn't among them. There's nothing here. Am I wasting my time? Does eating brains make you smarter? That's true. Maybe Mio ate the brain of a detective at some point, and that's why she has detective skills as well. She spent 2 hours searching the room. Even she was starting to feel a little concerned, but she shook her head to drive the thoughts from her mind. Next, she pulled out the magazines and manga from the shelf and began to check if anything was hidden between the pages.
No.
Hey.
Nanda.
What? Shinjo was leaning up against the wall and watching her, with a frown on his face. This room was completely locked. There's no sign of anyone but her ever being here. And the rebar that killed her was something she even brought here herself. What of it? Just how'd she die? Regardless of whether it was a murder or unalive. I'm not a detective. Don't expect me to solve your locker room mystery for you. That's not what I mean. I'm asking for your opinion on how a giglomaniac could have died. Shinjo sounded unhappy as he turned to look at the spot where the burnt body had been found. A giglomaniac is different from what you typically imagine when thinking about someone with psychic powers. Their powers can only be used when there's someone else around for them to share their delusion with. Is that true? That seems like kind of retconny. In other words, if this really was a completely sealed space, which no one else's eyes could perceive the interior of, no matter whose eyes they might be, then Senri would have been no different from a normal person. She wouldn't have been able to use her pyrokinesis. That's always been a thing? But didn't Taku, like on multiple occasions, delude himself into thinking like Senri was real? Or not Senri, Seira? Yeah, his anime figure. Like he had like real interactions with her. And when he fought all of the Senri like clones that beat him up, like they physically beat him up in the subway. They had to have been real booted, right? And he was the only like person there. It was a Noah 2 attack, I guess. I don't know, Chaos Head really has a lot of those, like, stretching of the rules. Can't really think of any other specific examples off the top of my head. I don't really remember a lot of the story. I know they explained it like that, but I feel they contradicted that a number of times. Yeah, but I definitely feel like that as well. I feel like you just don't understand Giglomania. No, I understand Giglomania in this game. I feel like Chaos Head just did a really bad job explaining it. And there, like AK said, I also feel like there's a lot of contradictions. Like, I feel Chaos Head contradicted itself a lot. I don't feel like this game has had those like same issues. Because Taku on multiple occasions has like not been able to use his. It's very straightforward. It's so not. It's so not in Chaos Head. It's very straightforward in this game, and they definitely do a better job of showing examples. But Chaos Head is not straightforward, mostly because of the contradictions. I'm sure the general was using his powers alone. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I know in this game, Taku needed, that's what I'm saying. It's much more clear in this game. Because Taku needed Kurisu around, or so, he, like, couldn't, like, use his psychic powers when he was alone to, like, lift things. Like, when he was in his room, he was thinking about practicing his abilities, and he was like, oh, wait, I can't, no one's here. So, like, they've kept the rules consistent in Chaos Child, for sure. But I feel like real booting requires you to have someone around. I know that, but we're saying that Chaos Head, I don't think, stuck to those rules 100%. I'm not saying this game is loose on the rules. I think this game has been much tighter on it, but I'm pretty sure... I can't specifically think of an example, but I'm like 90% sure they contradicted that in Chaos Head. I don't think this game has violated its own rules. I think this game, they've kept it very steady in this game. But it just feels like that was a new rule that was added specifically to this game. Yeah, I know that bothered me in Chaos Head, but I'm pretty sure there were other examples. There's just a lot of technicalities and weird situations in Chaos Head, yeah. I can't specifically think of any example, but I'm like 90% sure. Because this isn't even just delusions, like this is just straight up, like, they can't even use their powers without anyone else. Like, so they can't even have delusions without anyone else to, like, send the delusions to, right? Their powers can only be used when there's someone else around for them to share their delusions with. So, like, she can't even... So she shouldn't even be able to have delusions without other people there. Sharing the delusions means real boot. But I feel like they would say real boot. It's not like real boot, like... She would say their powers can't be used... Or their powers can only be used when someone else is around for them to real boot the powers. Like, because real boot has already been an established term in this... Or phrase in this game. So sharing delusions feels very specific. Because real booting is already an established concept. So I feel like the wording there is specific. And Mio is a character that's very, like, meticulous. Like, she would say something the way she means it. And she wouldn't care if, like, the other person didn't understand. So she would say, if she meant real booting, she'd say, real boot. That's why I didn't know it's required. Yeah. Maybe. She was seeing a delusion by a porter. Yeah, but then the porter and Anonymous are sharing the thing, because there's someone else there. Wandering is right, sharing delusion is real boot, they're the same thing. Okay. But they've established real boot in this game. Like, Mio already explained what real booting is. Like, there was that scene in the cafe where she explained the difference between, like, the sword, but she explained the difference between the D sword being delusion and real booted or not. But yeah, like in Francisco, in your example, like the person carrying the porter and Anonymous were able to share the thing, so that's why the power worked there. But LCC goes deeper into the concept. Can't tell if troll or not. To be honest, I wouldn't overthink it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to overthink it. I just feel like, again, this is like, it's something that's, like, again, this game being very specific. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure... I said this earlier in the game. I'm pretty sure they took criticism from Chaos Head and have used it for Chaos Child. Because everything seems like much more... like... everything seems much more clear-cut. It doesn't seem like there's as many, like, vague things in the rules. Like, it does seem like Chaos Child's much more consistent. Or at the very least, it feels more consistent. And like I said, it's an improvement. I don't think it's like a critique or anything. I just think, like, that's a thing that they felt from Chaos Head was like, okay, we need to make this shit clear. And I do feel like this game is more clear. I'm just saying this feels like a specification applied to this game. When Remy attacks Senna with a delusion, it was only a delusion in Senna's head, nothing real booted. Yeah, that too. Like, she was able to share the delusion. Not real, without real booting it. So that's like the same thing but different. Because she shared the delusion specifically. I don't know. It is an enigma. That is Chaos Head. Truly, only the writer would understand.
だが、ここは閉鎖空間とは違う。
But this place wasn't completely sealed. Take that window, for instance. If someone was looking through there. Gas had never really broke its own rules. I still don't believe that. I definitely feel like there was more than one contradiction in the story. Because, like, I haven't had that thought through, like, Chaos Child. I haven't felt that. But I definitely have felt that in Chaos Head. Where I was like, that doesn't make sense. On, like, more than one occasion. But I've never had that feeling so far in this game. In the 8 chapters so far, I've never been like, how can this person do X? Chaos Head had a lot more Giglomaniac shenanigans. Well, yeah, I know, but that's what I mean, is like, it had so many more, they occasionally had to get loose with the rules so they could have more Giglomaniac shenanigans and stuff, and have them do more conflicts and interactions. But, yeah. This place wasn't completely sealed. Take the window. If someone was looking in through there, it would have been easy for her to share a delusion with them.
いや、そこまで
I
は
thought
俺
of
も
that
考
too,
え
of
たさ。
course. Like Shinjo's. I thought of that, of course. Obviously.
なら
What's
何
the
を悩む
problem?
ことがある？
Nothing here either.
ここもダメか。
Mio finished checking all the bookshelves and looked around the room, uncertain of what to do next. There wasn't a lot of furniture or appliances. The place was rather plain. The closet and desk were the first places she checked, but she still hadn't found what she was looking for.
ここに住んでいたのが南沢
Somebody really did live here.
例
I
の
was
因
sure
果
I'd find
に
at
つ
least
なが
some
るヒン
hint
ト
of
く
the
らい
committee.
出てくると思ったんだが。あるいは奴らのことだ。
Or knowing them.
私より先
Did they get here before I
すでに
did?
回収済みということか。くそ。
Damn.
大体
It's been too many hours
事
since the
件の
murder.
発生から時間
I
が
thought
経
I'd
ち
been
すぎ
able
た。
to look at this place immediately.
直
I
後
might
に
have
こ
been
こを
able to
調べ
find
られた
something.
連中を出し抜けたかもしれないのに。
She looked over at her shoulder and glared at Shinjo. It took effort to stop herself from bitching him out. Fine.
上等
I'll
だ。
find them anyway.
絶対に突き止めてやる。
Mio decided to search the whole room once more. All the paperwork inside the messy desk used the name Haida Rika. It was nothing but receipts and utility bills. But there was no sign of a bill for a phone or internet. She had neither, it seemed. There was no sign of even having a landline.
確かに。電話がどこにもないな。
That's right, there isn't a phone anywhere. She looked around the room and found the phone jack, but it was covered in dust and showed no signs of ever being used. The only things she found among the papers were receipts for food and drinks from a convenience store. Senri never cooked. Convenience store food was all she ate. Relatable. Well, up until like 6 months ago. Relatable. Miho, your voice is echoing.
これじゃあ食費も
Hey,
バカに
Hunchy.
ならなかったろ。
What's up, man? She must have spent a lot of money on food, I bet. How'd she pay for it? The police were trying their hardest to find out, but there was no sign of a bank book or credit card in the room. And they didn't know anything about her bank account either.
金の出所は
The committee wasn't paying her? If I could at least find her bank account, I could start trying to trace it.
尻尾がつかめるもの。
南沢千里は23日の
Has the committee been brought up in this game until now?
宮代君たちの前に姿を現してる。
Or does she know Momose is a part of the committee of 300? Because they're being very vague with it. She definitely doesn't know about Momose. Yeah. It does seem weird that I feel like they're randomly bringing it up. I don't recall the committee ever being brought up in this game. Maybe she did when going through the underground hospital? Boom, they are now brought up, yeah. Anyway, Senri was seen by Taku and his friends between the night of the 23rd and early morning of the 21st, or 4th.
そして
Numbers.
焼死体となって
And it was the night of the
発見されたのは
24th she was
その
found dead,
24日の夜
which means she died sometime after
と
her
いうこ
last
と
sighting.
は彼女が死んだのはその間ということになる。
Wouldn't that mean she didn't target her powers on anyone? I guess she must have just made eye contact with someone randomly in the crowd, right? Okay, I'm guessing that's the explanation for it. She only just diluted it. But then why could Taku see it? Because don't you need someone to share the thing with? Gigolos can see other gigolos, non-booted delusions. Does that mean, like, Taku's telekinesis in this game is a real booted delusion? I guess it is, then? He can't, like, delude picking something up? I don't know. I still feel like it feels very hand-wavy. But whatever. It was the night of the 24th that Senri was found dead, which means she died sometime after her last sighting. Mio had been so lost in thought, she hadn't even realized Shinjo was talking to her.
Huh?
What's that?
I'm
saying that there were 20 hours between the last time Senri was seen and when her body was found. That's plenty of time. But we have no clue about what happened during those 20 hours. Or even what Senri was doing during that time. She didn't even come back to her condo. What? Mio's expression changed for the first time. She doesn't show up on the security footage record on the 24th. That's impossible. How'd she wind up dead in this room then? That's the big question. The guy who checked the footage must have missed it. I checked. There was no mistake. Shinjo closed his eyes and rubbed them. Caused himself a good bit of eye strain. I'm having someone else check the video, but I have no idea what this means. Fine, I'll think about it. Thanks. He covered his face with his left hand, exhausted. I'm going to look at this room a little more and see if I can't find that out too. Can you find out for me when Senri began using the alias Haida Rika? The committee might be involved in that too. Yeah, I'm on it. Oh. When are the police going public with this? It hasn't been decided. There's some arguing going on about that. I think if it made the news, we might learn more about Senri. I know you feel, but don't be in such a hurry. You know? Just what do you know about me? I mean, he didn't say he knew anything about her. Oh, I guess he said I know how you feel, and that offends her. So sensitive. She glared daggers at him, but Shinjo just shrugged and said nothing. Anyway, I'm off to go get a bite to eat. What about you? I'm not hungry. Go. Alright, I will. Shinjo left without trying to invite her a second time. But as he opened the door, he paused as if he remembered something.
どれだけ調べてくれても
You can
構わ
look
ない
as much as you
が
want, but the
マン
building's
ションの
manager
管理
is
人が
suspicious of
君を
you.
疑ってる。
He's not convinced you're
本
really
当に
with the
警察の
police.
関係者か
If he calls the local cops,
所
there'll
轄
be
に問
trouble,
い合わ
so
せ
be
でもされ
careful.
たら厄介だから気をつけろよ。
一応
I'll keep that
気
in
には
mind,
留
I
めてお
guess.
く。
一応じゃ困る。怒られるの
Your
は
guess
俺だ
isn't good enough. I'm the one they'll be getting mad at. And then you laughed, but there was no humor. Shinjo's kind of a bro, and Mia's over here like, grr. Yeah, I like Shinjo. It was after school in the clubroom, and the twilight streamed in through the open windows. Kazuki was in the corner, playing ESO2 and making weird noises. Oh my goodness. Her battle didn't seem to be going well, and she was making oddly sexy noises. I hope no one outside the room got the wrong idea. Are they sexy? I don't really get that vibe from... To me, it sounds like she's a crazy person. I heard a small knock on the door. Instantly, I had an absolute panic attack. Stare.
ってお前もか。
It's
こ
you?
そこそ覗いて
Don't
ないで
peek, just
さっ
come
さと入って
inside.
こいって。
大丈夫
Is it
お邪
okay?
魔じゃない
I'm not interrupting.
だから何がお邪魔なんだよ。
廊下の向こうまで聞こえてるよ
You can
花ち
hear
ゃん
Kazuki all the way down the hall.
今忙しいから話しかけるなって
She says she's busy, so don't talk to her. I mean... Does anyone ever talk to her? Shogun Center.
タクすごいね
Wow, Taku.
花ちゃん検定があればすぐに1級とか取れるね
If they gave out certifications for understanding Kazuki, you'd get that one easily.
そんなもんいらん。
I don't want one.
私のことなんてどうでもい
He's
いのね
saying,
って
so
思
what?
ってるさ
You don't care about me at all?
違う。私のこ
No,
と勝
Vince.
手に話題
Stop
に
talking
すんな
about me behind my back. Wow, amazing! Serica smiled and clapped. She seemed really happy for some reason.
あれ今日なんちゃ
Where's
んが
Kursu today?
生徒会。
Student
しばら
council.
く休んで
She
て
said she has a lot of
仕事が
work to
溜ま
do
ってる
because
ら
she
し
was
い
out for a while.
川原のやつが来て
Kawahara
今日
came and said we
新聞部に
couldn't have her
渡さない
today.
とさ
おお
So
これ
it's
は
war.
争奪戦だね
Okay, Taku, let's go steal her back.
ワン
No,
ちゃんを奪い
they
に
can
行
have
こ
her.
う
That's fine. Goodbye. Sounds good, Alpha.
いや、
What?
いいよ。
No, it's fine. I didn't want any more trouble with the student council. Or Kawahara, specifically.
うわ
You're back to the old loser, Taku. You were so cool for a while, too. What are you talking about?
だって
Facing off with that scary psychic,
あんな怖い能力を使う人と
sneaking into
対決した
hospital
り
basements.
病院の地
You were
下
really
へ
cool
潜
when you
入
were
した
following
り
the case, you know?
とにかく事件を追ってるタクは
Was
そう
I?
か。
Kurisu got super mad at me and told me not to go out chasing after danger, though. And that's why Serica is based, and Kurisu is not. But now it all seemed like the distant past. Even though it hadn't even been a week.
本当に。
The case is really over. That night, the 23rd. When there had been no murder, the rest of the world had started to declare that the return of the new gen madness was over. But I didn't believe it. I thought that it wasn't over at all. But the next day, I had heard shocking news from Shinjo. Senri, the woman who threatened our lives, was found burnt to death in her condo. But since Taku had already thought that, like, maybe there was another psychic involved, shouldn't he not think the case was over? Shouldn't he just think that, like, the other psychic is who killed, Senri? I'm not sure why he would think it's over. Because, like, who else would kill Senri? When he'd be like, oh shit, it's the other psychic. There is another psychic. I will not fix my tongue, Devin. What? Senri was... Yeah. Armor and I both saw the video. There's no doubt about it. I spent a long time thinking that night. But in the end, I had no choice but to tell Kurisu about her death. When I told her, her eyes went wide. And then she looked down silently. Her long hair hid her face, and I couldn't see her expression. I don't know what to say, but... Now. Huh? Now it's over, right? The person who was after you and Yui is gone, right? That's what Shinjo thinks. Oof. Big L. Shinjo's wrong. I see. I'm so glad. She raised her head. Her eyes a little wet, but she was quietly smiling. The police hadn't made any announcement about a suspect in the killings being burnt to death. Not only was Senri a minor, but she also may have been driven to crime by the Chaos Child Syndrome, the form of PTSD experienced by young survivors of the Shibuya earthquake. I mean, also, though, like, they're not worried about, like, who took care of Senri. Like, I wouldn't declare it over yet. Shinjo had said it was an extremely delicate matter, and because the circumstance of her death was so strange, the forensics people were getting nowhere. There was an internal war over how the police should release the info. Also, I could be wrong about this, but it seemed to me the fact that she was a human test subject at Tokyo General Hospital might have played a role. If she became famous, the media and internet might start looking into her past, and they might find out about the human experiments. It would make sense if someone who wanted to avoid that was putting pressure on the police. 1 second. I shall be RB. I return. It's very based of him. Thank you. Thank you, Zero. I didn't expect Sam to hate Currency this much. Well, I'm nothing if I'm not throwing curveballs out there. You know what I mean?
Oi.
Hey, Taku.
しろ
Eh?
悪い。
Oh, sorry. What's up?
あれどうするよ
What are we doing with that? He just pointed to the map on the wall.
片付けるか
Should we put it away?
もう使わないか
We
もし
might
れ
not
ない
need
し
it anymore. I would at the very least wait until the police officially declare it over. I stood in front of it again. The map was crammed with all the info we'd gathered so far. It all looked faded, like something that had happened a long time ago. Huh? Oh, right. I found 2 photographs on the map I'd completely forgotten about. The 6th and 7th incidents in the New Gen Madness, Finger Food and DQM. And the notes next to them read October 28th and November 4th.
今日って
Today's the 28th, right? I thought it was the 27th.
そうだな
Yeah. Ito nodded. He seemed to know what I meant. Then I saw another note I'd stuck up there in my own handwriting. It was one that I'd been thinking about ever since I was told about Senri's death. Serial killer equals multiple people, including pyrokinetic.
事件は終わったんだろう
I wonder if the case really is over. Is the game really trying to portray it that the case is over with like three whole ass chapters left? Don't play me like this. Just have one of these guys must acknowledge, no way it's over, right? Please don't play this like, oh, I wonder. I know it's not. There's 3 chapters left. Just state it's not over.
終わったって言ってるぜ
Well, that's what everyone's been saying.
それにさ
Besides, if there was another killer, they would have taken Senri's place and killed someone on the
南沢専務に
23rd.
代わってそいつが事件を起こしたはずだろ
ああ
That's true.
けど
But
実
nothing
際は
happened,
何も起こらなかった
which means we can rule out this possibility.
この可
You're
能
not
性は
supposed to
消
know
えた
how
っ
the
てこと
how
じゃな
many
いんだ
chapters are left. I mean, I guess, but at the same time, the chapter's title is Betrayal, clearly insinuating that there must be a betrayal at some point in this chapter, and no betrayings have happened yet. So, like... Nothing's happened, which means we can rule out that possibility. No, you can't. That could just mean they killed Senri on the 24th because Senri didn't kill anyone on the 23rd. Ito took the note off the map. Why is he wanting to dismiss this possibility so fast? Doing me another about Ito. Another He's really eager to dismiss this possibility of multiple killers. The case betrayed him for not following New Gen. True, that was the big betrayal. He was betrayed by the plot, the structure, the pattern. Betrayal implies imposter. That's sus. That's true. Very sus. I don't like when stories have chapter names that are just super obvious. That's true. But actually, it's a grand twist. This chapter's named a betrayal, but what this chapter actually is, the slice of life post-game chapter. Happy endings. If you mix around all the letters in the word betrayal, and then you take away some and add some more, you can get happy ending.
もうやめようぜ。
Let's just give up on the case.
なんつうかさ。
Any more would only hurt the vice president's feelings. Oh, the little eggshell. Oh, don't talk about Kurisu's. Oh, don't upset her. Oh, the arc of every fucking reference in the story. Half of the story revolves around, oh, don't upset Kurisu. Oh.
うんそうだね
Yeah, Ito might be
しんちゃ
right.
んの言う通り
Okay,
そっか。
got it. I remember Kurisu's sad eyes when I told her about Senri's death.
わかった。こいつの
Alright,
役目は
we could be done with this then. I slowly removed the map.
けどな
Now
ん
the
か
wall just seems
い
kind of
きなり
plain, doesn't
壁
it?
がすっきりしちゃったね
ずっとここにあったからな。
It's been here for so long, yeah.
また何か事件を
Let's just
探
find
そ
some
う
other
よ
case, Taku.
僕
One that'll make
みん
everyone's
なを
jaws
あ
drop.
っと驚かせるような事件
あ、
Yep,
そのため
that's
に
why we
作った
formed the
新聞部だもんな。
newspaper club. Yeah. Serica smiled again, the same way she always did. I mean, I would say it would be a bold story direction. For them to end the case so anticlimactic. If they really did end it here, that would be a bold case of, like, doing something no story had ever done before. I'd respect that. Roll the credits, yeah. Just brazenly, abruptly end the story. Could be huge. And Ito started to grin too.
今度は
Let's pick one that won't piss off the vice president. No. I specifically want to piss her off.
わかってるよ。
I know, I learned my
さす
lesson.
がに懲りだ。
Even Kazuki turned away from her game and gave it in agreement. That night, I finally went back to the RV. Yui had calmed down and stopped being afraid. If Dad, Cursor, and Yuto were there, she'd be fine. Her old friend Yuki was there too.
やっぱりここは落ち着くな。
This place really does calm me down. I sat in the chair and booted up my PC for the first time in a while. My inbox was overflowing with spam. It was strange. It used to always annoy me. But now it felt like proof I'd returned to my old life.
はい、ご苦労さん。
Thanks, guys. Of course, I deleted them all immediately. But they didn't piss me off like they used to.
さて、
Now then. Come to think of it, I'd forgotten because of everything that happened, but... Again, it just sold me the latest edition of Cool Cat Press, and I hadn't touched it at all. I took it out from its hiding spot under my desk and started to flip through the pages. Felt like it'd been forever since I'd done that.
1ヶ月目の恋人は
How
どこまで
much can you get away in your first month
フ
with
レ
a
ンチ
girl?
キス。それともディー
French
プキスまで
kissing?
OK。
Is deep kissing okay?
ふーむ
なあ、尾上。
Hey, Onoe, what do you think? I almost fell out of my chair. Serica was standing behind me, looking over my shoulder.
私としては
I think it doesn't really
キャ
matter
ベ
what
ツと
month
か
it is,
あ
you
んま
know?
り関係ないと思うんだよね
When her like casual sprite first showed up in the RV, I like totally forgot that her casual sprite was also like kind of formal with that tie. So I like thought it was a totally new character for a second. I was like, oh, new character. It's been like 8 chapters since we've seen this casual outfit for her. Forget that. When and how'd you get in here? Your door wasn't
かかっ
locked.
てなかったから
I've been so busy reading, I hadn't noticed Serica.
だからって勝手に
That doesn't mean you can just waltz right in.
しろよ
At least knock first.
で
Oh,
も
but I didn't think you'd like it if I
嫌かな
knocked.
と思って
I'm the one who knocks.
え
Huh?
たく
I
怖
thought
がる
knocking
かな
might scare
っ
you.
て
Well, she's right. If I hear knocking now, it might be bad for my heart. She might seem like an airhead, but the nice thing about Serica is that you can always count on her to remember things like that.
いいか
Listen,
繰り返すよう
I
だ
know I've said this before, but Gen forces me to buy every issue of this magazine.
僕が好んで
Don't
買ってる
forget
わけじゃないからなそのあたり勘違いするなよ
I put my cool cat press back under the desk, in a very cool manner. Why does this, like, again with the awkward, like, background CG zooms in this game, why is it... It just zooms right in on Serica's chest. What?
了解
Okay,
のんちゃ
got
ん
it.
には秘密にし
I'll
とく
keep
ね
it secret from Kursu.
こら待て僕はそういうこと言ってるんじゃない
That's
か
not what I just said.
それでタク
So
は
what about you,
どうなの
Taku?
何が
What about me?
だからキスはどこ
How
まで
much can you get away with when it comes to kissing?
なんも
I don't know. I've never kissed a
したこ
girl.
ともないのにわかるか
Huh? Serica suddenly pursed her lips unhappily. She's gonna be like, remember when we kissed as kids?
Mm.
Uh?
タクってば
You
忘れちゃ
forgot?
ったの
何をだ
Forgot what?
私としたのに
You had it with me. Your
Ah,
first
so
kiss.
kiss.
何
What? I literally leapt out of my chair. I kissed Serica? When? What? Where? How? Why? According to Kenji Sensei's column at the Cool Cat Press, a girl's first kiss was more important to her than losing her virginity. Is it, though? And that's why a guy who didn't remember his first kiss was a terrible man, he said. Crap. I was sweating, unable to remember a thing, but Serica laughed.
まあ許してあげるよ
Well, I
幼稚
forgive
園
you.
の頃の
It was
話
when
だ
we were in
し
preschool.
ってそんな昔の話かよ
It was that long ago. Don't scare me like that. I mean, kisses in preschool don't count. Probably. You remember your first kiss? I don't think I do. Magazines are a dead medium for a reason, yeah. They shared a water bottle. Seen by proxy. Ugh. But when I told her that, Serica looked upset.
それより何しに来
Anyway,
たんだ
what are you doing
家
here?
に帰ったん
I
じゃな
thought
い
you
の
went
か
home.
そうなん
Yeah,
だ
but I
け
got a
ど
bit lonely, so I
なん
came to
か
see you.
少し寂しくなっちゃっ
は
Huh?
ほら最近
You know, we've been together all the time
ずっとみんなで一緒
lately.
にいたで
Of
しょ
course, I didn't like it when you that
もちろん
scary woman was
怖い
after
人
us.
に狙われたのは
But we all worked
すごく
together and
嫌だったけ
overcame
ど
it, you know? Yeah,
そ
totally.
れも
It's totally over,
仲間
guys.
同士で助
We
け合
all
って
overcame
乗
all
り
of
越えた
the
って感
issues.
じで
The murder is dead. You know, it's just all over. Must have sucked if you didn't remember it. Well, Devin, I just kissed so many girls all the time, it's hard to remember which one was my first. You know what I mean? Just, was on such a grind, I didn't even notice. I was 16 years old talking with the girl that sat next to me. When we get to the topic of the first kiss, I tell her we haven't, and then she said, "Can I?" And then you were like, "Yeah." That's cute. I remember losing my virginity, but I feel like that's just a dude thing to remember, I guess. I guess that's a stereotypical dude thing. I don't I don't remember my first kiss, but I remember losing my virginity. Lamau. A Riz Master? Hell yeah. Good for you, Francisco. It just said in this game that made you a bad guy. Whoops. Or not what Francisco did, what I did is it makes you a bad guy. Of course you heard me say this. She'd get mad, so keep it a secret. But I was pretty excited. Yeah, keep everything secret from Kurisu.
そっか
I see.
タクはどう
What
だった
about you?
僕か
Me?
僕は
I don't know. I'm not
どう
sure.
だろうわからないな
ふーん
Hmm. She suddenly leaned over right on top of me and reached a hand toward my computer. The sensation of her body on my back was soft and warm. I didn't know how to react whenever she did something like this.
おい
Hey,
重いから
you're heavy. Get off.
重くないよ
I'm not heavy. You're
失
so
礼
rude.
だな君は
Her white fingers gripped the mouse and she started to move it.
部室でも言ったけど私また新しい
I
事
know
件を
I
探
said this in the
したい
clubroom,
な
but I want a new case to research.
これなんか
What
ど
about
う
this? Sarah opened a site for explorers of abandoned buildings, a popular game. Most of the articles were about people going to abandoned villages, factories, and mines. Bankrupted, empty museum parks and department stores were also popular, and they would write essays and upload photos. Some sites would also write about bloody urban legends involving abandoned buildings, or upload photographs with ghosts in them. Abandoned buildings and places are always kind of creepy, you know? Or like abandoned parks. That would always be really weird. Although I think it was just because one time, my friends and I were like downtown, and we were like exploring a like just abandoned buildings, just kind of hanging out. Because we were like coming home from, we were like a little drunk coming home from a party, and we were like this was in college. And we, as we were walking home, there was like an abandoned, like building on the way back, like to where we lived. Because when I was in college and poor, I didn't live in a good neighborhood. And we went into the building. We were like exploring it and stuff, and we were all like, ha 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 ha. And then like it turned out like a homeless guy was living there, and so he popped out and was like, "The fuck are you kids doing here?" And we were like, "Ah!" and left. And then I think after that, I was always like, yeah, I don't really want to explore that abandoned place, thanks. I would rather not.
こういうのはやり尽くされてるしなあと背景の侵入って
Even schools at night are scary. Yeah, there's something about just like big empty places that's like eerie. I don't really know what, I'm sure there's a term for it. But there is something about just like big empty spaces that are like, I wonder if there is a term for it. Why are big empty places scary? I don't know why Google automatically completed that. Is it listening to me? Yeah, it's called kinophobia. It's the opposite of claustrophobia. People get an eerie feeling upon seeing wide, empty spaces. These empty rooms and landscapes trigger disorientation in the individual, and they develop a sense of detachment upon seeing these places. Such as immediately filling in the blanks as like what might have happened to people that were there. It causes people to be anxious, etc., etc. So basically, like, when you're scared, your brain starts, like, figuring out, oh, what could have happened to people in this abandoned place? Oh, maybe they were all killed, and then you start thinking about people getting killed in the place that you're at, and then people just, it's like just a cycle of, like, people panicking. That makes sense. Huh. This stuff's all been done. Also, going into abandoned buildings is illegal. I don't think we could do it as a school club. Huh? That sucks. Serica moved away from me and then lay down on the RV bed. Then she yawned loudly. Hey, don't sleep there. Hmm? I turned around, but her eyelids were already closed. That was fast. I quickly stood up and shook her shoulders. So rude. Hey, if you're sleepy, go home and sleep. Why not just let her, like, sleep on the futon or something? I'll just stay over tonight. It's fine. What are you talking about? Where am I supposed to sleep? It's okay. I'm tiny. We can sleep together. No, we can't. Just as I grabbed her by the arm and tried to lift her up. Eh? My phone started to vibrate. It kept going, so it probably wasn't an email or text, but a phone call. I had no choice but to leave Serica on the bed and answer it. Mm-hmm. I looked at the screen and saw the call was from Ito. Did he find a new case for us? I answered the phone. Hello? What's up, Ito? Have you checked Ad Channel? His voice was tense and anxious. Ad Channel? What are you talking about? Just check it. Any of the new gen threads. What's going on? I walked over to my PC confused and opened up Ad Channel. I decided to start by opening the news board. There were quite a few threads about the original and current new gen madness. Huh? I couldn't believe it. The page was filled with the names Senri and Heidi Ariko. And I could see the words burnt to death here and there too. Did the police go public with her name? No. As you'll see in threads, it seems this info was leaked. Surprised Pikachu face. It leaked? I opened up a thread and saw that yes, the police were still remaining silent. I wonder... Mio's probably the leaker then, right? Heidi Ariko, killer behind the return of the new generation attacks, goes up in flames? Unaliving? Murder? 8. Why does it say 8? Astaroth is the name of the At Channel poster. What is Astaroth? Why does that sound familiar? That's a reference to something, right? Astaroth. Yep. The Great Duke of Hell in the First Hierarchy. He was part of the Evil Trinity. So he's a demon. He's a Duke of Hell. He's the patron demon of battles and engagements and the eater of souls. What a weeb. Oh, he's also a Soul Calibur character. That's where I heard of him from. Soul Calibur. He's a really bad Soul Calibur character. At least I think he's bad. I just didn't like big, slow characters when I was playing. Let's see, Soul Calibur 2 tier list. Confirm my opinion, first random Google result. They have Astaroth in B tier, not based. No, every tier has him at like a top 10 character. Are you telling me I was bad at fighting games as a kid? No. Alright, I found a list that has him in F tier. Unplayable. Let's go. He's unplayable, boys. I found a Reddit post that justified my opinion. Easy. Never doubted it. He was garbage. Ooh. I also found an actual source that backs it up that he's low tier. Okay, we're good. We're good. I just looked up there's a site that like categorizes how often characters get used and that's the reference I was making, Wandering. Me when I want to find out why vaccines are bad for you. I had to look at the 14th page. That's the kind of joke I was making. Thanks for getting it. But I actually looked up this site. It's called Event Hubs that I know categorizes like professional tournaments and stuff. And Astaroth is ranked 15 out of 20 in pro play, so I did find an actual source. Although my favorite character that I used to play as is ranked 18th out of 20, so that may explain why I was really bad at the game. Because the character I always played as was bad. No. Say it isn't so. Oh. He has a favorable matchup against 3 of the characters in the game, and he has an unfavorable matchup against 16. Make a tier list of each character from the game. I actually have a video of me playing Soul Calibur 2 on the channel, so I might discuss what I think about each of the characters in that video. Let me see. It's a 15-minute video. Oh yeah, baby. Back when I used to edit videos. And before I had the ability to capture HD footage, because, ooh, it's in standard def. Why did this video actually get good views? "600 people watched me play." What's it called? It's back when I used to call videos Let's Play. Let's Play Soul Calibur 2 HD. Here's the video. Breaking the fourth wall real quick. Showing my display setup here.
So
Oh yeah, back when I used to have cringy intros of the this. I uploaded this video 9 years ago, bro. Wild. Oh man, it's before I even had. Your voice sounds different? Yeah, it was 9 years ago. I didn't even have a webcam at this point. Nine years ago, your boy's balls were just dropping. When was this uploaded? November 20th, 2013. Yeah, I was still in high school. I just turned 17. Let's hear your voice. You guys will have to go and click on the video yourselves to find out. Also, drop a like on the video while you're there. Apparently, I didn't even like my own video. Yeah. You go ahead and I'll drop a fresh link of it in the chat. Give me those views. I need the views. But yeah. Oh, hey, there's Astaroth. I was just talking about him. And I lost to him. No! Not me losing to Astaroth. But yeah, apparently the pro game site that I just looked up says he's a really bad character, so... No! It was my favorite. That would explain why I always thought the game was so hard. Because I was playing a garbage tier character. But Spawn is so cool. Look at him. Look how fucking cool he is. They brought him back in Mortal Kombat. Look at how cool he was in Mortal Kombat. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. There you go. I wonder when the new Spawn movie is going to come out. I don't know. It's been rumored to be in development for a while. Is he actually good in that? Let's see. What's 11 tier list. Yeah, this one Twitter poll has him S tier, S plus tier. Let's go. This tier list doesn't have him in it. Who's Sonic Fox? I'm sure he's based. This tier has him high tier. I mean, he's a DLC character, right? So he's probably just like pretty good. DLC characters in these games are always pretty good. Because they want you to pay that extra money. Hey, how dare you? The first Spawn movie was great, Francisco. The animated HBO show was really good for Spawn. Yeah, so every tier has him like S or A, so he must be pretty good. But like I said, he's a DLC character, so they usually tend to end up higher. The animated show wasn't as dark as the comic. Yeah, but the animated show came out back when, like... Or, I mean, excuse me, the comic came out back when, like, we were in that edgy era of comics. So I don't think any visual like movie, TV show, anything that you would get with Spawn would ever be as graphic as the comics, because they were like intentionally super edgy. I don't even think the most recent issues of Sonic are as edgy, right? I also have a playthrough of a Spawn game on my channel, Spawn Armageddon. And that's another good one you should watch. Hang on, we'll show that one real quick. This one might have been even longer. No, it was more recent. This one was 2016. Oh yeah, you can see a young Sam back when I was still happy and had hope for the future.
Hey, what's up?
Look at me. Oh wait, hang on. See, I still have the videos in the lower right corner. It was before I had a green screen. Look at me. Look at how baby I was. Is this HD? Okay, I had figured out HD recording by now. That hair. Dude, I was a stud. That hair was cool back then. Thank you very much. Why'd you have that? Because I was in, dude. Oh man, remember when I used to get fucking 23 comments on a video? How many views does this have? 890 views! Oh, I peaked a long time ago, bruh. You look like a character from Star Trek? That's kind of rude. I looked like Justin Bieber, thank you very much.
What is up?
Justin Bieber was the blueprint for this haircut. For sure. Because all the girls loved Justin Bieber back when this was a thing. Ooh, part 2, not as many comments. Do a Justin Bieber side by side? Yeah, sure. Justin Bieber. Not his most recent ones. Oh, this kind of works. Yeah, this will kind of do it. It covered his forehead. Mine does too, but it's harder to see because of the camera angle. Because if you'll notice, the camera is like coming up, so like you don't see it. Because like notice how you can see like underneath my chin, right? Because I remember my old college recording setup. I used to sit on the floor, and then on the ground I had my phone on the ground tilted upward at me. Because I didn't have the money to like have any setup. So it was on the ground. My phone was recording up at me. That's not the same hair. I've just recently gotten a haircut. Here, let me show you. Let's do this.
Hey, what's...
How about this? This is like literally maybe a month later, where I had the I didn't have a fresh haircut. I had the Justin Bieber haircut, I know. I know I had the Justin Bieber haircut. It's my hair. It's my look. I rocked the Justin Bieber haircut for several years. Don't tell me. I know. Plus, he sometimes had it, like, a little bit shorter. See? Like this. It didn't always cover his full forehead. Like this, too. See? Like, I mean, he didn't always cover the full forehead. Come on. Know your fucking Francisco. You telling me you weren't a Bieber fan? You weren't a believer? I don't believe that. True believers know it didn't always cover his whole forehead. Not a real believer. Embarrassed. Caught yourself out. I like New Cubite better. Yeah, but the ladies didn't. This was back when I actually had women romantically interested in me. Because I looked trendy. Oh, I loved Justin Bieber. There was nothing that, because the girls like Justin Bieber, so I like Justin Bieber. You went to watch the movie Never Say Never? Did you watch it the day it came out? Also, yeah, back when I used to have more comments, too. What does this person say? Did I respond to this? Oh, I just said come again. Lamau. Didn't even Google Translate what this dude said. Grab all the hidden packages. Go to the left. There's a package. 10. Oh, I must have missed a collectible or something. Responds 7 years later. He'll think now, years later, I know Spanish. Man, no one comments first on my videos anymore. Big rip. I used to be big. I used to be a real YouTuber. People used to say first on my videos. What happened? I wonder if there's another video where someone says first. Let's see. Oh man, 46k views. Remember when I used to get big YouTube numbers? 125 comments. Oh! Oh, I used to be so good. Somewhere down here, someone said first. I'm sure of it. Oh, see? Remember when people said that people used to say they were real big fans of mine. Now people just shit talk me in my chat. Rest in peace, man. People used to be like, oh, Cuba, I like you a lot. Now everyone's just like, oh my god, Kubai, you suck. So dumb. You should have more subs, dude. Oh, true. True. Look at all these based people in the chat. Or in these comments. I'm a big fan. You should have more subs. Damn right I should. Thank you, sirs. Back when people respected me. Maybe it's because I didn't have my face in the videos. And I used to actually edit funny clips into the video. Some of these videos were taken down for a while, though, because Konami wouldn't let me post, like, clips from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. After they put it on, or they put the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series on YouTube, they didn't,
What just happened? What?
Oh, I sound so different.
Obelisk, fist of fate.
See, used to put in, like, little edits. This took so much time to do shit like this, though. I definitely remember, because this was, what, 6 years ago? Yeah. I definitely remember being, like, late for college classes and stuff, because I would be making dumb edits like this in my videos. These were really fun, though. What else? Let's go through some more nostalgia, shall we? Another great run. Love the video, bro. Can't wait for the next one. This is a good one. Look at this. Look at all the people that used to say nice things to me. Never again. Oh, never mind. There were some people who were still rude. You gotta calm the fuck down. No. Real talk. Love your videos, bruh. Keep them coming. Man. 10 out of 10 streamer. Thank you, AK. I'm just coping. Don't mind me. Back in my day, the kids on YouTube, they used to like and respect me. Now it's all, just play the game. You aren't funny. Remember when you did this dumb thing? Where are the old fans? Just kidding. Anyway, I guess we'll go back to the game. Having a nostalgia trip during a live stream? Yeah. Nostalgia to when I used to get casual 25k views. Good times. Now, sometimes I'm like, hey, this stream got 100 views. I guess that's okay. Big cope. Big cope. Anyway. Astaroth says, on the afternoon of October 24th, a temp worker named Haida Riko was found burnt to death inside her condo in Shibuya Ward. It was reported that she burnt herself to death in an unalive after having trouble at work. But sources close to the investigation say that she was a suspect in the return of the New Gen Madness case. The police are considering the possibility that Haida Riko was a false name and are trying to determine her real ID. However, her body is badly damaged and the investigation is proceeding slowly. There's like 1 billion channels now. Yeah, I always kind of wonder what was like my big fall-off point for like losing views. I think it was when I got my first job in college, or after college. Like in college, I had a lot of time to like make consistent content, but I think I went for a while without making videos in when I started working because I was too busy, and I think that was kind of like the big fall-off point because I was hitting like 10-digit, like 10,000 plus views for like a couple years there. From like like that 2014 to like 2017, I was pretty consistently getting like at least 10,000 views per video. And then around after that, it started to drop. And then in like 2020, during the pandemic, it picked back up for like a year, where I was starting to get like a couple thousand of video again. And then late 2021, I got really busy again and couldn't make as many videos, and I started to fall off again. These things come in cycles. One day, I'll be back up there. Maybe. Like, share, comment, subscribe! In the previous thread, Hiderico, killer behind the return of the new generation attacks, goes up in flames. Unalive, murder, 7. What's up with the random numbers? So Hiderico's a fake name? We're sure the killer is Senri? Someone let me know. The guys on /crazy girls are tracking her down. By the way, this is the security camera footage of what we think is Senri. Here's an old photo of them. Oh, that reminds me, I think, who was it? Wandering asked earlier how would I feel about my old photos getting leaked. As long as they weren't, like, inappropriate photos of me, I wouldn't care. Like, if it was just photos of me as a kid or whatever, I wouldn't care. If people, like, posted, here's this random YouTuber as a kid, I'd be like, oh, cool, yeah, that's me. But if it was, like, nude photos or something, I'd be like, please don't. Anyway, the police are remaining silent on the case. There was the picture Arimura and I had seen of her on the security camera, and a photo of her from when she was a student. Oh, is it not going to let me read the thing? She's got buddies? Of course, a girl couldn't do this all on her own. It sounds like she came from a religious orphanage. The people in the photo at 248 were her friends there. Seems like they're all in this together. Crazy Girls is talking about the orphanage 252 mentioned. They're making calls already. Way to go, /Crazy Girls, lol. Call here, it's the clinic. That cute girl with Senri is totally my type. A cute girl like that's the killer. If nothing else, it looks like she was helping Senri hide. Even if she didn't kill anyone herself, that's still abetting. There's a rumor she's the student council president. They're calling there, too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she got doxxed. There was a ton of weird info on Senri with no source. Some of it said.
Oi.
What the hell? Did you find the posts? Damn wrong-siders. They're just posting crap without even bothering to check facts. I was angry because I saw Kurisu and Kawahara's names mixed in with the info on Senri. The first idiot who'd posted was probably an old classmate of theirs. The three of them were friends and they were always together. That info had nothing to do with the case. What were they thinking? And the irresponsible comments that came after that were even worse. Another thread that said Senri had once lived in the dorm and that Kurisu visited her every day in her condo. That's insane. This reminds me of that, like, I wonder what year it was. Do you guys remember that one Reddit, like, witch hunt? When they were going after that, YouTube probably demonetizes this word, but whatever. They were going after that one bomber on Reddit, and they, like, totally got it wrong. What was that incident? Yeah, the Boston Marathon thing. Oh yeah, this happened in 2013. I wonder if this is kind of based on that. So basically what happened was, like, during that Boston Marathon incident, a bunch of people on, like, Reddit were trying to figure out who the bomber was. And so they, like, misidentified the people that, like, were the bombers. But it made, like, national news. Like, the Reddit detective thread. And, like, people, like, on major news networks, like CNN, Fox, da-da-da-da-da, like, all were, like, covering this. And, like, doxing this person that they were, they thought was it. Wait, I heard bomber? I thought you mean boomer. No, I meant bomber. This is based on what? I'm saying this has a lot of similarities. In 2013, because when did this game come out? Was it 2014 this game came out? When did this game come out? I'm just wondering if this is kind of like a reference to or inspiring. Oh, it came out in 2014? Yeah. I wonder if this is, because we know, like, Mages takes, like, real-life events and uses them to inspire some of the events in their game. I'm wondering if this is based on that, like, the Boston bombing, the Boston Marathon bombing Reddit thing. Because this is very similar to that. Basically, the long and short of it is, a bunch of people on Reddit got together and, like, had posted definitive evidence to who the person was responsible for the Boston Marathon incident. A lot of people on Reddit, like, got it trending and got it really big because everyone was like, yeah, this is it, and they, like, doxed the person, and then, like, it got so much focus and attention on Reddit that it made, like, national news, like, on CNN, Fox, and, like, the big, like, news sites, and, it ended up obviously not being the person. Like, they got it totally wrong. What happened to the guy? Like, the person that got doxxed? I don't remember, actually. Looks like most of it's, like, covered up and stuff. Most of the Reddit admins, like, deleted all of the, like, posts about it. So I don't remember what happened exactly. It was a long time ago, like almost 10 years ago at this point, so I don't really remember most of it. I just remember the general, like, event that occurred. But yeah, I wonder if this is inspired by that. Because I remember that being, like, a big, like, drama. Because, like, this person got doxxed during the, like, witch hunt for, like, who did the thing. And obviously it was, like, a bombing that killed, like, innocent people, so people were very upset about it. And so this person that got doxxed was being doxxed as, like, we think this person committed a domestic terrorist event. Like, so I'm sure it didn't end up well, unfortunately. But that's all I remember. And then this just reminded me of that, because, like, they're basically doxing Kursu right now of, like, we think Kursu's the killer because she was next to Senri as a kid. This just reminded me of that whole, like, bad internet detective thing. So I wonder if this inspired, or if that event inspired this. Also, this video is probably, ooh, that's really sad, Wandering. Ugh. Well, I guess I was right. It definitely didn't go well for the dude. Especially during that time period. Like, people would get real up in arms about it. Yeah, I imagine. Ah, fuck. So yeah, I wonder if that event inspired this. Because that was like, I remember that. Like, that was big news. Because it was obviously a big tragic event. And then people were like, literal witch hunt, like pitchforks up in arms about the dude. Like, once everyone was for sure that they figured it out. Yeah, yikes, man. Big yikes. So yeah, I just saw a lot of parallels there. So it wouldn't entirely surprise me if they used that to inspire this. Because we know sci adventure novels take like a lot of real life events and kind of like branch off and make some stories based on them. So there's always like a foundation in realism for some of the sci adventure stuff. I suppose no one was responsible. Like no one was responsible for the fake or like thing. Yeah, no, it was just like a general consensus on the internet that like people had come to that conclusion. There was obviously like an actual bomber, but no like one person was determined to be the person responsible for the doxing or whatever. At least as far as I remember. Again, my memory of it is kind of faded at this point. But I also don't really want to spend too much time looking it up, because it doesn't sound like it's a story that ends well anyway. My channel, or this video is probably totally going to get censored for talking about that stuff. Because I remember since that was such a hot button issue for a while that like a lot of major internet sites were like really locking down on people talking about it, because a lot of after it got revealed later that they doxed the wrong person, a lot of major news sites were talking about like what a bad influence internet media was and such and such and such. And so a lot of big sites like Reddit closed down a bunch of the forums talking about it. Twitter took it off trending. YouTube was like closing videos that discussed it, or like blocking videos that discussed it, because like obviously all the internet places didn't want to like come off as like, they wanted to be like, we had nothing to do with this, while like mainstream TV media was like, this is another reason internet's bad. Just a very, typical event. It was insane, as Taku would say. There were a few morons saying that Kurisu was an accomplice to the murders because she helped Senri stay hidden, and that the police were coming to arrest her. Well, they might not be morons. Maybe they are coming after her now, because she is getting doxxed. That's probably why her phone number had shown up on a telephone harassment site. Damn! What's a telephone harassment site? Refers to the act of making unsolicited telephone calls to an individual. More specifically, it's when said individual has done something wrong, and as a result, people, often internet users, call them en masse in order to interrogate or insult them. Many people do it just for fun. We read dead content tip last time, but then my computer crashed, so it didn't get marked off. Tips have definitely slowed down, for sure. When I saw that Kursu's graduation photo was uploaded along with Senri's, I slammed my fists down onto the desk. The case is over, so why is this happening? What's going on, Taku? The case is very obviously not over. Sarika jumped when she heard me yell. I'm hanging up, Ito. I gotta call Kurisu. You're obviously not gonna get through if she's getting called by like dozens of people. That won't work. I already tried. She's turned off her phone. I hit my computer's power button and quickly headed for the door. Fine, I'll just go over myself. Yeah, I'm on my way there too. See you there. When was the last delusion? Excellent question. Chapter... There was one in Chapter 7, none in Chapter 6, one in Chapter 5, one in Chapter 4. So by Chapter 3, delusions have basically totally fallen out. We got like one a chapter, with 6 not having one at all. Ever seen an anime called Death Mount? No. I'm actually not a big anime guy. I haven't seen very many anime. I haven't watched those animes the kids are into these days. I can't remember the last. I mean, the last anime I probably watched was JoJo, maybe? JoJo Part 6? Came out in like February? I don't think I've watched another anime since. I watched Steins Gate. But I also played that, so don't know if that counts. Oh no, sorry, but I need you to stay here. Wait, why? What? No. Something happened with Kurisu, right? Take me too. Serica followed me after I ran out the door. Why would Serica stay there? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't have any choice, so the two of us ran towards the dorm. There were already several strange vans parked outside the dorm. How do you stack your ingredients on a burger? I typically just get whatever the restaurant gives me. I don't usually stack my ingredients in a particular way. But if I were to, like if I was making the burger, I would put, I would have the bun, and then I would put the condiments on the 2 different sides of the bun, right? So I put like maybe ketchup and mustard on the top, and then like mayo on the bottom. And then I would put, the burger, the lettuce, the burger, the cheese, lettuce, tomato, top bun. No mayo on both sides. No, I put mayo on both sides for, like, sandwiches. Like, if I have a ham sandwich, I'll put mayo on both sides of the bread. But for a burger, because I'm putting, like, 3 condiments on there, I usually just put mayo on one side. Because that's, like, I'm already putting, like, a lot of condiments on a burger. Like, if I'm making the burger. Huh. Yeah, because, like, I mean, I like mayo. Like, and I'll put it on, like, if I'm having a tuna or a ham sandwich or, like, a sandwich that would, you'd put mayonnaise on. I'll put mayo on both sides of the bread. But not really for a burger. Because I don't like putting... Because you gotta put mustard and ketchup on the bread as well, right? So, like, I wouldn't want to put mustard and ketchup on top of mayo. So I'd have mustard and ketchup on the top bun, mayo on the bottom bun. And I'd put the mustard and ketchup on the top bun because there would be more condiments on the top bun because I'd be mixing 2 together, and so then it could, like, go down the sandwich instead of down onto the floor. But I also wouldn't go out of my way if I was making the burger to put, like, onions or anything on my burger. But I don't mind onions on a burger if I buy it. Patty, cheese, lettuce, tomato, and avocado. Interesting. But I agree, yeah, patty, cheese, lettuce, tomato. Yeah. Avocado is bold. Oh, I forgot. That reminds me. I had a burger the other day at a restaurant. I think I was telling you guys about this on stream. I had this Elvis burger last week. when I was out to lunch with one of my friends. That was like banana and on a burger. Oh, it was so good. I actually took a photo of it because it looked so funny. I guess I could just post it in the Discord because you're not really going to see it on my thing. But like you could see like the banana on the burger. I can post it in the Discord. Hang on. It was actually really good. It surprised me by how good it was. There you go. I just posted it in Discord. God, it was so good. It could just be that I'm hungry now, though. And I was really hungry when I ate it, too, but... Yeah, the bananas were, like, grilled just a little bit. Oh. Just a wee bit. Wandering, did you just go comment first on a bunch of my streams? Since I just looked at my notifications on my phone since I was posting that photo on Discord. I saw it. That's funny. I would never. Well, I appreciate it. Okay, anyway. There are already strange vans parked outside the dorm. Are news vans really that strange? Some people were already wandering around outside with video cameras. Wandering spotted? Is that a wandering reference? QBI chat reference? It's the lame stream media. They're already here. Screw them. Hey, Kyler. How's the wedding going? You said you were at a wedding, right? Big family fun time? Or not having fun hanging out with the family? Oh, you're leaving now? Nice. Was it fun? As I got close to the dorm, I could feel several sets of eyes upon me. Family friend wedding. Still fun though, right? I guess I've been to 3 weddings and 2 of them were fun. One of the fun weddings, I was as a groomsman for one of my best friends, and that was really fun. And then the second wedding I went to, it was one of my best friend's wedding, and that was very nice. First wedding I ever went to, I was the +1 for my girlfriend at the time. And she got very drunk and was embarrassing at the wedding. So I did not have a good time. I was the person responsible for the music. Nice. DJ Kyler in his house, breaking it down. Only 3 weddings. You must have a small extended family. I had never been to a family wedding. These were all, like I said, the 2 weddings that I enjoyed were some of my best friends getting married. I was, like I said, I was a groomsman for one of them, because he was my best friend. And then for the other wedding, it was another one of my best friends. And I had a good time with that one. And then the other wedding that I went to, the first wedding, was of my, I didn't know anyone. It was my girlfriend's, like, friend or family or whatever. And she was and I was her +1. Did she end up in the big photo? I don't even remember. It was so long ago. But I don't really have an extended family. I really just don't have any family members in general. I mean, I guess maybe I do, but I'm not in contact with any of them. I don't, like, interact with family members. I talk to my parents. That's it. I don't really have, like, a family, I guess. At least I wouldn't say that I do. I can't remember the last time. I guess this Christmas I talked to some family members. But that was like the first time in a couple of years. Yeah, I wouldn't really say I have much of a family. Got my parents, and that's really it. Some of my cousins have been married, but they didn't invite me to the wedding. Saw a Breaking Bad meme earlier that used the name Kyler. It was probably your alt account. Successfully instigating a tangent that'll last long enough for you to get home? Well, you wouldn't want to miss out on the tangent. Haven't you already played the game? Wouldn't you only want to be here for the tangents? Don't you know the story already? Ugh. But yeah. Not a big, here for the subpar reactions. Remember how the last tangent we went on, that everyone is just kind of rude to me in chat now? Here we go. There's another example right away. Here we are. Didn't take long. Anywho. As I got close to the dorm, I could feel several sets of eyes on me. Can I talk to you? Do you two live here? Several men who appeared to be reporters started to surround us. I'm sorry, what? I said, do you live here? No, please let us through. Are you a friend? Do you know a girl named Kurisu? No. I decided to lie. If I told them I knew her, I figured I wouldn't be able to take another step. Does the name Senri mean anything to you? Did you see it on the internet? She's supposedly a serial killer. I really don't know. We just came to the clinic to get some medicine. Then I grabbed Sarika's hand and started to run. I shook off the hands that tried to grab for me and rang in the bell. I could hear several frustrated noises behind me. It was just because the police hadn't made their announcement yet. But even the media didn't seem to want to step on clinic property. It would probably be considered trespassing. Breath of the Wild was one of the most unfun games you've ever played. Yeah, a lot of people are getting canceled on Twitter right now for saying they didn't like Breath of the Wild, and so therefore they don't like Tears of the Kingdom. I saw there was a trending tweet earlier that there's this guy with, yeah, there was this dude, I forget his name now, I saw it on Twitter earlier though. He had like 200,000 subscribers, so a relatively decently sized YouTube channel. He played Tears of the, he like posted a Tears of the Kingdom video, said that he didn't like it, and he like basically had to tweet an apology. He was like, "Hey, sorry, I didn't enjoy the game. I took down the video of me playing it because people weren't happy that I said I wasn't enjoying myself. So, just if I took down the video, if you like it, go have fun with it. I just won't be making any more content with it. And I'll be moving on." Was like something of what he said. It was basically he had to apologize for not liking the game. Rookie maneuvers. I get hate for not liking games all the time, and I leave those videos fucking up. Fucking 200k sub YouTuber can't handle the heat. Just fucking post up your opinion that you didn't enjoy the game and leave it up. Who cares what people say? About Breath or Tears? It was about Tears of the Kingdom. This dude posted an apology video for not liking Tears of the Kingdom. Or not an apology video, an apology tweet, and then took down his video of him playing Tears of the Kingdom. Like I said, he was a relatively decent-sized channel. He was like 200k subs, which I know isn't, like, massive, but it's still pretty big. I respect that about you, because I'm honest. Thank you, Devin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I always will let people know. There is never any fake enjoyment on this channel. If I'm having a good time, you'll know. If I'm not, you'll know. I always hate when you can, like, very clearly tell that the YouTuber is, like, lying because they just want to make the fans subscribe to their channel. I will very blatantly, if I don't like the game, be like, man, this kind of fucking sucks. And then the fans are like, hey, that's rude. I'm like, well, sorry, I didn't enjoy it. I'm trying to think about the last time I really got hate for not enjoying the game. I think the last time was really just Xenoblade. Obviously Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts, but I think Xenoblade was the most recent. Yeah, I think that was the most recent time. Where I was like, man, this is really not fun. And people are like, you just don't understand. You don't get it. Yeah, that was just one person wandering. That wasn't like general opinion on the video. I soon heard someone on the other side of the clinic door. It's me. Onoe's here too. I whispered that, and the door opened. I slid inside, and the door was quickly closed again.
Yo, okaeri.
Hey, welcome back. Dad was standing in the front lobby, chuckling. Good evening, Dr. Sakuma. Seems like things are getting really rough. Yeah, this is a first for me. I'm not sure what to do. Why didn't they? Have they not asked the cops to like come and just like clear the crowd? There's nothing cops love more than dissipating a crowd. I hope that guy still watches. I do too, but I very much doubt it. I think my playthrough of Steins Gate 0 was the last thing that guy watched. I don't think he came back for Chaos Head Noah. And then based on the views for Chaos Child, no one's come back to watch Chaos Child. Dad scratched the back of his head. How's Kursu doing? I feel bad if I said I found this surprising, but she's pretty depressed. That's rare for her. I figured that Kursu was like any other girl. She was either scared or depressed after what happened. But it hurt to hear that a strong-willed girl like her was feeling down. Is she strong-willed? Because again, I do feel like the entire game is about dancing around eggshells on her so she's not worried about stuff. I saw Chaos Head and expected the same thing. Yeah, but the tangents were still fun. That's the whole point, right? Is to enjoy the group experience and the like hanging out with people, the community, the chat, hanging out and talking. And the game's just there. I watched the stream of Fez and Kuzupi like 3 times. I'm glad you like them. They're only fun if you're a part of them, I suppose. But you can still like see chat and stuff in them. Anyway, the Iron Will
タグルたちの顔を見れば
Kurisu
少しは元気になるだろ
is shattered. Very upset. She can't handle it. Go see her. It'll probably cheer her up. Of course.
はい。
Alright. Sarika and I ran up the stairs. Needs to edit separate videos of the tangents in the actual game. See, the problem is, though, I've thought about that, is if I just upload videos of the game, then I feel like it just encourages people to just watch the game and be out, right? Because if I just have videos of me reading the game, then people will go, yeah, I just want to see Chaos Head, and then just watch Chaos Head and then be done. But if it's like a stream where I'm interacting and we're all talking and chatting and stuff, then it might encourage people to actually stay. No one's going to go out of their way and be like, I want to listen to this guy read Chaos Head. And then they listen to me read Chaos Head, and they're like, man, I'm really going to stick around for this. They would come from that video with the thought process of, well, I liked or disliked Chaos Head, and like I wouldn't be involved in the thought at all. You know? So I'd feel like those videos would be counterintuitive to the effort that they would be for. Like, they would get views, but like then nobody would care. Like, after. I could see Kurisu sitting at the dining table, with her head drooping down. And past her, hiding in the kitchen, were Yui and Yuto, looking very worried. There was a cold cup of English breakfast tea on the table, and Uki was pacing around, wondering if she should make a new one.
ただいま
Wouldn't it bring in subscribers who would see you go live and tune in? No, I don't think so. The only time I get people to like actually stick around and hang out is if they came for videos where I'm commenting. Because like all those videos I uploaded of like all the support conversations from like Fire Emblem didn't turn into anybody who showed up at a live stream. I did it for Soul Hackers 2 as well. And like the Fire Emblem videos all did pretty well. They all got like 3,000 plus views. Hang on, I'm grabbing another drink. The engaged support videos I posted, they weren't like, hey, let's go watch this guy play Fire Emblem. They didn't. That didn't happen. But yeah, like I kind of did something similar to what you're talking about, kind of with the Fire Emblem stuff. Like to try and boost the views on my Fire Emblem streams, I posted those videos that were like the Fire Emblem supports. So like I didn't commentate, and it was just like all the like cutscenes from like different segments of the game, and like people just came, watched those cutscenes, and then dipped out. Like they didn't come to the Fire Emblem streams after that. I'm back
こん
home.
ばんは。
Hello. They all looked relieved to see us.
タクル
Big bro, Sarika,
によかった
I'm glad you
来てくれ
came.
て。
あ
Yeah. I waved to Yui and then tried to talk to Kursu.
大丈夫か、クルス。
You okay, Kurisu? Kurisu slowly looked up, as if she only just now realized we were here. Her tone made it obvious she was trying to hide her shock.
心配してきてくれたの？
You rushed over here because you're worried? Thanks.
ああ、伊藤も
Ito says he's on his way too.
そう。
I see.
そんなところ
Hey,
で立
why
っ
are
て
you
ない
still
で
standing?
座ったら。
Take a seat.
あ
Yeah, you're right.
そうだな。
I guess I will sit down. We sat across from her. Uki brought us some tea.
クリスさん、
Kurisu, shall I make you some new
新
tea?
しくし、
Yeah?
うん、
No, I'm
いい
fine.
わ。ありがとう。
Kurisu smiled politely and refused her timid offer. Uki looked a little sad.
なあ、クルス。
Hey, Kurisu.
Hmm?
Yeah?
あ
Don't
ま
let
り
this
気
get
に
to you
す
too
んな。
much, okay? There's just people publicly talking about the death of your old childhood best friend. It's really not a big deal.
アットチャンネルなんて
Everyone on
賢い
At
やつら
channel
ばっかり
has the
だ。
attention span of a
人の
3-year-old.
噂も
I bet they'll forget
75
about
日と
this
か
in a
言うけど
month.
75日だからその間
So
だ
they'll
け
just have to
ちょっ
put
と
up
我
with
慢
it for a
すれば
short while.
うん。
That's not what bothers me.
私のことはいいの。
I don't care what they say about
何
me.
を言われても。
Uh,
でも、私の大切
but
な
I
人た
can't
ちや
forgive them for doing this to the people
大
I
切
care
な家
about.
に迷惑がかかるのが許せない。
What's that sandwich on Discord? That is the Elvis burger I had. Hey, what's up, Ivan? I was out to, when I saw Guardians this past weekend, my buddy and I went out to dinner after we saw the movie. We went to this, like, restaurant in, like, a Chicago suburb, like, downtown. Sandwich worse than a ham sandwich. It's a burger with bananas on it and peanut butter. It was really good, actually. Peanut butter, banana, bacon? Yeah. There, you can't see the burger really underneath the peanut butter, but you kind of can if you can look. Banana was good on it? Yeah, because the bananas were grilled. There's a fucking burger? Yeah. Burger, peanut butter, banana, bacon, lettuce, tomato. I enjoyed it. I've never tried grilled fruit. It's not bad. I do this thing, like, when I go to restaurants for the first time. Where I like to try, like, the unique, like, burgers that the restaurant has. Like, anytime I go to a restaurant, I feel like every restaurant kind of has, like, their signature burger, which is, like, a different twist on it. And so, that way I don't get, like, bored of burgers. I'll, like, mix it up. So every time I go to a restaurant, I'll be like, yeah, give me your, like, house special or whatever. Like, whatever's, like, super unique to your restaurant. And when I went there, the waitress was kind of like, oh, well, we certainly have a unique burger. And I was like, what is it? And she's like, it's this it's called the Elvis burger with, like, grilled bananas and peanut butter on it. And I was like, fuck yeah, give me it. Let's go. I like to try unique things. I'll try anything once, you know what I mean? Wink, wink. Sleepy from being busy today? Nice. Having a full day. You doing the Zelda games? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I might play... I got that Zelda Switch game that I might just play tomorrow on stream. I don't know if I feel like buying Zelda. But maybe. Which one? It's like Zelda Age of Calamity or something, I think it's called. Yeah, Age of Calamity. I bought that a while ago and then never, like, played it. Fuck is that? It's a Zelda game. I don't know. Came out in 2020. November 2020. In Japan, it's called The Calamities Apocalypse. Yeah, it's a Warriors game. So you have NSO Premium or whatever? No. Why? It's a new Zelda game. It's not an old game. It's like specifically for the Switch. Like it's a Nintendo Switch game. Meant do. Oh, do you have Nintendo Switch Premium? No, I don't. I have Nintendo Online, but I was gonna cancel my online subscription this month as well because I haven't played Nintendo like a Nintendo game online since like Scarlet Violet like a month ago. Or no, like 2 months ago at this point, right? So I'm probably just gonna cancel my Nintendo Online subscription. I don't really play it online. I just have the basic Nintendo Online service or whatever. Yeah, it's probably closer to Fire Emblem 3 Hopes, though, Kyler, but yeah. The Warriors spin-off of Three Houses. But I really liked Three Hopes a lot, so I bought that game. I just never played it after I bought it. So maybe I'll stream that tomorrow so I can still do something Zelda-y, because people are in a Zelda mood right now. But I feel like a lot of people, because they're going to be playing Tears of the Kingdom, might not come watch me play Tears of the Kingdom because they're wanting to experience the game themselves. But if I play a different Zelda game, people might like to watch a Zelda game while they're playing Zelda and in a Zelda mood. So they can get Zelda content without spoiling stuff for their the game they're playing. I think that could work. Haven't really decided, though. I'll probably think about it tonight. After the stream and I'm eating dinner or something, I'll think about it. How's the story so far? Senri Pyro Girl, we believe, is dead now. Kurizu's voice shaking with sorrow. And Kurisu got doxxed. Yui and Yuto ran out from the kitchen and grabbed onto her from both sides. Big sis, it's fine. I'm fine. Just fine. I'm fine too. Children. But if they bully you at school, that won't bother me. And if anyone tries to bully you, they'll have to deal with me. I mean, it probably wouldn't be wise to send these kids to school right now if there's a witch hunt out for them. Kurisu's eyes were wet with tears, as per usual. Standard Kurisu formation. Crying. Worried. Upset. Being annoying. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? You guys didn't do anything wrong. She's right. You don't have anything to apologize for. Everyone rushed to defend her. Yet all she did was stare at the ground with a worried expression, like she was overcome by sorrow. Seeing Kurisu like that filled me with an indescribable wrath. Where the hell had this info leaked from? Mio, probably. And why would info come out that made her look like an accomplice just because she was an old friend of a serial killer? Didn't make sense. Crazy. Huh? And then I realized something was wrong. I've been so shocked by what had happened that I didn't have time to think about it, but this doesn't make sense at all. Why would Mio leak? Well, I'm just trying to think of who could possibly do it, right? Like, Mio is one of the only people that's confirmed heard of the crime scene or, like, known about the incident. Mio and Kurisu nearly got into that fight for a while, so maybe Mio's being petty. They almost got in that cat fight in the classroom, remember? They were all like, "Rah! Rah! I don't like you. I don't like you." Remember? So she's got reason to. She doesn't like Kurisu. They almost physically fought. And she's like one of the few people that knows about it. I'm sure it's not actually Mio, but I would imagine if I'm Taku, Mio would be like my first suspect. As the story reader, I would imagine that it's not Mio. But as if I'm Taku, that would be like the first conclusion I would draw. Would be Mio. You know what I mean? Like, as the story reader, we obviously know it's a story and that there's other elements at play, and it could be, like, and it's most likely somebody else to, like, you know, that's orchestrating things behind the scenes. But, like, if I'm Taku and I don't know that it's a story, right, like, Mio would be, like, the first logical conclusion. Doesn't like Kurisu, has access to police intel. Also knowing that because she wants to find out more about, like, Gigomaniacs and stuff, knowing that it'll rile up Taku. Because Taku likes Kurisu. So it's the trifecta of stuff. This doesn't make sense! @Channel was always looking for a new target to make a fuss over. And Senri fit the bill perfectly. But have there really been enough time for them to start focusing on Kurisu in the dorm? Even for @Channel. That was weird. Hey, Liz. She probably leaked that Senri died, but someone else would have leaked the personal info. I mean, Mio has connections. I wouldn't put it past Mio for being able to get access to that stuff. She's kind of been the Mary Sue of this game that's able to do, like, everything, right? I don't. It would be if the game turns around and like subverts my expectations and it is actually Mio, then I would be like, yeah, okay, I would believe that full stride. I dug up some info on you when I was researching Senri, and I found childhood pictures of Kurisu with Senri. Like, I don't think that's any stretch. But I'm pretty sure it's someone else. It's like someone set this whole thing up. As soon as I thought of that, I froze. Someone set this up? Are they after Kurisu? Or maybe the dorm? But why? Well, the dorm happens to contain the majority of the protagonists, or the majority of the main characters, so that would be why, Taku. They would be after the dorm. Because all of the main characters have been there at the same time. Who would do that? And for what reason? Does he know? What could they gain by going after Kurisu or the dorm? Damn! It doesn't make any sense! I took the phone out of my pocket and dialed a number. Taku?
どうしたの?
What's wrong? Everyone looked at me surprised. The year is 2012. People not used to other people having smartphones. it's not a subversion if you already know who it is. I would say if I'm expecting a twist and then it's not a twist, that would be a subversion. Don't you think? Like if they're very clearly setting something up to be a curveball and then they're like, just kidding. It was right in front of you the whole time. Like that's still a subversion. Right? I motioned for them to be quiet, and then I stood up. I needed to move somewhere I wouldn't be overheard. To avoid worrying Kurisu. Take a shot every time someone tries to avoid affecting Kurisu emotionally. Let's go. Let's get fucking wasted in here, bros. I hurried to my own room, and then focused on the sound of the ringing phone. Come on, pick up, pick up. After a long time, there was an answer. Oh, Taku? Good, I was just about to call... Shinjo seemed to be in as much of a hurry as I was. But I cut him off and screamed. What's with these ridiculous leaks? Is this about what's on the internet? The Cyber Crimes Division is investigating. Just hang in there a little longer. More importantly, the police didn't leak it? That's what we're trying to find out. Shinjo sounded a little upset. He probably didn't want to think any of his colleagues had leaked important info. More importantly, where are you? I'm at the dorm. Why? Good. Listen to me carefully. Your lives are in danger. Huh? The hell's he talking about? All of us have made a terrible mistake. Ironically, the leak on the internet is what cleared it up. A mistake? The pyrokinetic that attacked you and Arimura wasn't Senri. Huh? My eyes went wide as I stood there in shock. Oh my god, you guys, there was more than one killer. The game isn't over yet. No. But I thought every character, they all said the story was over. Every one of them. We all agreed. We took down the map in the classroom. Everyone said it was over. It can't be true. Serika? Taku? Ito? Kazupi, even? Kazupi gave a confirmation that the case was over? We heard it from her. Once Kazuki drops the it's fact. Kazuki wrong? No. But we heard it. Keep reading? Are you telling me it's not done, Francisca? Is that what you're trying to say? I should find out if the mystery continues? But we said it was over. We said it was done. The story was supposed to be over by now. I know, all the characters said. All the characters said it was done. The story. It was over. We were in slice of life mode. Everyone was relaxing. Maybe the case really is over. They were looking for new cases to investigate. They don't have time to go back. Time marches on. They were looking for the next case. I can't believe she didn't say a single word for 8 chapters. I know, just constant Most emotional cue my voice. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm really trying to get emotional over the story. I can't believe it. They would lie to me like this. Tragic. I can't believe. We were all saying it was over. Every single one of them, that it was done. Senri was dead. It had to be. My eyes went wide in the Pikachu face, the standard shocked expression. My grip on the phone tightened. This was supposed to be my slice of life chapter, Shinjo. There was supposed to be slice of life after this.
南沢千里じゃ
It wasn't Senri. Bakana. That's right.
じゃあ誰なんです
Then who was it?
ハイダリコだ。
Haida Riko.
はあそれ
Wasn't that just an
じゃん
alien?
そう。
Yes, that's what we
俺たちは
thought.
ハイダリコというのが
That
偽
the
名で
Haida Riko identity was false and being used as an alias.
でも
But we
ネット
found
上に
several
彼
comments
女を
online
実
from
際に
people
知ってい
saying
る
that
という情報
actually
がい
that
くつ
they
も書き
actually
込まれ
knew
ている
her.
のを見つけた。最初はただのデマだと
At
思ったん
first, we
だ
thought
が
they were fake,
一応
but
そ
we
の
used
書
the
き込みを
comments
も
to
とに
track down the place
彼
where she
女の故
supposedly
郷と
grew
言わ
up
れる場所を
and had the
地
local
元警
police
察に
check it
当たっ
out.
てもらった。その結果
We discovered
ハイ
that
ダ
she
リコの
really
実
did
在が確認
exist.
された。
そんな
No way.
マンションで見つかっ
The
た焼
corpse's
死体
teeth
の
and
歯
their
の治
signs
療
of
痕
treatment
も
were a perfect
地
match
元の
with
歯
her
科医
local
の記
dentist
録と
record.
完全に一致した
There's no doubt about
間
it.
違いない。俺たちが南沢千
The
里だと決めつ
pyrokinetic
け
that
て
we
いた
thought
パ
was
イロキ
Senri
ネ
was
シストは
actually
ハイ
Haida
ダリコ
Riko,
という全く
a
の
completely
別人だっ
different
たんだ
person.
よ。
I think this is on the last stream, so it's irrelevant. What are your current predictions before things kick off? What did I say my predictions were yesterday? Oh, yeah. Basically, I think that the killer has to be someone that's already been established. And, my thoughts are that it's Ito. Because I would never, assume that it would be any of the anime girls. It's not Momose, and I don't think they'll do the bad detective thing twice. So I don't think it would be Shinjo either. But, I mean, really, the game hasn't given us too many, like, overt clues to really investigate it. I don't really think that there's a lot of breadcrumbs there. There's just a couple, things that make it seem like he would be it. But they're pretty, like, they're kind of a stretch. Who gets a D sword? All the anime girls.
ちょっと待ってください
All the anime girls get a D sword, and I think it's, I think Ito's the killer. Or at least an accomplice in the killing. And as we also said, I think if the killer is a character that has not yet been introduced, I think that'll be really fucking lame. It was me, Mr. Smith, all along from the shadows. I would think that would be super lame. So I'm hoping it's an established character, so you could at least potentially have drawn the conclusion. Wait a second. It was me, Dio, yeah. You thought it was a character that was actually in the game, but it was me, Dio. A random subversion at the last minute. The opposite of the Deus Ex Machina. The Deus Ex Day Ruiner. The killer is Junko, yeah. I really hope it's not a character who hasn't been introduced yet. Because I think that's a really lame mystery if they just, like, whip out, like, the bad guy at the end, right? I think it's much better if there's, like, subtle clues throughout the story for you to actually be able to figure out who it is. And Ito's done a couple things that, like, makes him kind of suspicious, and he's really the only character I think that would be it. Of the established characters. Or, yeah. At the very least, he's accomplice. Yeah, no picture on the, yeah, no, the biggest one was the no picture on the phone context. But I mean, I think the end, if we're going to go in actuality, like all the scenes where he's like kind of missing for some like unexplained reason, I think are parts of it. Because alone this stream we've had like a couple things where we've gone like, why is Ito doing this? I think also the one where in the morbidly obese case where he was like not there, I think are supposed to be some of the subtle signs, right? Because he's like always not there in some of these moments. You should have gotten him that ham sandwich, yeah. We literally witnessed him killing someone. But yeah, I think that, I mean, I just think it's him because I just don't, I don't know, like, it's either him or someone that's not in the story yet. What'd Ito do to the coffee? Ito prefers black coffee. That's also suspicious. And yeah, I think all the anime girls get a D-sword. Cyborg Neurose, it was you. You and the Noah 3! Damn it! I can't believe it. I moved the phone away from my ear so I could think for a second. I found you. That woman wasn't Senri. Then did the real Senri die in the Shibuya earthquake after all? Just like Kursu said? If so, then why did she come after us? Will the real Senri please stand up? I've never known any woman named Hidariko. I never met her or even heard the name before the return of the New Madness. But yeah, it's either Ito with the possibility of real Senri being an accomplice. I'm not really confident in that one. But I think Ito's definitely sus. For real. Not a joke. Not a meme. That's my current thoughts before things pop off. Ito sus. Hashtag real. Oh, sorry, one of my keys fell off. Did Kibai do a meme today? I did not. I didn't have any meme ideas. I did the Senri vote meme yesterday. Because she's got that, like, pose that looks like Jeb Bush. I thought that was really funny. Did I show the meme on stream? I posted it on Reddit, but I don't know if I showed it on stream. Let me see. I also posted it in the Discord. I was pretty proud of this. I saw this pose when we first meet Senri, and this was or not Senri, I guess. What's her face now? But when she made this pose, this is the first thing I thought of. Like the old Jeb Bush meme. I think this is like one of my favorite memes that we've made so far for the game. President Senri, yeah. Well, I framed it as voting for best side adventure antagonist.
We gotta.
Did you make this thing wandering? What the fuck is this? What? The thing you posted in Discord, did you make that? Oh, that was Kyler? When did Kyler make that? What? Why did you make that? What? Okay. I made it 2 years ago? Did you? I don't remember that. Anyway, yeah, this was the meme I made. I'd never heard that name before this. I can't think of any reason why she'd come after me. What the hell was she doing with Senri's ID card, then? I couldn't think straight. My mind just kept coming up with new questions. Hello? Taku? You still there?
Hi.
Yeah. I put the phone back to my ear when I heard the panic in his voice. We just got the forensic results back on Haida Riko's death. She died sometime between the early morning and afternoon on October 23rd.
10月23日
Wait, the 23rd? That's right. She was already dead by then.
でも23日の夜
But I was attacked at the
僕はカフェ
cafe
で襲わ
on
れ
the
たんで
night
す
of
よ
the 23rd.
これは久野里さんの説だ
Mio
が
has a theory that it
君
wasn't
を襲
Riko
ったのは
herself who
ハイダリ
attacked
コ
you.
本人じゃない
It was probably
多
another
分
psychic. It
別
just
の
showed
能
you a
力者が
delusion of her.
ハイダリコの妄想
The
を
only
君に
solution
見せ
that
た
makes
だけだ
sense.
それしか説明がつかない
Oh my god.
別の
Another psychic? There's multiple? No way. I felt a cold, sticky sweat forming on my forehead. Another psychic! It's the story still going. I can't believe it. No, that can't be! I suspected it many times, but in the end, I discarded the possibility. Ugh. Remember when it was over? That's why I thought this was over!
ハイダリコの頭部はかなり
Riko's
損壊
head
してい
was
て
badly
すぐ
damaged,
に
so
分
it
から
took
な
time
か
to
った
find
んだ
out. But her
脳の
brain
左
shows
側
the
の痕
same
跡
signs
が
of
発見さ
swelling
れ
as
た
the other victims.
猟奇殺人のおそらく彼女は
She was probably
思考を
mind
操
controlled
ら
into
れ
skewering
自分
herself
で
on
自
with
分
that
を串刺し
rebar
に
and
した
setting
挙句
herself on fire.
さらに自身の
This
体を燃
absurd
やしたん
MO
だ
matches the other murders
こ
too.
の異常な手口も他の被害者と
じゃあ真犯人は
The real culprit killed Riko?
能力者であるハイダ
Who
リ
was
コ
a
を
psychic
観察した
on the 23rd?
そうだ
Yeah,
スケジュー
right
ル
on
通り
schedule.
にな
ってことは
Which means I was too scared to say what next. But Shinjo said it for me.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来は23
The
日で途切
return
れ
of
て
the
なんかい
new
なかっ
gen
た
madness didn't end on the 23rd. The murders aren't over! Oh my god. Today is October 28th! If the murders aren't over,
気をつけろ宮代君
be careful.
多分
One
誰
of
か
you
が
is
狙わ
probably
れ
the
てる
next target. I felt like every hair on my body was standing up on end. I think it's really funny when games like portray like shock events like this that are like very clearly not shocking. I think that's really funny. I imagined a hand reaching out from somewhere and putting a cold knife against my throat. I couldn't shake that delusion for the life of me.
新庄さん
Shinjo,
僕たちどうした
what do
ら
we do?
とにかく一
Just
人
make
に
sure you're
な
not
るな
alone. One of my
君の
men
と
is
ころに
heading to
今
the dorm right
後輩
now.
を向かわせてる
He's not coming to the dorm?
俺
Shinjo,
は
what?
有村さんの家へ行って
Oh,
彼女を
I'm going to Arimura's place to pick her up.
その足で
Then I'll head to
君
where
らの
you
ところ
are.
へ向かうから
Understood?
いいね。
はい、お願いしま
Yeah,
す。
thank you. I hung up, jammed the phone into my pocket, and ran out of the room. My legs were shaking. Knees weak, arms heavy. Spaghetti all over the dorm. When I got to the dining room, Kurisu and Sarika were folding everyone's laundry.
何かしていないと
If I don't keep myself
つい
occupied,
悪いこと
I
ば
just
かり
start
考え
thinking
て
of
しま
bad
って
things. Kurisu, I have bad news. The murderer is coming right this way, right now. Kurisu forced herself to smile as she looked at me. Don't worry, I've got bad news if you're trying to keep your mind off things. But she must have seen the look on my face, because her smile faded. See, this is another thing where, like, the game has conveniently not put Ito at this scene. But, like, has the whereabouts of most of the other general characters here, and Ito's absent, which just frees him up to be suspicious.
どうかしたの
What's wrong? Taku?
ユイたちはどうした？
Where's Yui and the others? I couldn't see Yui, Yuto, or Yuki.
ウキちゃんと一緒に
They're
佐久間
downstairs
先
helping
生のお
Dr.
手
Sakuma.
伝い
The
今
clinic's
日はもう
closing
院
for
を
today.
閉めるんでお掃除を
So
し
they went
に下
downstairs
へ
to
行った
clean.
よ
そっか。
I see. Dad had probably figured out with all the media outside he wouldn't get any work done today, so he must have decided to just close up early. I looked out the curtain and saw that the street was filled with vans. None of them showed any sign of leaving. But whether this was fair or not, even though I hated them a moment ago, I now felt glad they were there. With this many people around, no matter who they were, the killer wouldn't be able to get at us too easily. I went to close the curtain and saw there was some kind of commotion outside. Huh? The window glass was too thick for me to hear, but something must have happened while I was on the phone.
おのえ、
Soundproof windows?
クルスのこと頼む。
In Japan?
何があっても絶対にそばを離れないで
Oh
言
no,
っ
I
て
take
くれ。
care of Kurisu.
絶対にだぞ。
Don't leave her side for a second, no matter what.
お
Okay.
ねえタクル
Taku,
何かあったのなら教えて
if something happened, tell me.
後でちゃんと
I
話す
will
か
in a
ら。
bit.
とにかく
Anyway, I'm
任せた
counting
ぞ、お
on you,
のえ。
Onoe.
オッケー
Okay. These two weren't psychics, so they were probably safe, but it was best to be sure. I ran down the stairs to the clinic. I could see Uki and Yuto cleaning up the equipment in the examination room.
父さんとユイは
Where are Dad and Yui?
父さん外で
Dad's
マスコ
outside
ミの
fighting
人
with
と
the
喧
media.
嘩してる
Just that statement sounds so funny. He was fighting with the lamestream media. He's grandstanding out there. None of you guys post the facts. You're all wrong-siders.
喧嘩？
Fighting?
はい
Yes.
医院の窓から
Someone was trying to take photos through the clinic
中を隠し撮りしようとした人
windows,
がいた
so
ん
Dr.
です
Sakuma got mad and went
それで
outside.
佐久間先生が怒って外へ
I listened carefully, and sure enough, I could hear Dad arguing with what sounded like a reporter.
ユイも父さんと一緒なのか？
Is Yui with Dad?
お姉ちゃ
Huh?
ん
Sis? They looked confused.
お姉ちゃんならさっ
She
き
just went
タ
to
クル
find
姉ちゃん
you.
のところへ行ったでしょ
何？
What? Uh-oh. Yui went to find me?
いや、来てないぞ。
But I didn't see her. We're gonna build a wall and the Noids are gonna pay for it.
でも
But I saw
確
her
か
go
に手へ
upstairs.
上がっていきまし
そんなバカな。
Impossible! Back in it! Have fun? I was really drained by the time I closed the game. What do you mean? Why were you drained? Just tired? Oh. I just fucking ripped my leg. I turned around and ran back upstairs. Yui!
ユイ！
Yui!
どこだユイ！
Where are you, Yui? But I couldn't find her, no matter where I looked. She wasn't in her room, the bath, or the toilet. I looked everywhere. Hey, Joe. What's up, man? Oh, sorry I didn't respond to you earlier on Discord. I was taking a big nap to get ready for the stream. After I looked everywhere I could, I finally decided to check the dorm's emergency exit. And I shivered as I saw what that was. After I looked everywhere I could, I decided to check the dorm's emergency exit. And I shivered as I saw that the inside latch was undone. But it's always locked. Did you go outside? Why? I can feel my heart pounding with terror as I ran back into the clinic. I knew it. She's not here. That can't be. Ito just came. Ito? Yeah, she went upstairs with Ito to find you. She was with Ito? Right? She wasn't alone? Yes. I see. I breathed a small sigh of relief. Does he know? If it was just Yui, she might be in danger. But if she wasn't alone, it wouldn't be as easy for someone to attack her. Okay, I'll call him. As I took up my phone, Sarika and Kurisu came into the room. They were worried. They looked even more worried when I told them that Yui and Ito had vanished. Yui and Ito? Where'd they go? Ito? Oh, Taku. Where are you? I'm just heading back from the convenience store. We did some shopping. Ito's voice was the same as ever. Where's Yui? Is she with you? Yeah, she's right next to me. Oh, I see. I felt relieved, but screamed into the phone anyway. If you're going to the store, then tell someone. But don't take Yui. Everyone was worried. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Anyway, just hurry back. Yui might be in danger. Don't worry about that. If something happens to Yui, I'll do an operation to fix her right up. Huh? My mouth hung open for a second. An operation? What's he talking about? Huh? And then I realized that I could hear muffled moans coming through the phone. It's just Kazuki. Just like I was saying earlier. Hey, Ito. Why's Kazuki with you? Oh, it's Yui. Never mind. What are you doing? You know, I always wanted to be a doctor like Dr. Sakura. Did you know that? I said, what are you doing? This knife I bought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. This is probably gonna hurt. Ito, stop screwing around! Put Yui on the phone now! Taku, could you bring me a scalpel and some anesthetic? Also, you got that saw thing that cuts bones? I feel bad using this at Yui. He hung up. Yui? Yui! What's going on, Yui? I pushed the call button again with shaky fingers. But he must have turned off his phone, because he didn't pick up. What's going on? Why is Ito? Did I call it in Chapter 4? Is it Ito? Or when was the morbidly obese thing again? Was that chapter 4? Or was that 5? I think that was my first Ito prediction. I memed it before, but my first real Ito accusation was the morbidly obese. Watabe death was chapter 4. Yeah, okay. Did I call it in chapter 4? My mind couldn't process this. It was too hard to believe. Taku? What happened to Yui? I heard what sounded like a scream. Oh my god. Because yeah, I memed him from the coffee and the no contact picture thing. But yeah, the first accusation was that morbidly obese for my Ito accusation. Big bro? I suddenly felt like I was about to throw up. I shoved my face into the sink and tossed up everything I had in my stomach. Oh, don't puke in the sink! Oh, it's so hard to clean! I've puked in the sink before. I've done that shit before. That's rough. That's hard to clean, man. Very gross. It was like I was vomiting up hate, fear, and despair. Junko reference? No matter how much I tried, it wouldn't stop. Junko arrived at the beginning of stream. I don't know where she went, though. She's missing the Junko reference. Right there. Taku, what's wrong? When I had thrown up so much, there wasn't even any stomach fluid left. I turned around and saw Kurisu behind me. Kurisu, the phone. Call Shinjo immediately. Huh? Yui's going to be killed. Ooh, new dramatic effect noise. We haven't heard the old Chaos Head dramatic effect noise in a while. That played like a lot in the first 3 chapters of the game. Like whenever it showed the girl in the straight jacket, and when it showed Arimura with bleeding eyes. The like Chaos Head equivalent of the Vine Boom, or what is that called? Is that what it's called? The TikTok sound effect. Boom. Heavy breathing. I let Kurisu handle getting in touch with Shinjo, and I ran out of the emergency exit to the dorm. Yui! Where are you? Answer me, Yui! My voice echoed down the rows of houses. Some nearby reporters ran over. What's wrong, kid? Did something happen? Did you see anyone come this way earlier? Yeah? A boy about my size and a girl a little younger, did you see them? Oh, those two? They tried to interview me, but they ignored me. Which way did they go? I think they went that way. I ran in the direction he pointed to without stopping or looking behind me. Hey, you! I could hear them asking what happened, but I didn't have time. Yui! Ito! Where are you? I ran, screaming the names of my little sister and best friend. I heard to breathe, but I couldn't stop running. My only thoughts as I ran were of Yui's safety and Ito's strange behavior. Ito! What the hell are you doing? His tone had been the same as ever. It was the exact same tone he always used when he was laughing about the latest weird school gossip. So why would he do that to Yui? It has to be a mistake! Because Ito wouldn't... No. Wait. Besides, if there was another killer, they would have taken Senri's place and killed someone on the 23rd. Nothing happens, which means we can rule this out. I'm glad I figured it out before this moment. Because this was the moment I was about 100% sure. But I was pretty suspicious of Ito earlier. But I felt like this was the game kind of being like, hey, just so you know, let's just give up on the case already. Any more would only hurt the vice president even further. That's when I gave up on the idea of there being another psychic. Ito used Kurzu to keep me from really having time to think. Then he took that important note down and threw it away. So that was deliberate? Because yeah, I first suspected him back when he was suspiciously not there. During a couple key instances. The biggest one being the morbidly obese one. The more I thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Yui! Ito! As I yell at midnight in my apartment complex. Totally never going to get in trouble. How long had I been running? My throat was dry and it stung. I was gasping for breath and in dire need of water. Sweat was dripping. I was so out of breath I couldn't think. Where am I? I looked around and saw that I was in a residential area of Shibuya that the reconstruction teams hadn't gotten to yet. There was still a lot of abandoned houses. Even during the day, there was little foot traffic. And there were always rumors that at night, you could see the vengeful ghosts of the people who died in the earthquake wandering beneath the streetlights. I'm surprised one of your neighbors hasn't knocked on your door. Yeah, I think it's because I kind of, like, pull my voice in. I do, like, one of those, like, scream, not scream things. I think that's probably part of it, because it probably doesn't really carry through the wall. Plus, I have all the memory foam, like, stuff on my walls. I did have one neighbor that did hear me, but yeah, I got the memory foam after the neighbor yelled at me, though. But didn't Ito went with Serica, so he had an alibi for the obese case? I don't think so. I mean, they were both, like, supposed to be going to get Watabe, but I was pretty sure Serica came back before Ito. I don't think they returned at the same time. But besides, Serica's an anime girl. She's going to be relevant, not a killer. Just as I was about to turn around and head for the park or the school, I heard a faint sound. A tiny noise. Like cloth being torn. I thought I might have imagined it, but I forced my aching legs forward to look in the alleyway where I heard it anyway. Not an alleyway. Crucifixion was like 3, cases ago. That was the 3rd murder. The lights didn't reach the alley, so I could see nothing but darkness. I could hear the sound of water going drip, drip, drip. Some house's pipe must have broken. I took another step forward, into the darkness, like I was being drawn in by the sound. Suddenly, there were several sharp, metallic clangs at my feet. I quickly jumped back, surprised. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw they were fruit knives. And all of them were stained dark with something, their blades bent or broken. dark. Fruit knives. Is it jam? This knife I bought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. I felt something cold crawl up my back as I remembered Ito's words. Yui?
おい、
Are you there, Yui?
いるのか?
I took another step
Yui.
forward. There was what felt like a puddle of water at my feet, and I heard a splash. Yes, totally water. I'm sure it's water. Very much water. But there was no answer. I took another step. The splash got louder. Definitely water. And then I realized that the liquid was sticking to my shoe. It's just pop, guys. I looked down and saw that my shoe was stained the same dark red color as the knives. It's juice. Red Gatorade. This isn't water? No. The wind must have changed course, because the moment I had that thought, I smelled something awful. I inhaled a full breath of the stench before I could cover my nose and mouth. Ugh. And then I looked toward the source of the smell. And when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it. No way. Did they actually kill Yui? What is this? It was the unpleasant, but somehow seductive and sweet smell of meat. I could see small boxes laid out in the rough shape of a human body. It looked like some kind of grotesque homemade doll. The dark red liquid was flowing from the boxes, and I felt an urge to throw up. How long did it take for me to realize that I was staring at what was left of my little sister? Because of that, it took me a while to notice the man further down the alley, staring at the pool of blood. You... What? He was holding the murder weapon in his hand, dripping with blood. Why? Answer me, Ito! Ooh. Do you think they would save her? Yeah, I actually didn't think Yui would die. I thought it would be revealed that he was the killer and he would try to kill Yui, but I thought, I actually did think he would make it there in time. Because usually they're very, hesitant to kill kids. That's pretty cool. Well, not cool, but bold, I guess would be a better description of it. Ito hopped over what used to be Yui and spoke to me in the same casual tone he always used.
どうして
Why? I'm the one who
そ
should
れ
be
は俺
asking
の方の
you
質問だよ
that.
なお前さ
Why didn't you
なんであ
save
の
her
時
back?
助けなかったんだ
Man, this would be such a cool, you understand the trigger warnings now? Yeah. This would be such a cool thumbnail. Obviously, it's big spoilers, so I can't use it, but... Very cool, thumbnail. The clickbait, oh, it would be so easy. Because I could put me here, and then Ito's here. Because this looks sick, but... Yeah, I won't use it as a, This is the CG that spoiled the Ito stuff for you? Oh, that sucks. I can imagine a lot of people using this as, like, clickbait. This is why I don't look up stuff, because it's super easy for, like, one picture to spoil the whole plot for you. Or why I've been asking, like, Wandering to get my thumbnails and stuff for me for the streams. You saw it, but you didn't realize it was Ito, so you weren't spoiled. Yeah, I haven't looked up anything for Chaos Child, so I luckily wasn't spoiled. Because I've just been asking Wandering to get me all the CGs and stuff. It's not the whole plot since there's still 3 chapters. I mean, yeah, but still. I feel like the effect of this scene would be like totally ruined if you saw this beforehand. This is why I don't go searching for stuff. Keep reading. Well, we gotta bathe in the drama of the reveal. We gotta absorb it. I'm glad I called this, though, for Ito. But it came with a nice surprising twist, though. Because I did feel like the game was kind of making it obvious, especially this chapter, that it was probably Ito. But I didn't expect the Yui death. I did think she'd be saved. Because even Chaos Head didn't go this far. Like, Nanami still lived. Liz is now in line with Kyubai on theory crafting the chapters? What do you mean? As in, like, Liz will be blind as well? But yeah, like Alpha said, I do feel validated that we called this one. And it did feel like an appropriate, like, breadcrumb trail of, like, things to reveal that he's a bad guy. Like, it's not, I feel like it's also not just, like, this sudden out of nowhere. Anyway, Ito's bad. Like, there are, like, several moments that he's kind of suspicious. Up to the point where he's, like, adamantly trying to, like, say we're done. What is this? Why didn't you save her back then? Why'd you abandon her? Who are you talking about? Oh, Cedric died in so much pain. Huh? Senri? What? Why is he talking about it? Is Ito talking about Senri of all people? So, tell me, how did it feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets and to know how powerless you are? I felt nothing but confusion. What I was looking at didn't seem real. So I just stood there and stared at Ito's face, dumbfounded. I like this kind of like hunched over frame for him as well. This is a really good image. Oh! Damn my morals at not wanting to use clickbait. This would be such a good thumbnail. She was everything to me, and you left her to die. But now my revenge can finally be complete. Now is he Senri's brother? Ito, you... What was the relationship between Senri and Ito? What happened between them? Would it be a spoiler if you replaced his face with a sumo? I still kind of think so. Because I can't use this background because this is pretty graphic. I could do the closer zoom in. But still, yeah. But I think even with my face covering Ito's, the uniform would still give it away. Because it's a male high school uniform from this game, so that would make the killer either Taku, which wouldn't make sense because he's the protagonist, or Alpha. Or not Alpha. Or Ito. I just saw Alpha's message as soon as I said that. But that would like narrow it down between 2 characters, and it obviously wouldn't be Taku. You got me. Yeah, it was Alpha all along, actually. If your body replaces Ito, then it wouldn't be as cool. Because the cool part of the image is Ito. That's what's cool about it. Yui's death is a bit too much. I can see some people thinking that. I personally think it's good because I appreciate that they're willing to go that far. I always feel like a lot of the times when there's kids and like stories like this, it's kind of a cop-out because you usually don't think the kid will die. Like there's a lot of like anime games like this that'll put like a young child at risk, but it's like never really a threat. I think it's bold that they actually I think it's bold that they went for it. I do like that. But I could definitely see this being too much for you. Kids, or like people, only ever reaches child endangerment, never goes as far as death. Right, yeah, like you can... It's always been hard for me to like get into the, like, oh no, so-and-so has been kidnapped. And it's like, how old are they? 10. Okay, sure. You know, like at least in anime. So this is kind of wild, honestly. Made me feel like throwing up from emotions. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Like, this is like... That's what I'm saying, why I like it. Because it is that, like, strong emotional moment, right? It's like... Oh shit, they actually fucking killed the kid. Like, that's real. Because, I mean, sure, most people reading, like myself, were like, Yui will be fine. You know? I thought for sure, yeah, Ito's the killer, but I thought we'd get there, there'd be like some kind of face-off, or like it would be revealed Ito's the killer, but not in this fashion. Because I'm like sure most people probably got here and were like, oh, fuck. Because like, yeah, at this point, I feel like even when the game kind of recaps it, like right before the, you know, the phone call, it would have been okay if it was Yuki. Why? No! Uki's had nothing but straight L's her entire life. I think it still would have been just as impactful if it was Uki, though. Yeah, I really thought for sure we were gonna get here in time. But yeah, it definitely carries much more weight to actually pull through with it. Because yeah, I would imagine most people, maybe there's some 300 IQ people in the chat here that thought Yui was really going to die. But I thought for sure this whole time, like, we were going to get there, Yui would be in danger, and then these two would have a fight. I'm actually quite shocked by it. It didn't even look like I'd have time to think about it. Ito's knife got steadily closer to me. Now it's your turn, Taku. Did you bring that scalpel and anesthetic? If not, this is gonna hurt real bad. Just like it did for Yui. Ito wore a murderer's smile. Oh, so that's how it's gonna be. For some reason, I'd lost the capacity to think clearly. That was the only thought that was left. I'm not even gonna look like a person when he's done with me. Oh, I thought he was gonna have, like, the big bro rage moment. Man. And, like, pull out his sword here. Not that he's gonna get massacred. That would not be my thought. I feel like my thought here would be, like, unyielding rage. Not like, oh shit, this person's gonna kill me. I feel like I would be angry. Just like Yui. The terror overwhelmed me. All I could do was stare into Ito's bloodshot eyes as he slowly approached me, and wait for the moment of my death. I think Taku's not broken enough. Yeah, but I feel like, you know, this would be like the rage moment, right? Taku! Oh no, Cursor. And then, I heard what sounded like a scream, and it was enough to bring me back to my senses. Kurisu! I looked back and saw Kurisu standing under the streetlight, her shoulders heaving up and down. I feel like he's actually experiencing loss for once because of his actions of chasing the case. I feel like, though, since Ito's targeting psychics, regardless of whether or not he chased the case, it would come to this point, yeah? Viewership's peaked, you sickos. Yeah, I know, right? Ito, what are you doing? Her eyes went wide when she saw the knife in Ito's hand. No! Stay back! He'll kill you too! Get away, Kurisu! I wanted to tell her to get away, but only meaningless noises came out of my mouth. It was like my vocal cords had been paralyzed. Answer me, Ito! Oh, he's got a killer sprite, too. Kurisu did the exact opposite of what I hoped she would. She ran into the alley, blocking my way out. At the same time, she noticed the boxes filled with the body parts and the stinking pool of blood, and she gasped. What is this? Taku? Yui? What happened to Yui? Tell me, where's Yui? I was finally able to speak, but I couldn't answer her question. It was pathetic, but tears started to well in my eyes, and I couldn't stop them. Ito answered for me, flipping the knife from one hand to another as he spoke. Be careful, Vice President. Step on one of these boxes. You won't be able to put Yui back together again. I'm surprised you didn't realize this when they didn't want you to search for his sprites. I mean, they didn't want me to search for anybody's sprites, though. So it didn't really feel like Ito was specifically called out. Alright. Kurisu jumped back and started to shake as she stared at the boxes. Don't Google cyborg neurosis. Well, you guys already spoiled Noah 3 and cyborg neurose. This can't be. This can't be happening. She sank to her knees and reached out toward what used to be Yui, not caring that she'd be soaked with blood. Ito's a kicklemaniac, but he has a D knife. That would be really funny if that's his D sword, just a tiny little dagger. This can't be happening. No. She picked up something long and thin. It had a pretty nail on it. One which had never been manicured, even though its owner was old enough to be interested in makeup. It was Yui's finger.
だから副
Oh,
部
but
長
don't touch it.
勝手に
I
触
did
ら
my
ない
best
で
to
くれ
make
よ
Yui look like a pretty work
ゆ
of
いちゃん
art.
が綺麗に見えるよ芸術的
Wha- wha- Why?
全部宮
It's
代が
all
悪いんだ
Taku's fault.
南さん
Senri in
を
agony.
苦しめたから
So I'm getting my revenge.
その復讐さ
千里の
Revenge?
復
For
讐
Senri?
そうだよ
That's right.
千里
It
は
must have
も
hurt
っと
worse
痛
for
かったろ
Senri. She was
苦しかっ
suffering.
たろ
Even if she wanted to
しかも
die from the pain of the
実験が
experiments.
辛くて死にたいと思っても死ねなかったゆいちゃんなんて
Yui was
まだ
lucky.
幸せだよ
She got to die quick.
こうしてすぐ死ぬことができたんだからね
When I heard those words, something snapped. The fog in my head cleared instantly, and my blood started to boil. See, there we go. You motherfucker! It was a rage I couldn't control. I really would like to yell that louder, but it is midnight where I live. The next thing I knew, I leapt at Ito with my bare hands. He pointed the knife straight at me, as if he'd been waiting for this. I could tell it was pointed straight at my neck, my carotid artery. If I'd been more calm, I would have known better than to jump on it without any defenses. But now I couldn't hold back. He must have thought he had me, because a cruel thin smile formed on his lips. I knew I was gonna die. I hoped that Kurisu at least might be able to get away. The last thought that went through my head was, I'm sorry, Yui. We got you all caught up in this, and you. If heaven was real, that was where Yui was going. But I knew without a doubt I was going to hell, so I'd probably never see her again. Huh? But the moment of my death never came. Instead, I heard Kurisu scream. It was a violent sound, unlike anything I'd ever heard from her before. I looked in surprise and saw she grabbed Ito from the side, and the two of them were rolling to the ground. Kurisu! I won't let you kill him! I won't let you kill Taku! Oh, she's dead. The two of them were rolling around in Yui's blood. Stop it, Kurisu! Stop! He'll kill you too! But she didn't seem to hear me. She screamed like a wounded animal and tried to grab both of Ito's arms. Her whole body was covered with Yui's blood, and each time she moved, her long hair flew up and sent dark red splashes everywhere. Ito tried to shake her off and punched her in the stomach. She moaned in pain when the blow hit her where she'd been stabbed, but she still hung on desperately and refused to let go. You fucking piece of shit! I leapt on top of Ito without thinking. I grabbed his hand that held the knife and smashed it into the ground. There was a dull snap as his fingers shattered and the knife fell to the ground. I kicked it far away. Kurisu, that's enough! Get off him! I put my full weight on Ito's back and pinned him to the ground. Let me go! Let me go! He was stronger than I thought, and he almost kicked me off, but I refused to let go. You okay, Kurisu? Now is probably really not the time to talk about this. Now is probably the time for her to be running. She didn't seem to be able to answer my question. She sat down on the ground and tried to catch her breath. The shock seemed to have temporarily robbed her of her ability to breathe. Did none of the newspaper or news organization people chase after Kurisu? I just thought about that. They've been desperate to get an interview with her and they let her run out the back of the thing without following her? That doesn't make sense. What I miss? You missed child murder, Hunchy. Big tears fell from her eyes, and when she finally caught her breath, she started to sob. Vice President, if you want to blame somebody, blame Taku. If he hadn't abandoned Senri back then, I never would have done this. Right, Taku? That's... This whole case is Taku's fault. Yeah, I masterminded all of the murders. The entire point of the Return of the New Gen Madness was to drive him into a corner and destroy him. How can you call yourself a right-sider when you couldn't even figure that out? Isn't that ironic, Taku? I'm getting ready to head out. Well, have a good night then, Hachi. Why are the reporters at Oba? Or at the clinic? They're at the clinic because of Ito probably leaked Kurisu's info online. She got doxxed on 4chan. Or on @channel, excuse me. That can't be true. People died because of me. If I found the truth out faster, Yui wouldn't have died. You're lying. I mean, I was gonna say kind of a stretch to think that Taku could have really done anything to help Senri, but I was also trying to logically explain something to a serial killer, so kind of pointless. Kurisu's voice was so soft I couldn't hear what she was saying. Kurisu? You're lying. Everything you're saying is a lie, Ito. If I was ever to actually get a voice acting job, I would love to voice a character like Ito. The like psycho killer thing. That's like kind of calm, but also a psychopath while being calm. That would be dope. Huh? Kurisu jerked her face upward without being able to without bothering to hide her tears. She stood up enraged and screamed into the sky. Who are you? Why'd you make Ito do this? Whoever you are that's out there laughing at us, who are you? Kurisu? I know you're watching. Whoever did this to my precious little sister, who are you? Something red dripped down off Kurisu's skirt. Was it Yui's blood, or had Kurisu's own injury opened again? What are you talking about, Kurisu? Ito never knew Senri. Somebody just made him think he did. Huh? What are you talking about? I loved Senri. This is my revenge. That's a lie. I was with Senri all the time, and she never met you. There's no reason you'd want revenge. Don't be stupid. I love Senri. That's why I'm doing this. For her. Oh, has he been brainwashed by the killer? Oh no, is this a cop-out? I could tell Ito's body was starting to shake underneath me. His teeth chattering like he was afraid of something. That's a lie. Senri never even knew you existed. There's no way you ever had the chance to fall in love with her. No, 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 no! Ito? Ito? Ito flailed about. Foamy bubbles were pouring from his mouth. His bloodshot eyes had rolled up into his head. They were so swollen that they looked like they might just burst out of their sockets. And then... Huh? Ooh. That's actually kind of fucking creepy. Jesus. Blood started to pour out of both his eyes. It wasn't Yui's. It was very clearly his own. It hurts! It hurts! When I recoiled, he crawled out from under me, and then curled up on the ground. He grabbed his head with his hands and started to spasm and flail about. So much! It's gonna burst!
おい糸
Ito! Ito? Ito scratched at his head furiously, and then started to bang it against the ground.
やめろ
Stop! Ito! Kurusu and I grabbed him and tried to stop him. His forehead had split open, and blood coming out of it mixed with the blood coming out of his eyes. It was possible to even tell what he looked like. But he shook us off and started to jerk and flail. Go, Taku! I'll make you pay for abandoning Senri, because I love Senri. Who the hell is Senri? Senri? That's right. She's the killer. The one who went after Taku. Watch out, Taku. She's gonna come after you again. Senri hates you because you abandoned her. That's why I'm getting revenge. So it is your fault Yui died. No, wait. Is it mine? I did this to Yui? It was me? Ito? Ito was shouting loudly, but he wasn't making any sense. It was as if what Kurusu had said was right. Someone was controlling his brain.
待てよ俺がゆいちゃんにこんなこと俺ゆい
I
ちゃんの
did
こと
this to Yui?
いつもいい子だな
I always thought Yui was such a good kid. She got along with Taku so
ちょ
well.
っと羨まし
I
い
was always a little jealous.
そうか
But yeah, I guess I killed her
したんだ
for Senri.
だって千里のため
So,
だもんな
who's Senri again?
で
Suddenly, Ito's laughter cut
千里
off,
って誰だっけ
and he froze like a toy whose batteries had run out. When you have to modernize the puppet like a strings had been cut line. For those Zoomers who don't know what puppets are anymore. Then all the strength drained from his body, and he collapsed. Kurusu and I together couldn't support the full weight of an unconscious person, so we fell. Okay, but how could you both not support the weight of one guy? Neither of us could move. We were just laying there, holding Ito between us. And staring at the bloody boxes that held our little sister. Yui. I'm not good at fake crying. I do need to practice that. Kurusu started to cry like a little girl. There was nothing I could say. I felt like I was going to cry too. It was all I could do to just barely stop myself. He stopped moving like a live scene, suddenly crashing. I could hear many footsteps in the distance. It was either Shinjo and the police, or maybe the reporters around the clinic. If it was the media, don't let them take pictures of Yui like this, please. Please. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see anything else. I didn't want to hear anything else.
ダメだよ、タクルに。
That's no good, big bro. Big sis is still really just a little kid inside. You need to support her,
支えて
okay?
あげなくちゃ。ね。
Maybe it was her ghost. When I closed my eyes, I could see Yui smiling gently. Chapter 9. Duel. 4 days after Yui's death. Do we wrap here? Do we go for a little bit longer? I feel like that's a pretty good end spot. A little longer? It's probably the part that hurt the most. What part that hurt the most? Them photographing Yui's body. It's finally getting good. Well, yeah, now that it's finally getting good, that's when we got a cliffhanger. Opinions so far? I think this was really good. Chapter 8 was really good, I thought. Obviously, there's still more to go. Can you do chat polls? I can do chat polls, yeah. Like, obviously there was going to be some other people connected to the whole thing because there's still several chapters to go. And, Viewership is good right now. There's another fine ending point coming soon with cliffhangers, so go a little bit longer. Okay, we can still go, like, a little bit. If there's another good end spot up ahead. Hey, what's up, man? At what point in the story are we at now? Yui just died. And Ito wasn't the killer. He was definitely a killer, though. I do believe he was the one causing all the deaths. Was he being mind-controlled? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious at this point, but I do believe he was definitely an accomplice, for sure. Eli's prediction was wrong. No. This is what's spoiled in the bad end? No fucking way they spoil this in the bad end. What? Him being evil? We only zoom to Ito's face and that's all. I mean, a zoom into Ito's face I feel like would still be enough of a spoiler. The next lines of dialogue is his voice that talks is distorted. Okay, a distorted voice and a zoom in on Ito is definitely enough of a spoiler. Like if you see Ito and then it's followed by the voice of a character you don't recognize, Ito isn't revealed in the bad end unless you've already finished the game. Really? It zooms in on Ito's face. He smiles, and then Taku gets stabbed. Does that happen? Or is that only after you've beaten the game? Because regardless, if that happens first playthrough, I think that's still, like, enough of a reveal. That would have to be. I would choose to believe Alpha's right here just because it seems so outrageous if what Wandering said is true. Because, I mean, I also kind of, believe you. I remember that being in Common Route. I don't know. Because that would be so dumb if they spoiled that. Like, that's the good twist. Found a video with the voice distorted. Drop it in Discord. I want to see. That would be so dumb if you could get that spoiled. Sonya Yuto? I think I probably just butchered your name. Hey, welcome to the stream, man. There's no bad end of the video in a first playthrough. I spent a lot of time trying to find it. Go back to the quick save and choose the wrong answer. I wouldn't remember which quick save it was. The COZ guide says it's there. They show Ito's sprite a little, but leave it ambiguous so you can start suspecting him. But it's not clear enough. I don't know, man. I think still showing Ito at any point would have revealed it. Because, like, I was able to figure it out just with the clues that we saw without the context. And, like, the clues were relatively subtle, but I think anything, like, showing Ito like that would have definitely made me think it was him. Okay, alright. I won't watch it then if it's got, like, more spoilers in it. Well, maybe we'll do that after the game then. The intrusive thoughts, Tin Wind. Yeah. I think that, because like I said, I mean, I was able to figure out it was Ito without that. That would have totally ruined it. Because I was still, like, kind of, you know, I definitely suspected him during the Morbidly Obese thing, but, like, I still had the stuff where it was, like, I had to look for, like, subtle clues as we went. You know, like, it was still a theory, and I was still suspecting him until, like, Chapter 8 basically confirmed it, right? When he's like, well, the case is all done. That was, like, the moment where it was, like, you know, I was, like, 70%, 80% or whatever. But, like, 100% would have thought it was Ito. If I saw him earlier. Because it's like, I was pretty confident in my Ito call, but, like, if I saw him earlier in that type of event, you couldn't have convinced me otherwise. I wouldn't have... That would have been a really shitty spoiler. I'm glad we didn't do the bad thing earlier. If you saw the bad end and then saw Chapter 8 Betrayal, you know what was going on. Yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't have even needed to get to Chapter 8. I think I would have been. Because I was pretty confident in the Ito thing, but if I saw, like, a smile sprite from him and it, like, zoomed in on it, I'd be like, oh, well, then it's him. I would go from, like, 80-90% on my, like, pretty sure thing, but I would have, like, 110%, like, doubled down on it. You couldn't have convinced me otherwise. Like, I would have 100%, like, been like, yeah, okay, it's him then. I definitely think that would have spoiled me. For sure. Even if, like, any amount of subtlety for that would have immediately been like a... Okay. Yeah, this is it. It wouldn't have spoiled the whole Yui event. I guess, but, like... I think if we knew it was Ito before, I think it would have ruined the Yui event, though. Because I think then I would have... If I was confident Ito was the killer... I would have actually thought that Yui might have died. But because the game hadn't done, like, a blatant reveal of Ito being the killer yet, I was still expecting the scene just to be the reveal of Ito as a killer. The double whammy of both dead Yui and reveal of, Ito as the killer is what surprised me. Chaos Jed. Mepi Kaluko? I'm sorry, man, I don't understand. I can only speak English. I'm a basic American. But yeah, I think that was the big surprise. But I think if it had already done a blatant reveal of Ito, I would have been like, oh shit, Yui is dead. But because the game hadn't done the blatant reveal, I thought the surprise they were going to present was... you know, Ito's the killer, right? So, like, that would have just been the confirmation. But the double reveal, Ito's the killer, which is, like, kind of what everyone is like leaning towards, and then Yui's dead is like, oh fuck. That was the surprise. Because they hit you with the, like, they set the scene up as it's gonna be like the Ito reveal, right? And then, oh, also Yui's dead. Because most of the time in stories like this, they don't hit you with two big reveals at once. I just watched it and it's pretty blatant. Dumb decision. Yeah, man. I'm really glad we didn't do that. That's a really bad call. Because, like, I think the amount of info they gave about Ito was, like, subtle and good enough where the reveal is not, like, unbelievable. Where you'd be like, what the fuck? Ito. You know? Like, I felt like there's enough subtle clues throughout the game for you to be like, okay. And maybe they're intentional or not, right? But, like, enough for me to get suspicious, right? Like, during the morbidly obese thing, he's off doing his own thing. And during some of the other scenes, Ito's always conveniently kind of not there. And it's not, like, a major thing. The game doesn't call attention to it. And, again, it might not even be super relevant to him actually being there. But, like, there's enough subtle seeds of, like, what the fuck is Ito up to? Why is he not here? And it's unexplained why he's not here, where you could be like, oh yeah, okay, Ito. And I think, yeah, anything more, another clue or two would have made it too obvious it was Ito, and then it would have been a disappointing reveal. In my opinion. I think I will say, I think they nailed the balance for that. An incomplete version of the ending is shown. Yeah, so even if it's, you know, like, even if it's like what Alpha said, where it's like, it's not the full end, I think any bit of it would have been enough for me to be like, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, Wandering just posted the screenshot. Not the full video, but the screenshot. So I don't get any other details on the end. But yeah. That's pretty blatant. The smile and then the ... Yeah, dude. Yeah, that would have spoiled it for me for sure. I would have for sure been like, bro, what the fuck? Because, like I said, was already kind of suspicious. If the game pulled something like that, you couldn't convince me that, like, I wouldn't have been able to play the rest of the game. The next 5 chapters would have been me going, okay, just fucking reveal it's Ito now. Or just reveal it's Ito. Like, stop dancing around it. Like, at that point, I would have been annoyed up until Ito got revealed. Remember you said you would have picked the wrong option for lulz? Yeah, I think that. I'm glad we didn't do that. Because, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not directly stating it, but, like, still. The people that make the game don't expect you to pick the wrong answer. I guess, but what if you misclick? You have to get it wrong twice. What if you're dumb? There's still the real culprit on the loose. Yeah, but him being mind controlled, like, it's still him doing it. He might not be, like, consciously trying to do it, but he's still the killer. Even if he was not in control of his own actions. Like, even if he would say he was being puppeteered the whole game, like the clues are still if you're dumb, you still won't know it's Ito. Very true. Skill issue spoils the game for you. Yeah, fuck, dude. Yeah. I mean, I'm really glad we didn't do that, because I was still, like, pleasantly... I guess I shouldn't say pleasantly. I was still shocked when we saw the Ito Yui reveal. Yeah. Again, I mean, I guess I didn't like Yui as much as, like, I did like Kazupi. I mean, I guess she didn't get, like, as much character development. I recommend going for the bad end before the other route, since it gives us CG. Yeah, once we reach the end of the game, I'll start talking with Chad about, like, which way should we go, what things should we do, things like that. So yeah, we can probably do bad end then, after we beat the game. And nope, I feel like I'm watching human beings in this one, yeah. But yeah, I do feel like I liked, like, Kazupi from Chaos Head more than, like, Yui, so, like, I mean, obviously everyone here saw me cry during the Kazupi route. So I wasn't, like, to the point where I would cry over the Yui death, like I cried over Kazupi. But it is still a shock, right? Because it's the child death, or, like, the death of a child. So you definitely don't expect it. Because, like, I think Wandering put it the best earlier, right? Where it's like, yeah, the threat of child endangerment's there, but it, like, never closes the gap. Like, you basically, in almost every anime story, when they're like, oh my god, my little sister's been kidnapped, and you're like, okay, you're, like, taking notes on it, right? Well, I don't have my pen to be funny. When I was cleaning my computer, I moved my pen. But it's like, you're, like, taking notes, and you're like, okay, and your little sister's how old? She's 11. Oh, she's fine then, dude, don't worry about it. Like, you can just basically get to dismiss it off like that right away, like in every story. How old's your sister? 11? Oh, dude, we can just wait here till she gets returned. She's not gonna die. Like, it's like that in almost every story. Where, like, no game has, like, the balls to be like, oh yeah, she's dead. But she was 11. And? Dead. Sorry. Too late. You didn't save her. But you can't just kill kids. Yeah, we can. She's dead. Dead. Gone from the story. Tragic. Everyone's sad. But everyone's supposed to have a happy reunion. Not here. Sorry. I like that. Yui was 14, ripe age for death. Was she? Maybe. But Yui's definitely portrayed as young child. Like, very young child. So yeah, maybe she is 14, but I feel like she's portrayed as even younger. Even with Steins Gate and Mayuri, you know Okabe is gonna save her. Yeah, but, I mean, her initial death is still a surprise, though, for sure. Steam Achievements said only 1.2% of people read through Chapter 7 and did not get to Chapter 8. That's actually wild. Yui being the one who died wasn't that bad. It was that Tanku loved her, and especially right when you start setting in with his family again, one gets taken away. Yeah. I just think it's more surprising than it is sad. Because in the converse thing, right, like when I talked about the Kazupi thing from Chaos Head, the Kazupi thing wasn't surprising, but sad, if that makes sense. Where, like, even if you had spoiled it for me, if you were like, hey, Kazupi was gonna die in this route, I wouldn't be like, oh, what? I'd be like, oh, man, that's sad. And then, obviously, it was very emotional when it happened. You know. Did I say, does that make sense? The Mayuri death is effective since it changed the tone. Yeah, I also think that's a big example, right? Where like Mayuri's death isn't the plot twist. It's the tone drop. Like the microphone dropped of like, oh yeah, this story's dramatic now. It's not slice of life anymore. This is that moment for CC. Yeah. I mean, not as blatantly as the like tone shift as like Steins Gate, because this game already like the premise was about following a serial killer. So like already there is kind of that like darker tone to it. Whereas in Steins Gate it comes out a little bit more out of left field because it's like no one's dying. Everyone's just having fun. But this is a more drastic bad moment, I think. Because you know there's not really like a fix. So. It didn't make Yui's death any easier for me. I mean, yeah, I'm just saying for me. I could very easily see like characters like this would be very upsetting if you got as attached to Yui as I got as attached to Kazupi and Chaos Head. I could definitely see that being really sad. But for me, Yui had the disadvantage of being introduced in the slice of life chapters, which bored me. So I didn't get as emotionally attached to her. But yeah, I mean that would be really sad if you did get emotionally attached to her. Like if that character hit that note for you, of course that would be sad. Because, like I said, I imagine that caught most people off guard. If someone told me they predicted Yui's death, like Yui actually dying there, I would be fucking shocked. Like saying you predicted Ito as the killer? Okay, I believe that, yeah. The Yui death would be real surprising to me. Like, I didn't even call it out as, like, my thought of, like, well, Yui will be fine, and then we'll see Ito. I didn't even bother mentioning it, because I thought that was just, like, point of fact. Not even a theory, just, like, point of fact. We'd get there, and Yui'd be scared, and, you know, tied up or whatever. And that Yui was being used as bait. You know? You can somewhat predict Yui's death when she's being targeted by the Fire Lady. I guess. If you're a Giga Brain, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you were Giga Brain. Because yeah, like I said, I mean, I even rationalized it in the thing. I almost felt like it was a stretch to believe that Yui was being targeted. Right? Like my thought process was like, well, obviously Fire Lady would go to the clinic because all of the other psychics are there, or giglomaniacs are there, right? You had Taku, Arimura, Uki were all there. So even when after it's revealed, okay, Yui is a psychic, it still feels like a stretch to believe that Yui is specifically the target because all of the others are there as well, you know? So it makes it easier to kind of dismiss that of like, okay, yeah, Yui is a target, yeah, maybe she's at risk, but like she's a kid and Fire Lady is not going to be specifically after Yui because Fire Lady was just after the psychics. I think I was thinking it wasn't actually her corpse. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the bait thing where I think I thought it was real once Ito was revealed, but there was definitely my first thought was like, is this a delusion? But once Kurisu saw it as well, I was like, oh, it's not a delusion. You know? But I think, yeah, it's also pretty I think with setting of the game, it would be pretty easy to think, like when you first see Yui, to be like, oh yeah, maybe delusion. I don't have to like the character for the death to be sad. I don't think it would be as sad for me, if not because of Taku. Yeah. That could be a sibling thing, though, I guess. I think we discussed that earlier, too. I don't have that, like, sibling bond. I'm an only child. So I don't, like, relate to that, like, sibling love enough for me to get emotionally invested in that relationship as well. I think that probably impacts it a bit. Because, like, I could see that being a tipping point for you as well. If you were like, oh, I know how this character feels, because I feel that way. Chaos Head, the sister survives, and Steins Gate, the younger sister type, also survives. Yeah. I mean, just in general, like... I guess I can't pick them, or, like, name them specifically, but I feel like there's multiple moments where, like, that's almost a trope. Younger sister type character gets kidnapped, is used to bait out protagonist, then for some inexplicable reason is not just killed. You know? What's the Cubai theory for the stream end? I already kind of gave my theory for Ito. I guess I don't really have any other theories. Yet, anyway. We haven't really gotten any other info. Basically, the only info we've got on who the real, like, big boy culprit might be is that Ito is kind of being mind-controlled. There's no, like, real big clue yet, I feel like. Because all the other clues, I feel like, pointed to Ito. And then, obviously, yes, he was doing it, but then, it, like, the camera pans back, and it's a bigger picture. But that's really the only clue that we've got so far for anybody else. Just a bigger picture. The scene is especially powerful because of Kurisu and her crying. But I didn't like Kurisu. The bigger Ito. Sibling's a person who's been with you your whole life. Yeah, I can't relate, unfortunately. Cannot relate. It was Ito controlling Ito. I can't believe it. The big twist. He was in control of his own thoughts and actions. Kurisu's likable if you understand her mindset. I suppose. Are we sure Ito is even the killer for the other cases? All the other victims were apparently mind-controlled, so what mind-controlled person mind-controlled other mind-controlled people? I suppose, yeah. I do feel like Ito was the extension, though, that, like, that the big culprit was using for all the other cases. That was, like, his avatar, if you will. I could be wrong on that, but... Okay, do we keep going a little bit? Is there a better ending point? It's the plot of Saw, the secret killer behind the killer. Yeah, that, like, kind of thing is what's happening here, obviously. You think we should just stop here? I don't know. Alpha and Francisco haven't really let me down on the good spot to end. This does feel like a good spot to end, though. There's a funeral and then a little cliffhanger. Okay, I'm down for that. A little bit more. Plus, we've also hit peak viewership, so hard to stop the stream on peak viewership. Am I right, boys? Alright. I gotta get back in the Ito voice. Or not Ito. Ito's a very different voice. Taku voice. Not that it's really much different from mine, but it's a different vibe. The autopsy, the police interviews, and all of that came to an end, and Yui's body was sent in for cremation. I would have got mad if you stopped the stream when the blood is revealed. No, I wouldn't do that. Her soul became thin, pure, white smoke, and soared up to the heavens. I guess you would have to cremate her because she was... Yikes. Mutilated. Kurisu and I stood between the trees at the funeral home and watched it rise. They say crematoriums now use filters and stuff, so they only give off clean smoke. Huh? I'd say something that didn't matter, and Kurisu would only half listen. We'd been doing that for a while now. Dad was probably in the room where the family waited for the cremation to finish, holding Yuto in his strong arms the whole time. Imagine being the guy who has to do the autopsy. Yeah. I guess you would just keep it in the boxes, because the boxes would be evidence. You'd have to keep the boxes. Can't you bury somebody even if they're not in one part? Yeah, but would you want to? You know? But yeah, you could, I suppose. Uki, Sarika, Arimura, and Kazuki were probably watching, but they couldn't do anything. It's strange, you know? Huh? I was so sad at first, and I couldn't stop crying. But now I'm okay. Now I'm thinking about the cost of the funeral and what to do for a grave. I guess I'm just a heartless girl. Even as she spoke, she looked thin and pale from her suffering. But there was a light, like gray flame in her eyes. I'd never seen her look like that before. There's no one else who can do that stuff but you. Dad looks so out of it these days. There isn't? Yeah. Besides, I had already heard the muffled sobs that came from Kurisu's room late at night. After that, I'd moved back to the dorm from the RV. Kurisu, Yuto, Uki, and Dad. All of them were shocked and saddened by Yui's death, if I were to leave them too. I couldn't bear the idea of a lonely dorm without me or Yui. And when I was alone, I found myself remembering Yui, and I'd feel like I was going crazy. So I wanted to be with someone I could share my sorrow with. I was about to learn that this was what the family I'd tried to abandon was for. For now, my head was full of thoughts of finding the person who'd done this. Taku? Weird that she's in her school uniform for this. Imagine if it wasn't for the crash yesterday. Yeah, I was pretty upset about the crash. Thursdays are usually much bigger viewership, so we would have had more people reacting to the big twist. That would have been nice. Not like Heartless, but more like a realist. I was fast to recover from my grandpa's death because I know it's what happens in life. I would say not even that it's a realist, but I mean, it's just like... I guess realist, yeah, maybe the best way to describe it. We still have quite a few people here. Yeah, but I posted the meme yesterday to advertise the stream. Eventually tears have to stop coming. Yeah. I feel, but also, yeah, I feel like, I mean, she probably feels guilty about not crying, right? Like the survivor's guilt. We've talked about survivor's guilt several times because there's been plenty of examples of it in the side adventure series so far. Every game kind of talks about it, right? So I mean, part of it's got to be like survivor's guilt. Once you you know, once you stop thinking about it, now you feel bad, right? That person's dead. You're not thinking about that dead person all the time, so you feel guilty. Like you owe the dead person all of your emotional, like, investment and attention, you know? So you'd feel bad about that. It's natural. It's a normal thing.
葬儀が終わったら少し休
Once
む
the
といい
funeral's
わ。
over, get a little rest.
あ
You
な
don't
た
look so
ひ
good.
どい顔してる。
それはお互
Neither
い
do
様
you.
だ。
You haven't gotten any
お前
rest
だっ
either,
て
right?
ちゃんと休んでないだろ。
だって夜眠
I
れない
can't
んだ
sleep
も
at
の。
night. I have all these bad
恐ろ
dreams
しい
and I
夢
keep
ばかり
waking
見
up.
てしまって。何回も。ね、
Listen. Chris, who tightened her hands into small fists.
一晩だけでいいから。
Just for one night. Can I sleep in
今
your
度
room?
タクルの部屋で寝ちゃ。
Huh? Of course not. I wanted to refuse, but she looked so tired and kept telling me that she couldn't sleep by herself. So I had no choice but to nod. When nothing was left of Yui but tiny white fragments, we used chopsticks to move her to the urn. Ugh, what the fuck? Only after she'd lost most of her weight and fit inside the urn did she finally attain a normal death. That was one weight off my shoulders. I didn't want her to stay in that horrible state forever. Yuto was shaking the whole time he'd moved his sister's ashes into the urn. His eyes were empty, looking at nothing. He wasn't screaming or crying. While Yui's classmates and teachers sobbed, he did his work mechanically, with trembling hands. When it was done, he turned his empty eyes once more on what was left of his sister.
Yuto,
I'll find who did this, I promise.
本当の犯人を見つけ出してや
But
る
he
か
said
ら
nothing back.
約束する。
The funeral ended without incident. Uki and Dad took Yuto back home by taxi. Kurosu and I said our goodbyes to Serika, Arimura, and Kazuki, then headed home. We were walking slowly. Is it a bad time to make another Where's Ito joke?
大丈夫かな。
I wonder if Yuto's okay.
クルスや父さんもい
He's
る
got you
し、
and Dad.
何より山添が
And
ずっ
more
と
than
そばについ
anything,
てるから。
Uki's with him all the time now. The loss of Yuto's sister had brought back his PTSD, to the point where he was just as bad as he'd been after the earthquake. He'd mostly lost the ability to speak. He'd become extremely afraid of the dark, and sometimes he'd go into convulsions. He'd been given special permission to leave the house to attend Yui's funeral, but normally he wasn't even allowed to sleep in his room. Dad had decided to put him up in a room in the clinic.
不思議な巡り合わせ。
Strange how that worked out, huh?
ん
Huh? It was Uki, of all people, who was doing everything she could to take care of him. It felt like the reason we'd saved her and brought her to the dorm was so that she, Yui's old friend, could take care of him in his hour of need. Aw, that's sweet. When I told her that, Kurosu looked sad. It was just a coincidence, was all she said.
あのね、タクル。
Listen, Taku.
そのウキちゃんのことだけ。
Huh?
よかったらでいいんだけどね。
If you don't mind,
そろそろ
could you
名
start
前で呼
calling
んで
her
あ
by
げ
her
てくれ
first
ないか
name?
な。
I felt that pain in the depths of my chest. Around 6 months ago, I'd switched from calling her Nono to Kurisu. Looking back, the reason was so stupid that just thinking about it made me mad. Part of me was stubborn, and part of me felt a little too embarrassed, so I'd missed the chance to switch back. I knew sometimes it made Kurisu sad.
その僕は別に構わない
I
けど
don't mind, but
山
wouldn't it
添は
bother
それ
her?
でいいのか
実はウキちゃんがね、そう言ってたの。
She actually said she
み
liked
ん
it
なに
whenever
名前
people
で呼
called
ん
her
でも
by
ら
her
って
first
嬉しい
name.
って。
That she felt like she'd
な
become
ん
a
だ
part
か
of the dorm's family.
うちの家族になれたみたいだって。でも、ウキちゃん
But I
には
don't
家
just want her
族
to
みたい
feel
じゃ
like
な
she's
く
part
て
of the family. I
本
want her to
当の
really
家族
be
に
part
なっ
of
て
the
ほしい
family.
なって、そう思うから。
You know? She smiled, probably for the first time today.
分かった
Alright.
山添
You want me to call her
じゃなくて
Uki? I can do
ウキ
that.
な
ありがとう。
Thanks.
彼女にも
I'll
言って
tell
お
her
く
she
わ。
can call you Taku too.
タクルのことな。
な
Yeah.
ああと
Oh, and
そ
then...
れだったらさ
Hmm? Then should I? Can I start calling you Nono again? Just as I was about to ask her that.
宮代君、クルスさん。
Oh, it's probably Shinjo, right? Taku? Kurisu?
はい。
Huh? We suddenly heard a voice and turned around. Shinjo was standing there. He must have felt responsible for what happened, because there was no sign of his usual vitality. He mostly just stared at the ground.
すまない。葬儀に
I'm
出ようと
sorry.
思って
I
たん
wanted
だ
to go to
が
the funeral, but I guess I
間
didn't
に合わ
make
な
it.
かったみたいだね。
そんな
You don't have
気
to
を
worry.
使わなくてい
You're
いで
busy
す
with
よ。
work, right?
お仕事を。
今日は病院での
The
検査に
examination at the
思
hospital
った
took
より
longer
時
than
間
I
がかかっ
thought.
てしまって
What examination?
検査
Well, yeah, there we go. Examination.
伊藤君のだよ
Ito's. The silence that had developed between Kurisu and I shattered in an instant.
意識が戻った
He's
んです
woken
か
up.
合わせてください。
Let us see him,
お願い
please.
します。
Shinjo shook his head.
いや依然
No, he's still in a
昏睡
coma.
状態のままだ。
Oh, he is.
そう
I
ですか。
see.
でも脳の検査
His
結果は
brain
予
showed the
想
symptoms
通
we'd
りだったよ。
expected.
肥大化が
Swelling?
ああ
Yeah.
大脳新皮
His
質が
cerebral
非常
neocortex
に
is
大きくなって
extremely
いる。
enlarged. Mio says it's more
黒里さんの見
severe
立て
than
だと
anything she's ever seen.
これまでに見たどんな患者よりそれだけ長
She
期間に
says
わ
that
た
it's
って
because he was subject
し
to
かも
very strong mind
強
control
力な
for such
思
a
考
long
誘導
time.
を受けていたんだろうと。黒里
じゃあ
Then he's
移
innocent,
動は無
right?
実ということになりますよね
I didn't want to think my best friend had killed Yui of his own free will. I wanted to believe that he was someone else's puppet, like Kurisu said.
君たちの言うように
You're right.
彼の後ろ
There's
に
someone
は
else who
誰
was
かがいる
controlling
はず
him.
だ。
That's what I think.
少な
at
くと
least.
も俺はそう思う。
But there was hesitation in his voice.
ただ実行犯が伊
But
藤
that
君
doesn't
である
change
こ
the
とに変
fact
わ
he
りは
did
な
it.
い。
You, Mio,
君
and
た
I
ち
know
や
how
俺や
powerful
この
mind
佐藤さ
control
んな
can
ら
be.
思考
we
誘
can
導
say
が
for
いか
sure
に
that
強
he did
力な
nothing
もの
wrong.
か理解できるし、
However,
他の捜査
the
員
other
や
investigators, the
検察
prosecution, and the judges
それに
are
裁
likely
判
to
所
see
は
it differently.
そうはいかない。
Of course, so is the rest
無
of the
論
world.
世間もだ。もちろん
Of
クルス
course,
さ
we're
んの証
considering
言
the
をもと
possibility
に
of
彼が
brainwashing
洗
based
脳の
off
よう
of
なものを
Kurisu's
受けてい
testimony.
たという線で
But none of the
捜査を
investigators
進
are
めて
quite
い
sure
る
what
が
to do with it.
捜査員はみんなとにかく不可解な点
There's
が多
just too
い
much
上
that
に
doesn't make sense.
裏付けすら
And
取
too
りよ
much
う
we
のない
can't
こと
back
ば
up
か
with
りだ。
evidence.
すべ
This
て
all
が
goes way beyond what we
常識の
normally
範疇
handle.
を超えている。かといってギガ
We
ロ
can't
マニアッ
start
クスだの
babbling about
超
people
能力だ
maniacs
の
and psychic powers,
そんな
can we?
話をするわけにもいかないだろう。
Shinjo bit his lip.
そのせいもあって
That's only
今
one
の
reason
捜
the
査方
rest
針
of the
に疑問
department's
を抱き
starting to
始めてい
question
る
how
連
I'm
中が
handling
増え
this
てきた。
case. There's a lot of
伊
evidence
藤
showing
君
up
に
that's
不利
not
な
good
証
for
拠も
Ito either.
いろいろと出てきてしまっていてね。
どういうことですか
What do you
そ
mean?
れ
例えば
For
な
instance,
くしたはず
do
の
you
君
remember
の
that
スマ
threatening
ホか
call
ら
that Ito got from
伊
your
藤君
phone
のスマ
after
ホ
you
に
lost it?
脅迫まがいの無言で
はい
Yeah? Huh? That was Ito? But how?
単純なトリックだ。
There's a simple trick. There's an app
彼
on
の
his
スマホ
phone that
に
would display a
偽
fake
の
caller.
着信と電話番
Fake
号を
call
表示するアプリ
and fake
が
caller
インストー
info.
ルしてあって
It had your name and phone number
宮
registered.
代くんの名前と電話番号が登録されてい
Oh. Why didn't I realize that? I know there was a freeware app that could do that. I remembered hearing how you're supposed to use it to end conversations with people you didn't want to talk to, or to get out of meetings.
あと彼のパソコンから
We found these strange
妙なチ
chat
ャット
logs
の
on
履
his
歴が見つか
computer.
ってね。
チャット
Chat logs?
君たち
Does
エ
the
ド・
name
ルー
Ed
カスって名
Lucas
前
mean
に
anything to you?
聞き覚えはないか？
That's such a basic ass name. I assume Ito was the one receiving the text then when we saw those, like, Ami-chan CGs of the phone. Ito was the guy getting texted, and the pink text is the culprit. We can assume those were all to Ito, right? Oh yeah, there we
エ
go.
ド・ルーカス。
Ed Lucas?
誰ですそれ？
Who's that? Both Kurisu and I looked confused. Neither of us had heard that name before.
それじゃあアミーちゃんは
What about Ami-chan?
あ、それなら
I know that.
都市伝説の
That's the urban legend. That was the character I'd snuck into Tokyo General Hospital to find when I was a kid.
そのアミーちゃ
No,
んじゃ
not
ない。
that one.
伊藤君の
Logs
パ
of
ソ
those
コン
two
を調べた
nicknames
ら
chatting were found
そ
on
ういう
Ito's
ハンドルネ
computer.
ームの2人が頻繁
Ed
にチャッ
Lucas
トを
was
行っ
Ito's
ていたん
handle.
だ。エドルチャットの内容は
The chat logs
一連の
consisted
殺
of the
人や
discussion of the murders
宮
and
代
a
君
lot
が
of
監視
detailed
しているような
observations
内
about
容
you,
ばかり。
Taco. It's more than enough
犯
for
行動
motive.
機として十分すぎるくらいのね。
Fun fact, which is something I found was like that blew my mind. But it makes sense when you think about it, and I'm sure like I'm about to say this and people are gonna be like, duh, obviously. Do you know motive is like entirely irrelevant in like murder trials or anything like that? Like motives can't be used as evidence, at least in the US. Like motives can't be used as evidence. Motives are like totally irrelevant, like, and police officers often, more often than not, will barely like try to focus on what a motive is. Is like it just can't be used in the US. I think that's wild. Because every like TV show and movie like this always focuses so much on motives. But like it doesn't matter. It's not relevant. No. You can use it to kind of like figure out like if like someone who might have done something, right? Like you could start an investigation of like who has motive, but like in court, motive's irrelevant. Like, you can't present evidence of, like, here are all the reasons why so-and-so could have done it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, at least in the court in US. Like, it doesn't matter. Police might use it to start an investigation, but, like, lawyers aren't presenting motive as evidence or anything like that. Which I thought was wild. Because, like, yeah, like what Alpha said, crime shows kind of warp your, warp everyone's perception of this stuff, right? Well, we got the motive. That's it. That nails him. Like, cops might use it, but it's never really, like, evidence. So I guess not relevant is kind of like a little bit too aggressive a description. Because it's police officers would definitely still use it to like figure out maybe a who, or like to create a pool of suspects. But in fiction, one of the most important questions is why, where, when, and how. Yeah. In reality, the why doesn't matter. Yeah, right. Like, if you kill somebody, it doesn't matter, or like why you would kill somebody doesn't matter in the court of law. Because imagine if you could go to jail because there's a reason why you might kill somebody. You know? So you can't use it as evidence. Well, he's got motive, and that proves nothing. Everyone's got motive. You looked at me wrong. You know, motive can be whatever. It's such a broad scope. It doesn't matter. Like, you can't, like, arrest anyone for motive. You can generate a suspect pool, but, like, it doesn't matter. And, like, if a cop never figures out why someone killed someone, it doesn't matter. They still did their job. So I guess instead of saying not relevant, why is, like, not important? It was the Noids, officer. Oh, the Noids. The text can't be.
でもそのチ
But
ャ
if
ット
you
相
can
手を
find who
操
he
作
was
すれば
chatting with,
真犯人の
that's a
手がかりに
Shinjo balled his hands into his fists.
もちろんサイバー犯罪
Of
対
course,
策課に
I had the
調べ
Cyber
させたよ
Crimes Division look into it.
その結果
What they found
ア
was
ミーちゃんは存在し
Ami
なかっ
didn't
た
exist.
は
Huh?
どういうことで
What
す
do you
か？
mean?
アミーちゃんの正体も
Ami was also
伊
Ito.
藤君だったん
He
だ
was talking to himself.
彼は一人でチャットもどき
That's impossible.
バカな
どうして？
How? One person's logged in on his phone, the other person's logged in on his computer, or like he's like typing on his computer and typing on his phone.
これは久野里
This
さ
is
んの
Mio's
説だが
theory, but she thinks that Ito's mind had already been destroyed by being subject to mind control over an
すでに
extended
壊
period
れ
of
ていた
time.
んじゃないかとだが
But
法
since
廷で
mind
思考
control
誘
won't be
導という能
recognized
力
in
の
any
存
court
在
of
が
law,
認めら
this
れない以
evidence
上
is extremely
非
damaging
常
to
に
him.
まずい証拠にな
It
る
includes info that only the killer could
犯
know.
人しか知り得ない情報が含まれているんだ
A new rage was building up within me. Whoever did that to Yui had also put Ito's mind under so much stress it shattered. Damn. I kicked a small rock at my feet. Yeah. The rock collided with a nearby wall and split in two.
新庄さん
Shinjo. What's
この
gonna
まま
happen
で
to
は人
Ito
は
with
ど
this
うな
raid?
るんですか
I mean, legally.
その
まだわからない
I don't know.
未成年
He's a
とはい
minor,
え
but given
事
what he's
件が事
accused
件だ
of.
けに
でも真犯人が
But that
逮
would
捕
change
され
if
れ
the
ば
real
別です
killer's
よ
caught,
ね
right?
そう
They
すれ
could
ば
lessen
人
the
の罪だっ
charges
て
then.
軽く
ダメだ
No, just
君
focus
は
on
自
protecting
分の身を
yourselves.
守ることだけ考
I'll
えろ
find the killer.
犯人なら俺が探す
Shinjo must have realized what I was trying to say, because he cut me off.
犯人を探すって
Find him?
一
Or are
体
you
ど
even
こ
gonna
を
start
どう探
looking?
すつもりなん
And
です
even
か
if you do find the killer,
それ
what
に
can
犯
you
人
do
が分か
against
っ
a
ても
gigalomaniac?
ギガロマニアックス相手に新庄さんに何これまで
You haven't been able to do anything so far. That's right, Yui and Ito. This wasn't fair. I knew it wasn't fair to him. But I was so frustrated and angry I couldn't stop.
タクル
Taku.
新庄さんは
Shinjo's doing
一生懸命
everything
やっ
he
てく
can.
れてる
It's not right to blame him for any of
責め
this.
るのは違うわ
I looked at Shinjo's face and then looked away. He had the same pained look on his face we had a moment ago.
すみません
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
いや君の言う通りだ
You're absolutely right.
俺は君た
I
ちに
still
ど
don't
う
know
謝
how to
罪していいの
apologize
か
to you.
未だにわからないけれど
But please,
頼むから
don't put your lives
命を
in
危
danger.
険にさらすような真
Especially
似
you,
はしないでく
Taku.
れ
If you're thinking about
Shogun.
doing something on November 4th,
11月4日にな
11月4日
November 4th,
ニュージェネレーションの狂気
that's the day of the last new
最後の
generation
事件の日
madness
ですよね
incident. Means that the killer will do something
そ
on
の
that
日
day.
に真犯人は必ず動く
Shinjo's expression became even more pained.
だから
So
宮
that's
代
why,
君
Taku. No luck,
ダ
huh?
メか
He must have seen how strong my resolve was, because he turned toward Kursu.
クルスさん
Kursu,
はい
yes.
どうやら俺から
He's
頼
not
んで
gonna
も
listen
無駄
to
らし
me.
い
Can you keep an eye
宮
on
代
him
君
and
が
make
お
sure
か
he
しな
doesn't
こ
do
とをしない
anything?
よ
I
う
don't
見
want
張
any
ってて
more
くれないか
victims.
俺はこれ以上
Kursu
犠牲者を
quietly
出したく
nodded.
ない
わかりました
I understand.
11月4日が過
I'll
ぎ
watch
るまで
Taku until the end of November
タクル
4th
には
and
危
make
険
sure he
なこ
doesn't
と
do
をさせ
anything
ないよう
dangerous.
注意してお
Wouldn't
きます。
Taku be moved to protective custody in a situation like this? Like, am I crazy? Nope. Really? I feel like he would be moved into protective custody for like a day or two. Because the police think Ito's the killer. That's true. But still, you think even Shinjo could put him in protective custody for like a day or two. Or you would bring Taku to the police station to make it hard for the killer to get to him. Like, Shinjo as a detective, I think, would still have the authority to do that, yeah? Kurisu? Something was strange about what she said, so I turned to look. But she had already bowed to Shinjo and started walking toward the dorm. Alright. I'll probably, I guess we'll read this and then, probably wrap up. Because I think most people have kind of headed out. Unless you can put him in protective custody on the 4th, that probably wouldn't stop a killer gigalomaniac. Well, yeah, right, but they all stuck together during, like, their solution to not get killed during the other, like, October 23rd, right? When they all just stuck together in the dorm. How do you prove he's in danger? Well, I'm just saying, like, Shinjo would know. And Shinjo would have the authority to do that. Because he's a detective. And detectives are pretty, like, fairly highly ranked. I'm watching. Yeah, I know, wondering. I was just memeing. I'd recommend saving reading this for next time. Okay. I can do that then. But, yeah, I mean, just a thought. I mean, obviously, we know grand scheme of things. Probably wouldn't do anything to help, but still. Where are the delusions, boys? Haven't been any delusions for a minute. Where are the haha teehee looking at high school girls' underwear delusions? There's only child murder now. So yeah, I guess we can use this to wrap up. We'll recap with this next stream, because this is @channel's recap of the murders, I suppose. The delusions basically stop from this point onward. I mean, yeah, they've been done for several chapters, right? Gonna go to sleep? Bye. Alright, see you, Liz. Yeah, that seems like a good spot to wrap up. We've been going for, yeah, 7 hours now. The plot indeed thickens. It took us another stream to get here, but we got there. Because of my computer issues yesterday. But the computer's up and running now. Mobile YouTube is scuffed? Yeah, a little bit. Stay tuned. Be sure to tune in for tomorrow's stream. I'll probably stream a Zelda something. I don't know if I'm going to buy the new Zelda game, but I'll probably stream Zelda something tomorrow. So come hang out tomorrow on stream as well if you're not doing anything this weekend. No stream Monday, Tuesday, as usual, but there will be a stream tomorrow, so come hang out. Wednesday, I don't know what I'm going to stream. And then Thursday, Friday, more Chaos Childs. But, yeah. If you don't want to miss out, come and hang out tomorrow's stream. And if you don't want to miss out on the streams later on in the week, be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell button so you get all the notifications of the stream. If you subscribe, it'll show up in your subscription feed. If you hit the bell button, you'll get notifications when I go live, so you don't miss out. The notifications might be 26 minutes late, but you'll still get them. Drop a like on the stream if you can. Help boost it in the YouTube algorithm, since the content of this game is very graphic. It doesn't get boosted too much in the algorithm unless you guys help support the channel. The special release of this game in Japan came with present boxes? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's too much. But yeah, speaking of the present boxes, again, because the content of these games are pretty dramatic and graphic, it doesn't get boosted in the YouTube algorithm unless you guys help share and spread and like and comment and all that good stuff. Help post memes of the stream and all that good stuff, so please help out. I appreciate it. And of course, you can join my Discord channel. Link to that is in the description below, and also frequently popping up by Nightbot in the chat, so yeah. That's it. Come hang out. Chat in the Discord. People are talking about the game in the Discord right now, so you can join the conversation by clicking the link in the description below. And, yeah, that's it. I think that's a good spot for today. Very tragic. Merry Christmas. Subscribe, hit the bell button, like the video, join the Discord. Help support the stream, like, comment, subscribe. I don't really do like, comment, subscribe. I usually do all kinds of other stuff. But that used to be like the big YouTuber outro. But yeah, do all that stuff. I appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow with something Zelda related. Will it be the new Zelda game? I don't know. I might take a look at it. Maybe we will. Or it'll be Age of Calamity. We'll do something Zelda. So stay tuned.